Alright, everyone, hello and welcome. We're playing Fire Emblem again. Oh, fuck. The saving on this emulator is really weird, so I have to rely on quick emulators or save states. Okay, so last time we're Marth, we're adventuring to liberate our kingdom and save the world from the evil dragon, the Dark Dragon.
Right.
And his nation of Goldua or whatever. Actually, that's not the right name. That's a completely different Fire Emblem game.
See, they're confusing.
I think it doesn't help that we really talked over this game for a lot in the last stream, probably a little bit more than we should have.
Sure, that's fair. I have no idea what's going on, so yes.
Yes, because I did say that I wanted to use this stream to sort of get us acquainted with what Fire Emblem is normally like, so that we could play the other ones and compare. I fear that with the amount of talking over the game we did last time, we won't even appreciate what Fire Emblem is normally like through this game.
Sure. I was watching the gameplay, which that's most of it, right?
For this one, yeah.
Yeah.
We talked about how there was sort of a desire to make a more story-focused and especially character-driven RPG experience at the time. This game came out, having come out in 1991 as a late NES game, when even the best RPGs were often sort of more about creating a sense of adventure, really. Like the first Final Fantasy and the first Dragon Quest and games like that are more about providing this adventurous setting for the player to go through rather than really storytelling. And even some of the more storytelling based games like Mother 1 weren't that character driven. But in this particular game, the NES cartridge space limitation sort of held back the amount of like character focus it could give. Although I was thinking about it, and I maybe should have commented that the wordiness level of the cutscenes is still remarkably high for an NES game. If we think back to like how sparse the text was in Dragon Quest or Mother, the previous NES games we've covered, and then I'll warp Marth in. Oh fuck! Well, next turn Marth will be able to go to a village and we'll compare that text, that cutscene with like those ones. And I guess I'll explain a little more in depth what I'm doing in the gameplay, where I briefly introduced the idea that Pegasus Knights was an overpowered class in this game, and their main reason for that is that they can fly, which gives them so much mobility. And this map is a great demonstration of that, where the enemy has like a sort of encampment up to the north here, where we have to walk around this huge range of mountains with our ground-based units to get to the enemy, but our Pegasus Knights could actually just fly straight over the mountains and right to the boss. Although we won't do that because we'd be overexposing them and they'd die. But in theory, very useful, and we will eventually kind of use that. And similarly, we're going to use our Pegasus Knight and our recently recruited Dragon Knight Minerva to fly over these mountains and help Marth fight all these mercenaries here, and also maybe do some shopping.
Okay.
And then, oh yeah, another thing I would comment on, I deployed Caesar, in part just so we can look at him, because his armor here that he's wearing does have this sort of like Greek/Roman sense of influence to it.
Yeah.
And what that brought to mind was I saw a YouTube video by I think Fairgast is the name. It's a Fire Emblem like YouTuber. He was talking about the video. I only watched saw the title, but it was like the evolution of Fire Emblem's insanely random art direction. And the thumbnail was Marth as depicted in this game versus Marth as depicted in the very latest Fire Emblem that's coming out recently or soon, Fire Emblem Engage, which does indeed show two like incredibly different and really weird to compare like visions of the same character. So it did kind of make me think about how fucking all over the place the art style throughout this series is. With this game, we kind of started having a bit of influences from mythology and stuff like that. So the almost like Greek style of the artwork, or like you can see that there's influence on that on some of the character design stuff. That's this game's particular standout style, I guess. Another good example of that we'll be able to see when Marth starts fighting is that his outfit kind of is like, I guess, a little bit in that sort of aesthetic as well, because he does have the like tunic and no pants get up going, but he has like leg straps almost, like you might almost see from a I don't know, a depiction of a Greek soldier. Well, here we go.
Anachronistic then.
A little
It's
bit,
a
yes.
classical outfit compared to the medieval style of the rest of people.
Well, when looking at this single game as a whole, maybe there is a bit more of a consistently, like, more classical looking, you know, design for a lot of the characters.
Okay.
It's just that the other games in this series conflict with that a lot. Sometimes they're just kind of anime aesthetic, and sometimes they're more towards like a medieval fantasy or something.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah. I guess it's always kind of anime, but like the type of anime style can vary, I suppose.
What some of the
Yeah.
individual character designs and stuff are drawing from is different. And
Yeah.
sometimes they're drawing from nothing more than other anime, I guess is what I meant.
Oh, sure. Okay, gotcha.
Yes, and also at the start of this turn we gave Marth a speed ring, and it's kind of a convention throughout most of this series that speed, like power-up items like that, provide 2 of a stat, but in this game they provide like really varying and very high amounts. So Marth got 6 speed from a speed ring, which is like out of a maximum possible speed of 20, so that's really, really powerful to be able to just instantly boost your speed by that much compared to the 20 maximum. So he's actually at 20 speed now. He's capped out. He can never gain any more speed. He's as fast as it is possible to be just from that one speed ring.
So he'll basically always or often go first, right? Because it's just based on that speed.
No. Who goes first is based on like 2 attacks on the map. But
okay.
Whoever's faster gets to attack twice.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Obviously, very important. Like it doubles your damage output.
Sure.
Marth now will basically double just about anything in the game. And he's also approaching his max level because we've been spamming him so much, and because the enemies preferentially target him, as we discussed in the previous stream.
Yeah. Well, that's good, right? Because then he'll be able to survive preferential targeting more.
Yes.
Higher level. So.
Marth is very, very good in this game. The quality, like how good the main character is in actual gameplay terms, is highly variable throughout the series, with some of them being kind of like just the general character, you know, who has to stay away from battles. But Marth is really good in this game, in part because his growths are high enough to get towards the... Okay, well, actually, before I go on about that, here's this cutscene. So, I mean, the main thing we'll just look at here, this is going to be introducing a new character, and this is just kind of long, very long cutscene for an NES cutscene, in terms of how much text there is. So first, Marth sees a slaver, and then he drives him out of the town, and tries to, like, free the slaves. And this boy, who's actually a girl disguised as a boy, will be joining our party now.
Okay. Okay, she immediately reveals herself.
Yes, and starts elaborating upon her backstory.
Of course.
Princess Nia, who we've been sort of bodyguarding, and whose castle we're trying to liberate in this map, was worried about Linda here, who we're recruiting, and we're going to have her fight with us. And she has her father's aura tome. So she's kind of a similar character to Merrick, who died on our last stream to a critical hit.
Right, yes.
And like him, she has a special tome that only she can use, that being Aura, which is the nuke of the game, which we'll have her demonstrate here. She can just straight up one-shot this guy with it. So,
cool.
Pretty good character. We'll probably deploy her on the upcoming maps. Yeah. I think I did a comparison. She seems to be slightly better than Merrick in most ways. But Aura is very heavy, and Excalibur was very light, so which was nice. He could double attack people with it.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Right. I think Aura reduces Lint to like 0 effective speed or something right now. That's how heavy it is.
Okay. Well, if you one shots, then
yeah,
you know
they can't double attack her if she one shots them first.
Right.
But it does 20 damage, so I think it's not too many enemies that will one shot. Well, let's quickly check. I'm just gonna check just for the hell of it. So not the thief, but she would actually one shot this guy, the horseman. And some of these cavalry, not this one, no, not the level 5 one.
But yeah, level 3s, yeah. Okay.
Looks like most of the enemies are just in the one-shot range.
Yeah,
her, you know?
Just about. Alright.
And it will eventually become possible, at least for her to double attack with it as she gains speed, although it's still hard. Because it's so high.
So you and Mecca were playing, what was that, Contact?
Yeah.
Right, the DS, okay. I never heard of that, I don't think.
Oh, well, I did talk about it
Oh, yeah, right.
back in the World in Conflict stream, right before we read that excellent Quora post.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, the Cosmonauts. And it's like, as I was saying, I'd never heard of it. I was like, wait, yeah, I thought you had talked about it at some point. Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of like RuneScape crossed with an RPG or something. A little bit of a life sim game too, but mostly like through the lens of RPG. Like you can you get your kid to like take a bath and eat and stuff, but those just heal. Like there's not like a dirtiness meter or a like hunger meter or anything in the game.
Sure. Okay. Nothing too extreme, right?
It is kind of better because it's annoying to have to like watch over your hunger meter in games.
Yeah, agreed. I don't usually like that unless it's like really, really part of the game. Like Pathologic, you're basically starving the entire time and like scrounging trash cans for bread, so it's not very much part of the game. But...
Yeah, I think that's the thing. All of these types of mechanics should only be put in when they're very carefully considered. Like weapon breaking is actually another aspect of that. With Fire that we're playing right now being a decent example of a game where weapon breaking is actually purposeful to the game. You start out with valuable weapons like a silver lance, but if there wasn't weapon breaking, you could just spam for the whole game. But for this game, it's supposed to introduce like a strategic consideration of to use it when there's a particularly strong enemy that you have to get rid of, or something like that.
Sure. Yeah.
Most games that have weapon durability is bullshit. Yes, and another thing we're seeing on this map in the top left, there is some Ballistae enemies. So that's a class in the remake of this game. And in remake, Ballistae are really broken because they have 3 to 10 range on all their weapons. So like a super long range. Like consider the fact that a regular bow only has a range of 1 or of 2 exactly.
Oh wow,
so,
okay.
Yeah, 3 to 10 is like a huge fucking deal compared to that. But in this game, they're just tanky archers. All their weapons also have exactly 2 range, and they just move really slowly, and they're tanky version of archer. So they kind of suck instead of being ridiculously broken like they are in the remake.
Gotcha. Okay, well, maybe on the third try they'll get them somewhere in between.
Yes, I guess so. This game and the remake are the only Fire Emblem games where there is a Ballistae class. And basically every other one, a ballista like is a thing on some maps that archers can use if they feel like it, you know.
Right, okay, gotcha. So is there any other kind of artillery type class like we saw in, say, Advanced Tactics or
Advanced Wars?
Advanced Force, yeah, I got my all my tactics games mixed up.
Well, the only other form of that sort of artillery that exists in the series is long-range spells. Like there's spell tomes that also have 3 to 10 range throughout the series.
Oh, sure. Okay.
And they also tend to be a rare and valuable resource. Just because range is really powerful in this game. Like being able to attack from that far away is not something that a character should be able to just like normally do.
Right.
In general, when talking about game balance in this, movement is probably the very most important thing. And speed also is considered really, really important. And strength are both the most valuable stats.
Okay.
That's kind of consistent throughout the series. Because of the double attacking mechanic, that's why speed is the most important, because it's hard for an increase of strength to be as valuable. It's essentially doubling your damage by being able to double attack. And then strength, it is important in the end to do damage. So cavalry tends to be really, really good, and classes like knights, which have low movement, tend to kind of suck because they don't really have anything like inherently about being a knight that actually makes up for moving so slowly. They just tend to have really high defense. So character being knight kind of is a way of the game indicating to you they have high defense, but at the cost of their movement being dog shit. So.
Okay.
So they just get left behind. They can't really use their good defense because they're too far away.
Is there like a class that's just like powerful enough that you could make your entire party them and be okay, or does it really encourage you to or require you to diversify a bit?
No, there's really no incentive whatsoever to diversify,
Okay,
except for maybe like specific niches. Like it's good to have a healer, obviously.
sure.
And it's good. Sometimes it's good to have an archer because they're specialized in killing flying units. So if there's a dangerous flying unit, but at the same time, archers also kind of suck because they can't counter at one range.
Mm-hmm.
Which is also
Okay.
usually very valuable.
Yeah.
So deploying an archer, you have to like keep them out of range of enemies so you don't miss out on a potential counterattack.
Okay.
Yeah. If there were one class that would be like the most powerful one that you could just spam, it would be Cavalry, like the Cavalier class. Especially in some of the games, like in the Game Boy Advance games, the unpromoted classes, because promotion is a thing. Basically, as a rule, all can only use one type of weapon, except for Cavalry, which gets swords and lances. And in later games, there's the weapon triangle, where like some types of weapons are good against others, like swords are weak to lances but good against axes, and so on. So having access to two types of weapons is quite valuable to be able to manipulate the weapon triangle more, and the Cavalry just like get to not only have two types of weapons but also get to move the furthest by a mile. So it's just really overpowered as a class. Nothing else gets anything that even compares to how useful that is. Oh, except for Pegasus Knights, which get flying and can fly over a lot of obstacles and stuff. That's all. That's the other really good class.
Well, they still use a horse.
Yes.
So
basically, any unit that joins near the start of the game and is in one of those two classes is automatically like a top tier.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I guess joining near the start, yeah, that makes sense just because they have more time to level.
To contribute and also to level, yeah.
Yeah, under the player's control too, because like that's like the theory, the idea behind soul level 1, you know, in Souls games. Just like you start with less stats, but you have more levels where you, the player, control what stats you get, so you can min-max harder.
Well, that doesn't
or not even that.
in Fire Emblem because it's random. Levels are random.
Oh yeah, okay. Well,
although you can manipulate them, you can. There's not too much to do it in this game with, but you could like save, like start a map with somebody at like level 90 experience, and then the next time they fought, they level up and then reset until they got a really good level up.
Okay.
There is that form of like level up manipulation in this game. But it is like you can distribute the EXP in this game very much. You can try to make sure that every single kill goes to your Pegasus Knight or Cavalier so that they get really high level and therefore gain really high stats just through having so many chances to level up. And then they can, you know, charge ahead and destroy everything that comes their way even more. And that is often the most optimal strategy.
Okay. Yeah,
actually, this map being quite long is a really good case study of all this stuff that I'm talking about, because you'll see that there are my army is decisively split into two camps right now: the Cavaliers and the not Cavaliers, where all my foot units are just way behind and can't keep up and do anything because the Cavalry have completely left them in the dust with their superior movement.
It's their superior equine abilities.
Yes, exactly. It speaks to their, you know, pure. They're very pure of heart. They're able to befriend animals, and that's what gives them an edge.
Oh yeah, that's very important.
I think it said, I'm not sure if this comes from mythology or not, but there's some text in the Fire Emblem games that says that like the Pegasi will only trust women, so there's only ever female Pegasus Knights for a long time.
Huh. Okay.
But the Dragon Rider variation of it, because in this game Pegasus Knights promote into Dragon Knights. That's not female only. So we recruited Princess Nerva last chapter, and her brother is in the game as a boss later on. I guess that's a spoiler, but yeah, and he will be a Dragon Rider.
Okay.
Yeah, so I guess I'll explain promotion now, although it's not yet to be a relevant mechanic, just because I was interested by it. But I'm not 100% sure if it works like this in this game, but in most Fire Emblem games, once you hit level 10 and you get a certain item that's like particular to your class, you can promote
Mhm.
with it, and that resets you to level 1, but gains you more stats. Like, because you change into a more powerful version of your single blast. Like we used to have Dragon, who also died from a critical hit, and he was a paladin, which is the promoted version of the Cavalry that we have.
Right.
With higher movement and slightly higher stats.
Right.
So when you think about what that does, not only do you get like an immediate boost to your stat, but you also get the ability to level up a bunch more times because the level cap is 20. So it's like Marth, for example, who can't promote, will be about to hit level 20 pretty soon, and then will never be able to gain any more stats after that.
Okay. Okay. Is XP like just per individual, or is it like shared in some weird way throughout the party?
It's not shared at all. It's purely individual.
Okay. Because like some games, it's like I don't know. This is pretty rare. I don't know of a game that does this, but I'm pretty sure it's a thing where like XP is shared. So if one gets to max level, like the XP gets distributed among the rest. So it's like better somehow.
Oh.
Or maybe no game does that, and I just made that up. I actually I don't really know.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
It is now very standard in like normal party-based JRPGs, like Final Fantasy VII is like this. That enemies give a set amount of experience, but when you have like a full party, that experience is split among the different party members. So like if an enemy gets 10,000 experience and you have 3 characters, each character will get 3,300 experience.
Yep.
But if you killed 2 of them off and the battle ended with just the 1 person alive, they would get the full 10,000.
Right. Yeah, I remember that from 7. I think that, I mean, not that I ever took advantage of that, but I remember you mentioning it.
It's used in the low level challenge to help ensure, like, one instance of that is that you give all the boss experience to Ares before she dies, so that she'll then die and lose it. Yep. So
I mean, you know,
it may well be the case. I can't say one way or another whether, like, if a character is level 99, will the other characters get, like, split it in half instead of splitting it 3 ways in that battle? Could be, but I don't know that it is. So it's fathomable that it could be. That's all I say on that. But in this game, there's nothing of any sort that's like that.
Well, that's another example of Final Fantasy VII being the best game ever made.
Yes, almost every RPG does that now.
Oh yeah,
I think even 4 or 5. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think
game. I think a lot of games did.
Yeah, I think like like say BioWare RPGs like Dragon Age. It's like if people in your party get XP and then people in the camp get like a percentage of it, so that you're not like crazy behind, but they still will be behind in XP compared to what you're actually taking with you.
Yes, which is also how it works in Final Fantasy VII, actually.
Okay.
So another implementation or like consequence of that for the low level challenge is that you have to make sure everyone who's on the bench is dead on the bench, because then they don't get the shared EXP.
Okay. Cool. All right. Complicated.
Yes.
Well, I actually so I played I won't talk about him here. I'll save it for the Hitman stream, but I've played finished the first game and played the second game as well, and definitely had a fun time taking advantage of some speedrunner strats to make the game I guess easier, but really just much less tedious. So I'll get to show off some of that.
Okay.
So
are you a master of the boat level?
Oh yeah, the boat level's easy once you know how to do it.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it's pretty funny actually. Yeah, so we'll probably finish Hitman 1 in like 20 minutes. And then I'll just move on to the second one.
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah, why not? And the second one, it's funny. A lot of the I won't go into too much detail, but a lot of the frustrations I shared about playing the first game, like I was pleasantly surprised at how, for the most part, the first game is really not so janky. It's just like a couple levels are frustrating.
Yeah, even from what I was watching, it was mostly just the save thing that seemed to provide frustration and not really any jank of the levels.
Yeah, so that was me confusing the second game for the first. 'Cause the second game, improves on like basically everything the first game had, but also introduces a lot of stuff. And the stuff it introduces, like a lot of that has a lot of jank. Like the guards are just so like if you so much as like blink at them wrong, they'll just immediately open fire and like all
Oh,
this,
that sucks.
it's just like yeah, we'll ways around that. But yeah, so it can be annoying that way, but we'll show that off. Definitely a series that took quite a few iterations to get to the perfection it's at these days.
Yes, apparently the latest Hitman was the second best game ever, according to that one best games ever
Oh,
list
yeah.
that PC Gamer put that we complained about for Deus Ex.
Yeah. I don't know about that, but I'm sure it's very good. I mean, it is nice. It was a pleasant surprise that the reboots were like really good, in my opinion, as a Hitman fan. So
A hit fan.
A hit fan, yeah, you could say. I probably won't be playing them on stream, but it's too modern. It's too modern for this stream.
Yeah, exactly. If it's not at least 50 years old, we don't play it.
Yeah. Disco Elysium doesn't count because Disco Elysium is trying to emulate older
yes,
games.
it has a old school sensibility.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. And whatever else I played that's like recent. Amori, all those, they're all old school style games.
Have we played any very modern games on this stream then, besides Cyberpunk and Elden Ring?
Oh yeah, Elden Ring. Noel played that. Forgot about that.
We played some games that are like recent-ish, I think. Like
yeah,
Doki Doki Literature Club, for example.
Well, but yeah, I mean that one.
What's the newest game you played then?
Maybe, I mean, was it Disco Elysium?
Must have been, yeah.
Yeah, because like Homeworld, like the Homeworld, I mean, it's a remaster or remake, whatever, but still an old game. And then Deserts of Karak isn't that new. That's the newest one. Yeah, I mean that could very well be. I was going to do like a show off of some of the World in Conflict like games, but kind of just forgot. That was what it was because one of those came out like immediately before I played World in Conflict. So, but nope. Yeah, I don't know. What's the newest game you've played then?
It would have to be Omori, I think.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, because it's fairly recent or relatively.
I played a couple somewhat recent games. Like I wanted to play Night in the Woods, which is only a few years old now.
You did technically play it on stream, it just didn't work out.
Yes. I'm still not sure if it was that my PC can't stream the game or if it was just like an internet issue that day. So maybe
it was really weird. Yeah, the way it was lagging was weird.
I would quite like to do Night in the Woods, although I might have to read the voice, like just read out the text and voice the characters for Night in the Woods. I was thinking about how to handle it because it would definitely be like the point of the stream would be to analyze the story.
Oh sure.
To critique the story, I suppose. And it would be too easy to just like talk over it if we weren't. So maybe
that could be fun. And if you ever watched ProZD did like a playthrough of Phoenix Wright, actually. It was like him and his friend, and they did voices for all the characters. Of course, like he's a voice actor, and maybe his friend was too. So that's different than like us doing it. But at least it seemed fun. So I'm sure we could handle it. We'll get Meko, we'll get Hal.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. No, we'll get everyone.
The whole squad.
Who else has been here?
There's not very many characters in Night in the Woods, so we could each just do one or something.
Yeah.
If we got such a big crew as that.
Right. I mean, and if not, which we definitely won't, but
yes,
we just split them down the middle.
Yeah.
And BD.
I'll do Greg because he's the gay fox boy of the game, but you'll have to do his boyfriend because it wouldn't make sense for one person to be voicing both of those characters.
Yeah, especially if there's a nice fluid conversation. There's going to be a little overlap, maybe, so you don't want.
Yeah, definitely with only two people.
Yeah.
Because there's definitely a lot of scenes where it's like May and Greg's boyfriend Angus is his name. I kept forgetting. May's that player character. So, with any combination, like if I was just doing Greg and you were doing both the other two, thered still be some scenes where like Angus and May are talking. So maybe we'll have to choose who's voicing who scene by scene even.
Okay.
We'll figure it out when we get there.
Yeah. That's it may not even work out at all.
Yeah, that's also possible. It'll be
Although I guess I think I own it, so I could always host some of these
yeah.
things.
I was actually
So,
gonna suggest that, but we're gonna be
yeah.
like, you're really rich, buy Night in the Woods so he can stream it, because my fucking shitty PC can't do it.
Okay. Sure.
Because
Oh,
we'll talk. I guess we'll talk about it when/if we do Night in the Woods.
yeah, sure.
I just think it would be interesting to,
Yeah.
go back to the more classic motivation of TMP and analyze the story.
Right, yeah. We have been doing that, but it's all been my stories. There's not much to analyze.
I think we always do like a recap at the end of the game, but maybe
yeah.
maybe a little more than that or something.
Yeah, I mean, we did have a Disco Elysium because it was, I mean, and in Mori because it was pretty heavily story focused throughout. So, but yeah.
I think we were more serious about that sort of thing earlier on too. I think over time it's
Certainly.
more towards just us chatting about shit. Okay, to be aggressive, I was saying Marth is really good in this game, and the main reason that I didn't have time to mention was in most Fire Emblem games the main character has a rapier, which is a very good special weapon, but there's only like 1 or 2 in the whole game. In this one, you can just kind of buy a whole bunch of rapiers at every shop for a long time. So I have like 16 right now, and Marth can just kind of spam them for the whole rest of the game.
Nice.
So that's also really good. Only he can use them, and they're effective against both cavalry and knights, which is like half of the enemies in the game, and a very large portion of the bosses as well.
Okay. Yeah, actually, that's I was gonna say that's why I'm kind of looking forward to doing Hitman 2 because I think there's a that'll give us not the story necessarily, but I'll have some fun strategies and stuff to show off in the game, especially with a couple of speedrunner things. So
all right,
that could be a little bit fun.
It sounds amazing. Yes. Okay, what was the Iron Swords?
What I mean, remind me what is our immediate goal in Fire Emblem here?
Well, we're kind of at war with Goldua, or whatever they're called, the evil nation. So we're just kind of like going around the whole continent, liberating it, I guess.
Okay.
And right now we're liberating sort of the big benevolent empire of the game, which is Arkaneia, which is where Princess Nina comes from. Like the castle that I'm about to crash, that just has 2 ballisticians defending it now. Is like Arkaneia Palace or whatever, where Princess Nina is normally would live before she was captured by the enemy empire.
Sure.
I think it's Durhua is its name. That's what I'm finally remembering it. See, Goldua is another dragon nation from another Fire Emblem game. That's where the confusion comes from for me.
Yeah, I mean that's understandable.
I think Fire Emblem Dragon Country, and I just think of Goldua straight away.
There's 600 or something characters. There's like probably even more countries.
Yeah, it's an average of 0.5 characters per country in Fire Emblem games.
Anybody can declare a nation state, so.
Yes, exactly.
So they do.
I'm just depositing more and more rapiers into the storage. I think I probably have enough for the whole rest of the game at this point.
You're gonna make the rapier craftsman very rich.
Yes, exactly.
People are gonna be going to the store to buy shit, and it's just rapiers. They're like, "This is the only thing the economy can support."
Either that or rapiers get really, really expensive.
Yeah,
yeah.
yes.
Only like one craftsman who can make them, and I bought them all.
That's true. All right. Well, I was worried I had, I mean, I have been missing all the story stuff in this game, but at least right now it's nothing too heavy.
Yeah, I mean, like we'll have
at war.
We'll have cutscenes, and then we'll like do a whole map, which can be a slow process, and then more cutscenes again at the end. So we'll recruit. Well, we're recruiting Jake here. Actually, this is a slightly janky things. So Sheeta is going to talk about his girlfriend, Anna, who is also a recurring character in Fire Emblem. Anna's kind of like the Nurse Joy of the Fire Emblem universe, if you understand what I mean by that. She has like infinite twins, all named Anna.
Yeah.
And there's a village on this map where you can go to, and Anna is there, and she talks about how she's worried about her boyfriend Jake, and that's how you know to talk to him with Sheeta. Okay. And in the DS remake, you have to talk to Anna first, and then you can talk to Jake. But in this version of the game, you can just talk to him straight away. You don't even have to visit Anna's village at all. And okay. Sheeta just somehow knows about Anna, which doesn't really make sense, but it's okay.
No, well, yeah.
This is an old game. It doesn't have enough data storage to put a check for that. Let's see if I can find the one that's actually Anna. This is not her. This is just a generic old lady. Okay, next turn we'll try again to find Anna. We'll also buy some silver swords or something. Silver lances. Oh yeah, and also in this game, you might have just noticed I have a ton of money. This game just throws a lot of money at you at the start, so you basically never have to worry about money again. Not every Fire Emblem game is like that either. Some of the money is actually a mechanic in the game.
Yeah, that's a choice. I guess it's like if I think it's fine if games are like that, as long as the game doesn't pretend like money's a big deal when it's not, because then that's just some dissonance.
I think it's that this game is old, and they didn't really realize how they hadn't balanced it very well yet.
Yeah.
Because other Fire Emblem games do a much better job of making money.
Sure. Yeah, balance is definitely a struggle in old games, from what I've noticed.
Actually, Shozo Kaga, the guy who's sort of game designer and original concept guy of this game, has been quoted as sarcastically saying, "Balancing is my passion," because of how much he just did not give a shit about balance in this game, in this series. I think in the second game there's a ring that you can get that gives you retarded amounts of evasion and speed and makes you regenerate health every turn or something. It's just the most broken, over-the-top shit ever.
Yeah.
For no adequately explored reason.
No, it's you don't have to use it if you want to. Sure. Whatever is more fun for you.
Yes, something
that's
that.
Fine. That's sort of similar, in the Hitman games post the first one, there's difficulty levels, but all they do is give you more saves. So you can just choose to cripple yourself and not be able to save or not. It doesn't change anything else. It's just you choose your own challenge. It doesn't detract from the gameplay. You can play on normal, with most saves and just not save too. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, true. I'm not really very fond of difficulty settings in video games most of the time, mainly because they introduce a confusion about what difficulty should I actually be playing this game on to have the right experience.
Okay, yeah.
So I kind of like when a game just has one difficulty and you kind of know right away that this is the way the game is supposed to be played. And so therefore I think we should do what Halo did and just have a thing to say this is the real difficulty. Just tell them.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say that exact thing where it's some games will just tell you. But yeah, I think it's good in games maybe co-op multiplayer games like Vermintide or whatever. I say Dwarf Fortress, Deep Rock Galactic, where you just play on whatever difficulty is most fun for you, right? And higher difficulties can be more rewarding, but also more challenging, and some people like that, some people don't. And I think that works for that type of game, because if you're just playing a casual game to chat with your friends, you can do that. Or if you're try harding, you can do that, right? But for single player, because I always play on the hardest, because especially if it cripples the AI or something on lower difficulties, then it's well, I feel like I'm missing part of the game in that case, so yeah.
Yes. That's difficulty settings for you. I do think there are legitimate examples of it being done right or well, but oftentimes, I don't know.
Yeah,
I have some misgivings.
it's just so
But I think
arbitrary.
both it can be confusing and also like I feel like lots of other things you could do with development resources are actually probably better than making difficulties.
Yeah, well, to that, I guess I wouldn't think that difficulties take that many resources. It's just like
Some of them they just like do a slight modifier on how much health enemies have.
that's what I was
and
gonna
stuff.
say. Yeah, it's like that's just like a configuration file number change, you know. But,
Yeah,
yeah,
but that's the absolute worst way to do a difficulty setting.
agree. Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, so these guys are in prison. These are some of the soldiers that like fought with us, fought on our side, but they're in jail because this castle got captured, obviously. So we're gonna go save them. So we have Bishop Boa, who's an old man, and also Mighty, I think is this woman's name. She's a recolor of Katua, who we talked to earlier.
Yeah, classic.
But if you die, Astria will mourn. So if that's her husband, we can later on in the game we can recruit him using her.
Gotcha.
As long as we get her out of jail before she dies, because as we like go into this map, they're gonna start trying to execute the prisoners with these archers and mage.
Okay, well that's no good. Gotta save them.
Definitely. Most of these guys are notably terrible, but Boa's really good. He's like a slightly better version of Wendell, who we have, who's already very good.
I mean, if they were good, they wouldn't have gotten in prison. So
exactly,
they would have died with honor.
I'm actually kind of worried about the mage because there's no resistance in this game.
Uh-oh.
So there's no way to mitigate how much damage he does to somebody. The best thing to do is to have a warp and just like warp somebody to the nearby to save them, like kill enemies that are threatening the imprisoned guys straight away. But I broke my warp staff last map because I've been spamming it too much, using it terribly. But there's actually another one, at least in the remake. One of these two thieves has one, so I can get another one if I kill him.
Okay.
And then warps one straight away, or next turn. That one was an Arcane. So that's our strategy for now, is to try and get a warp off right away. And I also want to give the power ring to Marth so that he can kill even more. It boosts his strength, of course.
Right. Stack up Marth.
Yes, that's the strategy of this game.
Does Marth get like a reaction ability like Cloud?
No, this game is not nearly fancy enough for anything like that after all.
That would work very well with the attack priority.
Jeez. You mean like the limit break? Oh, no, I meant like the counter materia.
Yeah, the counter materia. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
That would be quite good, but sadly, no.
Yeah. Alright.
He already counters, though, so you just boost up all his stats and then put him next to enemies and he destroys them. And also, I might start doing this on some maps. You can also just like warp him to the boss, and then he kills the boss with his rapier. And then the next turn he seizes the throne, and that's the whole map in like 1 second.
Nice. Yeah,
his warp has infinite range.
Wow.
Yeah. So again, in later games, warp would be like the character's magic stat divided by 2 would be the range.
Okay, yeah. Just any limit.
Yeah.
It's already an improvement over infinite.
Infinite range warp is one of the many like memorably overpowered and ridiculous things in this game. So actually the power rings for Marth are even more important. I think he could have done without the speed wing. I could have given it to Minerva or somebody because she's actually very slow. But the power ring, we really want him to have 20 strength, the maximum possible. Because at the end of the game, he has to kill the final boss for us. He's like the only character who
Okay.
can do it. And so having him at max strength to make that
Yes, one
less
piece
of
of
a
the
headache
puzzle.
is ideal. Yeah, well, the reason only he can do it is essentially that he gets a special sword that's good against the final
Is it
boss.
called the Blade of Light?
No.
Oh, damn.
It's called Falchion.
Oh yeah, you told me that.
Yeah. It is not a Falchion, it's just called Falchion.
Right. Yeah. It's too straight to be a real Falchion.
Exactly. Okay, that's probably...
Is the final boss the Shadow Dragon, at least?
Yes.
Okay, alright, that's one of two.
He's an Earth Dragon, but he's just called the Shadow Dragon.
Yeah.
This game
He
is...
just thought it was a cool name. He's like, I'm the final boss, I'll pick my own name, thank
Yes,
you.
exactly.
Yeah.
This game is notable for its misnomers as well as other things, as its weird-ass mechanics, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we've covered Fire Emblem pretty well for the time being, so what have you been up to over the past week?
We're just playing Hitman, really.
Okay.
Hitman and Dwarf Fortress.
Ah, yes.
Which, you asked me last time, did we Fire Emblem, how Dwarf Fortress differs from Rimworld. There's a couple other things I discovered. Basically, this makes it more or less fun for some people. It just depends on how you feel. But Dwarf Fortress is much more of a simulation where everything that happens in the game, like Rimworld, it's like stuff happens to make the game fun, right? Which is, nothing wrong with that. But in Dwarf Fortress, everything happens for like a simulated reason. Like if you get attacked, it's because enemies from a nearby settlement came over to attack you. Like if there's weather, the game has a full weather simulation, like including like the way mountains affect, wind and stuff like that, and temperature change. And then like there's actually physics, like fluidic simulation. There's physics simulation, so you can like create like guns using mine carts, because mine carts have like realistic physics and like all sorts of crazy stuff. So that's another thing that makes the game interesting. Whereas like Rimworld is designed to be more of at least more accessible as a like story creation engine, I think is what the dev called it.
Well, it has the storytellers who, like as you said, will just kind of do
things will
something
just
to fuck
happen
with you to make it funny.
Yeah, and it's easier to access like things that happen in the game pop up on your screen more easily, and like your pawns have relationships with each other that are more readily apparent and that kind of thing, which is all exists in Dwarf Fortress, but it's like harder to glean. Dwarf Fortress kind of gives you the information from which you can imagine your own story, whereas Rimworld is much more of an overt like storytelling game. So there is that. Rimworld is also just like kind of easier to get into, definitely. Well, the new Steam version of Dwarf Fortress helps with that a lot, but even so, the UI is just objectively bad, I think. And even though it's improved now, it just needs work. Like, it's understandable it was made by one guy. That's fine. But he's now a millionaire. It's like overnight, basically, from just selling his game on Steam. Which, good for him. He's been working on it for 20 years. Yeah. For free, and then all of a sudden, so good. But now that he's a millionaire, he can improve the UI.
Can hire somebody who's specialized in UI.
Yeah, he could. I don't know if he intends to, but he definitely could now. So, but yeah. So yeah, been doing that. I have a decent fort going, and yeah, I've been just playing Hitman, and thinking of what to do on the Hitman stream.
Witty things to stream Hitman with. You haven't watched any movies? You watched a bunch of movies. You watched the new version of All Quiet on the Western Front.
Yeah, I watched that today. It was good. I actually liked it quite a bit. It's I don't want to spoil it because I want you to read the book eventually.
Yes,
and it's similar
to the literary
book.
classic after all.
It is. It's a masterpiece. But it's similar to the book, except it changes some parts of the story, but the story beats are all generally the same, and the themes are the same, message is the same. So I think that's the important. It's one of those books where like the story itself isn't the important part. It's more of like the themes it puts forward. and so the story can change and still and not really like negatively affect that. I feel like that's what the movie does, except for the ending, which I think notably the book does quite a bit better. The movie makes everything a lot more dramatic to make it more interesting as a movie, but the book, like a lot of moments in the movie that are very dramatic, are kind of portrayed as somewhat more mundane in the book, and that's also kind of the point of it. Is like there's nothing heroic or interesting about war. It's just like really shitty. Which the movie, of course, does show the horrors of World War One very well, but in a more exciting way a lot of the time, because it's a movie. So, which is fine, but it does kind of
particularly bother me at least.
No, it doesn't bother me either. But the book is unique in the at least in that aspect. I feel that does get its point across a little better by MO, but not hugely. But it is kind of it's just like it was good, it was well done, but it kind of reminds me of every other like war is a bad movie. It's all just like everyone's really muddy and miserable the whole time. So it's not like anything especially new. But I guess a lot of that media came from the book, so it's
possibly. I think it mainly just how fucking horrifying World War I and II were in general.
Yeah, sure. I guess I guess the book was an account of or a fictional account of a person who the author did serve in World War One.
Yes.
So any account from a person who served in one of those wars is going to have a lot of the same themes, unless they really had a good time for some reason. I don't know. Yeah.
Maybe if they were a general or something, mostly just sat around.
Yeah, smoking nice cigars and something.
Yeah.
I was to say.
You still yet to see the ultimate War is Bad movie, that being Come and See, of course.
I know, yeah, I'm building up to it.
Yes. Maybe Grey the Fireflies next, and then you can finish off with Come and See.
Oh yeah. Start with a cartoon.
Grey the Fireflies is a very personal version of that, I think.
Okay. That's one of KG's favorite movies, I think, right?
It is, along with Barefoot Jen, which is another similar theme.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Movie.
Gotcha.
Yes, I think he witnesses or in some way affected personally by one of the nukes. That guy, that kid.
Okay.
Barefoot Jen, I mean. He doesn't wear any shoes either. That's the reason.
Yes, does the nuke cause him to lose his shoes, or is that?
I don't think so.
Okay.
He would be called Jen Nupid in French.
Just so you know. Thank you. I was wondering.
Yes. Night in the Woods would be called Nuit dans le Bois in French. Just in case you were wondering about that as well.
Yes, I was going to ask and I forgot because that would.
Yeah.
I wanted to save it for our Night in the Woods stream, but that's okay.
Oh yeah.
We'll go over it again, I'm sure. And then what other have I watched any other movies? I don't remember. I don't think so.
Go on Letterboxd.
That's not something I'll look at my own journal because I don't recollect.
You probably watched some movies. I don't know if you watched any movies since we last streamed or not, though.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, I guess. Check my diary. Yeah, no, we talked about the Northman. That was where we talked about that, sort of. Or I watched that.
We talked about Willem Dafoe in general, didn't we? Because of the Northman.
We did. Yeah. Did I talk about I played 12 minutes, the that game with Willem Dafoe? Okay, yeah.
We talked about it, but we didn't get into too much detail. And actually, I watched Lucky streams, or 12 minutes a while back, and I watched a part of the VOD. So we got even better night. There 12 minutes.
Night in the 12 minutes.
It's a very awkward game. I was surprised by just how awkward it was.
Yeah.
Because, like, there definitely could have been more checks for things to change the dialogue and stuff like that. Like,
yes.
One loop donkey was like hiding in the closet, and the wife like found the closet, but she just sort of like kissed him and said hi like she normally does.
Oh, if you hide before you meet her, yeah.
Yeah. So she just like saw him hiding in the closet for no adequately explored reason and had zero reaction to that.
Yeah, just had a voice line like, "Oh, you're so funny" or something, you know.
Not even, yeah, exactly.
Did anything, yeah.
There was a lot of stuff like that throughout the game. Like another one was and sometimes it's the acting as well lends to that. Like there was one thing I saw, he like killed his character, like he took a knife and slit his own throat, and his wife saw it and she like reacted, but it was a very mild reaction for seeing your husband just like randomly commit suicide in front of you, right?
Yeah.
She was like, "Oh wow, oh no, oh my god," you know, and she was like, "Are you okay?" Like something like that.
Yeah. Clearly not. That's yeah, Daisy Ridley. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't really have like an opinion of her because I've only seen her in Star Wars, but
she.
I wasn't particularly impressed by anyone in that game except Willem Dafoe is always perfect. But um,
Yeah, neither characters
it's
very
James
good.
McAvoy as the main guy.
Well, I guess I like
It's
Daisy
a
Ridley more than I do in Star Wars because her character just had no emotions in Star Wars, so there was no opportunities for acting.
yeah, yeah. Which isn't her fault.
Whereas there's parts of 12 minutes where she does actually like evoke emotions because that game at least has some opportunities to
Yeah.
do that.
Did you? So have you watched like a full loop where it shows like the full story?
No, I know about the
Okay.
plot twist though, because Yahtzee actually just straight up spoiled it in his
Oh, good.
review.
It's so fucking. It's so weird. Like it gets so stupid. The story. I don't. I don't like the ending. I don't know. There's this weird like meta like um Zen narrative about like the game might not even be like it's all happening in the character's head or something. It's like really unclear. And then yeah,
Okay,
that
I
whole
didn't
thing
know
where
about
he's just
that
like
part. I knew that the
he-
twist is like his wife also his sister or something like
yeah, yeah,
that, and
yeah.
then he just
Yes. Like yeah, so the whole thing is like somebody murdered her dad and who is Willem Dafoe, and then Willem Dafoe is the assassin who was oh no, that's not true. Well, yeah, Willem Dafoe is like
Defoe's trying to save his cancer and what did bother because he needs money to pay
yeah,
for
but
his
he was also a
medical bills
student
or something like
of the
that.
father, and that's why he's personally invested in this like assassination of the or getting the he wants to kill the woman, but he also wants to get the like magic pocket watch.
Yeah,
And that's what he's gonna sell. Yeah, I forgot about the watch, even though it's like super important. I guess it's just a MacGuffin. It's not actually. I don't even think it's that important. But yeah, it's like what? So the guy got hypnotized, so he'd forget that his wife is his sister, and it's like what? I don't know.
I think a lot of those plot twists are just kind of in there to have more plot twists.
Yeah, I guess it's interesting. Yeah, I guess.
I guess I'll see
I was
more
kind of
of it.
disappointed. Whereas like that game got the most hype of all the like time loop games because of the
I
big
think
name actors
Deathloop
attached
got
to it.
the most hype out of
Oh,
all of
true,
them.
true. But Deathloop is a little different because I guess well, yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, it did.
It was the one that was up
Um,
for Game of the Year in the stupid ass Game
yeah,
Awards. I
yeah,
thought I was gonna win too. I was surprised when
it
It
could have.
Takes Two
It's
won.
yeah.
See,
I
you were
think it was
talking. That reminds me, you were talking about like this game being kind of a slow year for the Game Awards, but really last year, like if you compare it to last year, it was a lot less slow, especially for like
oh yeah,
Game Awards games, because Elden Ring and God of War both felt like games that like
true.
if it wasn't for the other one, those games would be a lock, and there were
Hmm.
two games like that this year.
Yeah,
Whereas last year it was more like It Takes Two won because there was nothing else there to beat it. You know, there's nothing. No, this game is the Game Awards are gonna pick it this year
yeah. Well, and
type of
Deathloop,
game.
even like you said, it was pretty well hyped, and it kind of was. But like the way I felt about it was like it had like a trailer, and then everyone was like, "Oh, that looks cool," and then everyone forgot about it until like immediately before release. That's like how I felt about it
Well, it
as
is an
well. Like,
Arcane Studios game, so
yeah,
it's gonna
they're
be
very forgettable,
forgettable.
right? um, I even forgot about it when I was just now talking about time loop games.
Yeah,
The ones I was
but I think
referencing was Outer Wilds and The Forgotten City,
yes.
which Outer Wilds is is more like physics puzzly and like you're traveling through space and stuff. So there's like more game to it. So it's unique in that sense. So like the closer comparison would be Forgotten City, where you are mostly just walking around talking to people,
Outer
and that game is
Wilds
just like
has a lot
way
of
better.
hype. Yeah, definitely. Well, I guess Deathloop like has the solid gameplay that it's
It does. If you like
Arcane
arcane
Studios games
gameplay,
always
there
have.
it is. Yeah,
Um,
that's true. Um, and the story in Deathloop is like, yeah, I think that's why
the
Deathloop is a little
writing
different.
kind of is cringe in it. Like actually I was watching Donkey stream that game as well this over
Okay.
the last week, and one of the things that I like noticed with writing, I guess, was a lot of it had this feeling of like comedy writer when the supervisor is watching. If you know what I mean by
Oh
that,
yeah,
where
like
like
Marvel movies.
yeah, I guess, where they feel like they have to stuff in more jokes to look like they're keeping busy at work, basically, and so a lot of them are really forced and cringe. And especially when Ducky like hated all the DMs, like the Discord DMs that you can read from between the main character, the visionaries.
Oh yeah, there's
some really bad ones. He found the one where the guy calls the other one like a Baba bleeder or something like that.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. I think part of that issue is they wanted to have so much variety in the voice lines to account for different things that the player would do throughout loops. But when you have that much variety, I guess, you just run out of ideas. I don't know. Maybe that's what happened.
Possibly.
I don't know.
I was kind of impressed. There was one thing he did where the main character was like trying to guess a password. It was like a voice password. He didn't know what it was, and there was really a surprisingly high number of different random words that he would say to try and guess the password. That's kind of fun.
I think that was one of the things that people like. It was like a fun fact. Like the script for this game could be 12 million pages. I don't know, not that, but like something.
If printed out, the script of this game could be used to choke an elephant.
Yeah, exactly. Which I think, what game was it? It wasn't Disco Elysium, although that is also
Disco Elysium and
multiple novels worth.
The other one, Planescape Torment, both have that thing going.
Yeah, but there was like a game where like people were like, the script for this game just has so many lines, and I saw like 3 articles all talking about the same thing. I don't remember which game it was. Whatever. I think it was like Fallout 4 or something like stupid. Yeah,
I remember
it definitely was.
Dragon Age Origins, when Yahtzee first reviewed that, I think he said that somebody said it had like $4 or $5 worth of text in it, and he was like, how the fuck is that a good thing?
Yeah, like who cares? And also, how do you measure a book? It could be a short book.
Yeah,
but that's just being nitpicky.
Potentially deceptive aspect.
Yeah, like that doesn't. That's what I was like. Fallout 4 has like 4,000 pages of dialogue. It's like, why? Cool. I don't know. Whatever. Who cares?
Most of it just like hello.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you fetch a thing for
me? It's like Morrowind had more dialogue, just didn't have it spoken. So it's actually better.
I do think there are some like teenagers who think that the more text the story has, the better the story is.
Oh yeah, like I'm not like impressed that Disco Elysium is fucking wordy. Just like I think it's well written for the most part. That's what's good about it. But it could have it could have less in it.
Certainly
some people are just impressed. Some people are just impressed by the fact that there's like so much to it.
Yeah.
Whatever.
These are the type of people who will inevitably think Metal Gear Solid is a great masterclass in storytelling.
Yeah, Death Stranding. The Death Stranding movie is being made now, and people are like excited.
Is that being directed by Hideo Kojima?
Oh, ooh. I don't know if he would. How could he allow it to become a movie if he wasn't directing it?
Because I would be curious. Like, I'd be somewhat excited for that, just because I am curious to see Hideo Kojima direct a movie.
Oh, he's producing, so it doesn't mean anything.
Oh, that sucks.
This will be the first Strand type movie, according to Polygon.
Yes, exactly.
Death Stranding creator and serial face collector Hideo Kojima. That's true. He does love his celebrities.
Just like Arya Stark.
Oh yes, yeah. In famous character from Multiverse.
Yes.
A game that I haven't touched in a very long time.
Me neither. For about a year of PSN just to fucking play that stupid fucking game, and now I haven't played it in months. That was such a bad use of my money. I have to get Fortnite or something.
Yeah, there you go. Just play something else. Play Dead by Daylight.
Apex Legends.
Hell yeah. Actually, if you get Dead by Daylight, I mean, just in general, it has crossplay. Not that I actually want you to play with me. Okay. I'm too good for you. But...
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, we can only really play together as survivors, right? Like,
yeah, that's fine. I play Survivor every now and then. The reason I don't play Survivor is I have no one to play with, and playing with randoms is like odd. It's just a really crapshoot whether you'll have fun or not, because it's entirely in the hands of other people. Similar to League.
Yeah, but you're playing fucking ADC on League.
Exactly, but like, imagine that, but you can't talk to them. I guess you can get in Discord, which everyone does, but you're not supposed to.
That's cheating.
It's cheating. Fucking assholes. Anyway. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, the game time loop games originally.
Deathloop and
Yeah.
uh,
Have you played any of those games or just like seen some of them? Like Forgotten
I've only
City.
watched
Okay.
some people play them. Oh no, the only time I played it Doors Mask.
Okay.
Quintessential time looking.
Yeah, that one too. That's right. That's a good one. Um, allegedly, I can't speak for it.
The hit sequel to Oot.
Yeah, the hit sequel to Oot. Yeah. So, oh yeah. I mean, I don't really have much more to say about 12 minutes. I think, yeah,
it is funny.
It is funny, but not necessarily intentionally. And
No, definitely not intentionally.
the story is stupid, and it got too much hype for the acting, even though like, the acting isn't amazing, and all the other games were
I actually
better.
really despise the idea of like, ooh, we have a Hollywood actor in this video game as a marketing thing.
Yeah,
like, that's such bullshit.
Well, it is, and it like actively fucks over voice actors who like they're just like get shoved aside for someone who is probably worse. They're just a bigger name actor because movies are just more well known, right? So kind of lame. I mean, a great example of that is David Hayter, who is not a good actor, but he was Snake, getting pushed aside for Kiefer Sutherland, who was fine. He just like had no lines because I guess he was too expensive. I don't know. I don't know. But
was it just like there was no like real problem with David Hayter that caused it? They just kind of wanted Kiefer Sutherland instead.
Well, as far as I know, David Hayter was like not even informed that he was not Snake. He was just like he just saw the credits or whatever or the casting choice for Snake, and it just wasn't him. And he was like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, I played him.
And like, no, as far as like Kojima never said anything about it, I don't think. And as far as Hayter says, he's like, I wasn't aware of any issues or like I never fought with Kojima. It's just like Kojima was known to have wanted to replace Hayter with Kurt Russell in MGS3. So like Kojima had already wanted like a big Hollywood actor for some time, and I guess I'm assuming he just was able to get Sutherland for 5, and so he did it. Like he had wanted to replace Hayter just I think because he, as we can see from Death Stranding, he just wants his games full of Hollywood actors.
Yeah.
So there you go.
I guess I don't mind it as much when he does it because it feels like he just really loves movies, and it probably actually is more for passionate reasons rather than, I guess, sincere reasons rather than
I just think it's
marketing.
lame he fucked over Hayter, but other than that, I don't really,
definitely. Who, like you said, not a good actor, but he was perfectly sufficient for playing Solid Snake. With zero emotional range.
And people are like, well, they needed Sutherland for 5 because Snake has emotional range in that. And it's like, yeah, he has like one line. He has like one little short monologue where he has some like emotion, but that's it. So I don't know, whatever.
Yeah.
But that's no, I'm with you. I think that's really just like stupid. It's the same obsession with making games, cinematic, right? Which is
incredibly.
I don't think it's inherently a bad thing, but it's the obsession with it. Like that's one thing I like about Yahtzee's video we talked about last time, with where I guess his lament was that games are not that like these AAA games exist, but that there's just so many of them, and they're taking over the fun stool. And so it's kind of that where it's like I don't mind some games trying to be cinematic. Like I tend to prefer games that aren't that way, but that's fine. The fact that so many games, like every game, or every dev sees that as like the way to make money is just like tedious and wrong, I think. So
yes,
stupid.
It's misguided if your goal is actually to make a good video game, to try and emulate movies. That's a completely different medium. What the fuck are you doing? I think we've harped on this a lot.
We have, but for any new viewers, which there are none, but just in case,
I guess it needs to be continually harped on it as long as games like God of War, Ragnarok are being seen as like a good type of game to make.
Yeah, I don't know. Ragnarok seems at least like they put enough effort into it that it's.
But it is very much just a game that is trying to be a movie.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
The point, like I told you about, they fucking bragged that it was a one-take movie. If it were a movie, it would have been a one-take.
Yeah. I did not watch the new extra punctuation, which I also talks about God of War, right?
I wanted to talk about that one,
No.
but I guess if you haven't seen it, I forget what my observation was anyway. Oh, tone
Oh yeah, yeah.
in Sonic. So he was complaining about the tone inconsistency of Sonic of games in general, with some of the main examples used being Sonic the Hedgehog, God of War Ragnarok, and Uncharted. And I don't really care about God of War part because God of War is very boring. But what he said on that was like, Kratos supposed to be trying to move on past his previous violent past, and he gets into like a big fight in the middle of a conversation, and then everyone just kind of like goes back to the conversation they were having before.
Okay. Yeah. But he only fights because he has to now, instead of because he likes it.
Yes.
So that's
why that's kind of because you could make this counter argument that they have such a non-reaction to show how desensitized they are to violence in the world they're inhabiting or whatever. But Yossi then like counter arguments that by saying that because Kratos is trying to move on from his past of violence, he would have a stronger reaction to it than that.
Yeah, I
it
guess
doesn't make sense for the character to be non-reactive. So that's that was the God of War aspect of it.
Observation. Okay.
Nothing.
What was the Sonic one?
Sonic, well, some Sonic games like Sonic 2006 and Shadow the Hedgehog and stuff have these more attempts at more serious storytelling, whereas Sonic himself is a fluffy, cutesy cartoon mascot.
Sure.
That's to him the big contradiction. So he said that he complained about that in Sonic Frontiers, and some people wrote back to him that like, they like Sonic trying to do these more, I don't know, introspective themes or whatever. And he's like, but look at him, he's a freaking rabbit, you know?
Yeah, he looks stupid. Not stupid, but yeah.
Which I see the point of, but for me, I think there's a charm to Sonic doing that because it's such a fucking stupid and weird thing to do.
Yeah. It's fair. Like, if it's done well.
It's not done well, but that's why it's funny. I guess it's kind of the argument that I make at this point.
Yeah, fair.
Like, Sonic is... That's why Shadow the Hedgehog is my favorite Sonic character, because he encapsulates this fucking ridiculous, like,
He's your favorite satirically.
Yeah, basically, he encapsulates the goofiness of the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise, which is the fact that it does, like, have these silly cartoon characters experiencing, more serious emotions, more serious storytelling and stuff, and that he kind of does that with a straight face without realizing how goofy that is. That's what's amusing.
Realizing or caring or whatever,
yeah, one of the two. Possibly both. There we go. We have a maxed out Marth now. Maxed out level Marth.
Nice. That's it then. Now you can go work to the boss, right?
He's still 3 strength away from max, so he'll get another power ring to feed him one day.
Nice.
Well, most chapters I don't really want to do the warp to the boss thing just because there's something in the chapter I want to get. Like, this map has a bunch of treasure chests in it, so I want to pick all the treasure chests. But at least if I find a good map to do it on, I'll just warp.
Just to show it off.
Because it's funny.
Yeah, absolutely.
And because it saves time. No, we don't want this to be a 4-stream game.
No, that would be absurd.
That would cut into my schedule.
I already fucked up by having Hitman Codename 47 be a 2-stream game.
I guess it's gonna be like a 1.1 stream game though, according to
it will be. Yeah, it should be, unless I really can't beat the last level, which would be embarrassing. The last level is kind of luck based, but we'll manage it.
Try not to embarrass yourself then.
No, I'll do my best. Any further?
Yes, exactly.
At least, like I was saying with the second game, it's like it'll be more of like I'm almost certain to finish the level. It just might not be with the highest rating. Whereas like the first game, it's like you probably, if you don't finish it, if you don't do it right, you're just not gonna finish. Whereas the second game is like, if you don't do it right, you'll get the worst rating. But the levels are easier to beat. But so all the challenges in getting the highest rating, which is definitely an improvement.
I'd say so.
Some nuance, but yeah. What are the big what would you say are kind of the highlights in the Fire Emblem series? Like, are there games that really like change the formula? Like, I mean, this is the first one, obviously. Are there ones where they like introduce mechanics or something that all the others take influence from, or is it kind of more of a gradual improvement over time?
Good point. Good question.
Thank you.
I think what you see is less big gameplay, like big games that really shake up the gameplay, and more games that shake up the aesthetic of the series. In which case, I guess when Shozo Kaga leaves, I think it's Final Emblem 5. That's the last one he does, or maybe it's 6. I think it's 5. Then like 2 games later, you have, I forget the guy's name, but there's another guy who kind of becomes important anyways, and sort of changes things a lot. So Final 7 and then Final 13, Awakening are both really big aesthetic digressions. Awakening is kind of the one that turns it into a waifu simulator, like, to the most extreme extent.
Okay.
Like,
yeah,
it's like
it awakens
really
your
that.
sexuality.
Like, it's the one that introduces. Yes, it's the one that introduces the idea of the player being represented by a specific character in the game, who can then romance any given one of the other characters that you want.
Okay.
Which was not in previous Fire Emblem music, except for the if you thought of the Lord as being that.
Yeah. Well, does this first one have any like romance options, or is
Shida, who we have as our Pegasus Knight, is just Marth's girlfriend.
Okay, so he just said
he can't romance anyone else. He will either end up like, if Shida is alive at the end of the game, he will have a happy ending where they like romance each other at the end. And if she's dead, the ending will be like, oh, we saved the world, but my girlfriend's dead, so I'm really sad.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
But then around the point where the support system gets introduced, I guess, which is like, if characters fight close to each other, they start to have a bond and they get stats for being close to each other for the rest of the game. And then you can get people to like A rank support and they fall in love, right? Like, and then the Lord would start to have a reasonably high number of different romance options that he could have, and paired endings as well started to be a thing. So Roy has like, I forget, I think he has like 4 or 5 different girls that he can romance and have paired endings with. And then Ike is interesting. Ike is speculated to be gay because he only has 2 paired endings and they're both with men.
Okay. I mean, yeah, that's a pretty
yeah, I mean, it doesn't say like, you know, Ike and Renal fucked each other every night or anything like that, but it says like Ike went off on a journey and this guy came with him.
Okay. And no girls were allowed.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, sure. Gotcha.
Do you remember Ike from Smash Brothers?
Yeah, Ike is the one like with the like 2-handed sword or something.
Yeah, he was introduced in Brawl.
Okay, yeah, I remember.
And he had the move where he would like throw his sword up and then jump and catch it and slam down on you with it.
Yep. That's my understanding of Fire Emblem characters. It's like one sworded guy, another one sworded guy, and two-handed sword guy.
Yep. Well, Ike is my favorite variation on the Fire Emblem Lord character, mainly just because he's in the best written game, I think.
Which one is he in?
He's in 2 games, Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn, which are the 9th and 10th Fire Emblem games.
I remember you mentioning those. And like one is a direct sequel to the other, right? Which is kind of unique for Fire Emblem.
Radiant Dawn. That's why in Smash 4, Ike has like large changes where he's buff now, because Radiant Dawn takes a few years later, and Ike has had some good gains. Yeah, he's had some gains. There's another character who's like a twink, I guess, and he's like comments on how jealous he is of Ike's buff body. Maybe that's why I like that game. It has the most homosexual undertones.
It has at least a twink. That's pretty good.
It has a lot of twinks. Really, it is an anime game after all.
True, yeah, you can't get away from
Japanese people like Fire Emblem demonstrates the fact that it's acceptable for men to wear like shirts that expose their belly in Japan, or at least in Japanese media, which is very much an only for girls thing in North America.
Yeah. Sometimes in Europe you can get away with like some fashions that in America wouldn't be, like mesh shirts.
Certainly.
Like, in the US that's just super gay, but like you go to Romania and it's just like what people wear, or at least that was the case. Fashion changes.
Yes. I was reading a Spirou that seemed to indicate that like at least in the 70s the normal like expected male swimwear for the beach was like a banana hammock, basically, whereas it's very much the swim shorts and swim trunks in America. We don't want men
It's
to
true,
be
yeah.
wearing such revealing swimsuits as that over here.
No, 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 no.
Whereas like in this Spear album, every single man on the beach was wearing like swim briefs, I
Yeah,
guess
like
you'd
a
call them.
speedo.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I remember like even in like Doctor No, the James Bond movie. I'm pretty sure like 007 wears like that. You know, and it couldn't just be to show off what's his name's body, but Sean Connery, but because he was the sexiest man alive at the time,
Oh yeah.
allegedly. But
It was a vote, I
yeah,
think.
I think it's just normal elsewhere.
Yeah. Again, for most of human history, the normal swimwear was nothing. You would swim naked because
True,
the idea
that's
of
right.
swimming with clothes on is actually kind of well, not a little bit unintuitive, I guess. But
Yeah.
American society, we're so
Well, there
like
are those fish, that there's those fish that can swim into your penis. You want to avoid that.
yeah, that's in like the Amazon River or something like that, right?
Yes, if you're swimming in the Amazon, you might want to wear something.
Do you know
But
that from
otherwise,
the
I
Carl
suppose
Pilkington video where he talks about it?
no. No, actually, I don't know where I know that from. But that's funny that Carl talks about it. I
That
like
is
Carl Pilkington.
that is true. You would definitely want protective gear to go swimming there, but I don't think you should go swimming there.
Yeah, there's
I
like
think the
piranhas
idea of
probably.
like swimsuits is like a 50 to 100-year-old thing at most.
Um, yeah, I mean that wouldn't surprise me. It probably is just an anti-nudity thing. Like I read a story about this Finnish exchange student
Yes.
who came to the US and was showing a presentation and like about Finnish culture and just like had a picture of like her and her family just sitting naked in a sauna and they had like CPS called on them. It's like why? What? So
Yep.
very taboo here in the US, but in
Much
Finland it's
more
like
of a.
yeah.
I think Europe in general has a more casual attitude towards nudity.
Yeah, in general, yeah.
Another thing that the Spiru like kind of exposed to me is that guns and like smoking and drinking are all quite taboo in American like children's entertainment, I guess. Whereas
Yeah. It's
European French comics don't give a shit about those things. Like even like Fantasio just smokes and drinks all the time and no one cares.
yeah. Smoking and drinking here has been taboo for a while in kids stuff and guns like much more recently.
Mm-hmm.
Even like laser guns or whatever. You'd be a little more hard pressed to find something like that in kids media these days. I think. I mean, the gun thing I think is it's like guns are so prevalent in the culture. I guess smoking and drinking are
That
too.
is kind of weird, isn't
I
it?
guess
The
hiding it from
hypocrisy
kids
of
is
that.
like, yeah, hiding it from kids is just like I don't know how useful it is. I have no issue with not because I think the issue there is like the issue I have with it is like anytime like smoking and drinking appears in media, I wouldn't doubt like some company has some propaganda influence on that. So like excluding it from media to protect the children is like at its core, I don't know if there's a point to that, but preventing these companies from like marketing to children, I think is great. Whereas the gun thing is like
Sure.
not doesn't really have that element to it in my mind. So that's why I guess I think of it differently. But
Well, the way smoking and drinking are depicted in like Tintin and Spiro, it doesn't at all strike me as a like capitalist marketing thing. It just strikes me
yeah,
as like a frank depiction of the fact that those things exist and that people
yeah,
use them.
I think that's fine. I just like if it's portrayed at all here in the U.S., it's probably has some capitalist propaganda aspect to it. Which,
Yeah, unfortunately.
it's like yeah, the idea like the was it Marlboro that has the camel? I don't remember.
I
Like the camel mascot is like a cartoonish mascot, and the whole point of that is to make the brand more appealing to children. Like even though they're not allowed to market to children, just having a cartoon mascot was their way to like get into kids' heads early. It's just like disgusting.
I think there was legislation that it was like uh, cigarette companies or gambling companies are just not allowed to have a cartoon mascot for that reason.
Oh, that makes sense. I'm down for that. Kids are impressionable. I mean, I think in the U.S. it's actually illegal to advertise to children. Um, or there was something about it. So they have to be very careful about how they like how they show ads. Maybe it's like countries that aren't the U.S. Maybe that would make more sense because the U.S. is always like lagging behind in that kind of shit. But like toy commercials and that kind of thing, you have to like word it in a certain way that like It's like, parents, buy this for your kids. Because it used to be, they just be like, kids, you have to get your parents to buy you this, you know, and it's just like really shitty because they'll do it, you know, they're just very impressionable. So I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. I read something vaguely about that at some point in my life.
Yeah, I think there's value in just showing those things so that kids like know they exist instead of trying to shelter them for it, which can leave them less prepared to deal with those things when they start to become a factor for them.
Definitely. I mean, there's a big stereotype of like the sheltered kid going off to college and then just going fucking wild because they can now.
Yes.
Like the only thing stopping them was their strict parents who never taught them moderation. So they're just like, what? Why? What is that?
I think that kind of happened to me with video games. Like my mom always used to like really heavily restrict them, and then as soon as I started to grow up, I just wasted my entire life playing video games.
My parents never restricted me, and I waste my entire life now. So it just
but your life isn't like a shambles like mine is. You actually got a good job that pays you properly and stuff.
That's fair. I did do a balance of doing the bare minimum to get through school while still skipping most of my classes to play Persona 3.
That was my problem. I needed to do the bare minimum instead. And I also think I needed to accept that I was just gonna have a job that I sort of hated instead of trying to like get one I actually like.
Oh yeah. Once you have a job that you sort of hate, then you can more easily work towards something that you like, if such a thing exists.
Yes. I was thinking about like how loathsome the entire idea of becoming an accountant seemed to me in high school when I took accounting class recently. Because if I compare to what I did like over the last week for work, accounting seems like heaven in comparison. Just fucking sitting there doing really easy math for like 5 minutes a day, making stupid amounts of money.
Yes. Yep.
Boring.
Yeah, but I mean, anybody likes my work. I mean, I'm not an accountant, but even if it's boring, you just like sit on Reddit. That's what everyone does.
Yes, accountant would definitely be an example of a job that gets to do that.
To do that, and even now, you could probably do it from home. And well, anyway.
Yes.
So it goes. What is your new job? Just like same kind of thing?
Yeah, more portable factory work shit.
Sure. But now in the afternoon, a fun new time.
Yeah, now we can't do a fucking TMP ever except for on the weekends.
Well, I was thinking, at least occasionally, we could do like a morning stream if you host, and I can tune in and be active, and even if I have to work, like I can talk and do whatever I have to do, unless I'm like specifically busy, which I would let you know. But that is an option I wanted to bring up.
Yeah,
we could try it.
I did think about proposing that when we had to cancel the stream on Thursday to accommodate my work schedule, because we could have done one on in the morning. But I just assumed you would have to work then.
Yeah, I think we could try that. I guess if you're still on this job next week, I was gonna say Wednesday is the day my wife's on call, but we could aim for, we could try for a morning stream if you're. I was gonna ask you how you structure your days now. We're like, because I guess you could sleep through the morning, then go to work and stay up all night, but it's probably
that's not what I'm going to do.
Yeah, it's easier to just be up in the day.
Yeah, it allows me. It's actually probably for practical reasons or for like job reasons, it's best for me to have the afternoon shift, because the problem with the day shift is I wanted to go to like an employment like not an agency like I'm at, but like the places, the government thing that helps you like learn how to get a real job.
Oh yeah.
And their fucking schedule is like they're not open on weekends, and it's like 9 to 5 or whatever. So
it's government shit. It's the same in the US.
It was 100% overlap with the time I had to work when I was on day shifts, making it impossible for me to go get help from them.
Yeah.
Horrible fucking thing that they need to have that like open on weekends. They need to have one guy there to do that on weekends or something, I think.
Yeah. Like when I was in Detroit, I was trying to go to like the DMV, which they call that SOS, which is the Secretary of State Office for some reason. It's fucking Michigan, but yeah, they're like open from 9 to 5 every day. It's like, well, shit, I'm working now. Like I was before I was working from home. It was like just Wednesdays they were open till 7. So like they had like that tiny bit of accommodation, you know. So
yeah,
at least something.
At least some bus has that here. Like Saturdays they're open for like 2 hours or something like that.
Just if you really need them. Yeah.
The bus like terminal, because that's where you go to get your card renewed every month.
Right.
That's
Okay.
system here.
Oh, it's not like automated or like a machine.
You actually have to go to a kiosk. Yeah, the bus system in this city is absolute garbage.
Oh, okay.
I was late for work because the bus was so fucking late to pick me up that I missed my transfer on Friday.
Oh no.
It was bullshit. Made me really fucking furious.
Yeah, it's like nothing to do with.
And it was like cartoonish the way it worked. Like the second the bus was pulling into the station for me, that was when the other buses were all like leaving. It was such bullshit.
Oh no.
Like if they had waited like a minute longer, I would have been able to get on.
Yeah.
Oh well.
So it goes.
Sat at the bus station in Red Tintin instead of being at my work. It makes me want to kill myself.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Something. All right. Well, yeah, we can chat about that. Right. I mean, I'm gonna. This could be our last stream if that doesn't work out, or last stream this year because I'm going down.
You'll be
my
away
family,
for all
so
of Christmas. Yeah.
For our Christmas. I was hoping to at least finish. I guess if I'm not hosting, we won't finish Hitman. But well, finish a game for the end of the year. Why not?
So like, when are you leaving then? I guess like in next week, or really early next week.
No. It's. I gotta check the calendar. I think Wednesday night, like 8 p.m. is our flight. So any of those days before, if we do in the morning, we could try that. Let's well, maybe not Monday because I need to see if I might need to go into the office next week. But
we could do Sunday as well to try and squeeze a stream in if we really felt like doing that. It's not super important that we do though.
Yeah, we could. Today. That's today.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, let me, I can ask my wife what she's doing tomorrow and we can schedule some. Okay, we have options.
Certainly do. That would certainly allow us to finish off Hitman.
Yes, very important.
What would Agent 47 do without us after all?
He would never find out the big plot twist in the story and
exactly
kill his dad.
Is that what happened? It's just like Bayonetta. The end.
Exactly. Kill your dad. Kill your dad. Kill your dad simulator. The game.
Slightly more fun than shower with your dad simulator. Slightly less worrying than that.
Actually, oh yeah, I forgot that was. I mean, I don't know if it's less fun. I never played that, but
I think it was actually like it sounded like a game that they'd put no development time into whatsoever, and they actually did put some.
Yeah, I think that was like the joke, is that it's actually a game.
It's kind of like a Frog Fractions type of situation where there are all these little weird mini games to it and stuff.
Yes. That always reminds me of the towards the end of JoJo season or whatever, Act 4, Diamond is Unbreakable, with Yoshikage Kira.
Yes.
They almost defeat Kira, and he like uses a stand to steal someone's face and like takes over this other guy's identity, and then he forces his like 8-year-old son to like shower with him to like scare him into submission. It's like really, it's like, I mean, it's supposed to be, but it's really creepy.
Yeah. I heard in Japan it's Japan has like a very much a public bathing culture.
Yes.
That there is that thing in their culture.
But it's like more. Sorry, go ahead.
It comes off as maybe slightly less scary in Japanese culture, but the point of it in the anime, as you're
it's portrayed as being pretty scary.
scary.
So the son is definitely like, what the fuck? So not in that case. I think like the bathing thing is like just for like relaxation. It's like more like a sauna, right? I mean, maybe, I don't know if you know, but it's like you're supposed to shower before that, so like you're clean before you get in the public bath. Just not really like for cleaning yourself. It's just like a nice hot water relaxation thing.
It's very commonly portrayed in anime that one character will like wash the other character's back as a sign of friendship or something.
Maybe, it could just be symbolic, but yeah, maybe they do just clean themselves. I was just watching one of those videos by Dogen, that one guy that I was watching for some reason.
That guy with good Japanese speaking
Yeah,
skills who's white or whatever.
Yeah, exactly, that guy. And he was making he made a video making fun of satirizing the bathing thing, where you're like, you have to shower before you get in, then you take the bath, and then Japanese people are apparently expected to clean their showers or the bath every day. So you clean it, and by the time you're done cleaning, you're like sweaty again because you worked hard and you want to take a bath again. That was the joke.
The vicious cycle of Japanese culture.
Vicious cycle of Japanese cleanliness, yes. According to Dogen, whom I trust, but maybe
of course.
He seems trustworthy. I guess another thing I've been doing the last week is watching. I don't know if you've heard of Kitboga.
No, I don't know that.
He's one of those guys. He may be like the most popular one who like does videos where he's on the phone with like scammers, like just straight for like 10 hours at a time. So he has like all these voice changers and pretends to be like old men or old women.
I might have even seen one of those videos without knowing what the channel name was.
Yeah. Probably, likely. If you've seen any of them, I think probably his. I think that is. I like that. It's funny to watch those guys get really, really, really insanely pissed off about not being able to steal some old person's money, and he does a good job.
There was one where the YouTuber had like the duck or the goose from Untitled Goose Game.
Yeah, that's him. That was his video. Yeah. Yeah. Like there's some kind of duck or something on my screen.
Yeah, that's right. I've seen that.
Yeah. That was him. So I've been doing. That's so good. That's something that's good to put on in the background while I'm smashing my head against Hitman levels.
Yes, sensible.
Yeah, that's it. But I knew you always ask, and I knew you'd ask, and I was like, shit, I really haven't done it this week except play Hitman, so that's gonna be a boring discussion. Oh well, next time.
Yes, next time you'll have to do things ahead of time just so that you can have something to talk about on stream.
Yes.
I watched a Cartoon Network show called Robot Jones. It's called Whatever Happened to Robot Jones with that shitty title, so I ignored that part and just call it Robot Jones.
Okay. I've heard of that one. Look it up.
It's about
no, I definitely don't think I've watched
a robot middle schooler. His purpose of his programming is to go and collect information on middle school. So it's just like a very, very typical sort of stuff of what middle school TV cartoons are about, where he goes and learns a lesson every day. He has a thing where he does like his data log entry at the end of each episode, and it's very similar to Kyle's gay little speeches from South Park.
Yeah.
He goes, I learned something today.
Yeah. Okay.
But what I appreciate about it were two main things. Was first of all the animation style, which it was the last show on Cartoon Network to use like traditional cells, like cell-based animation. So it was a very big headache, I think, for the Korean people who had to animate it.
Yeah.
But I really appreciate that. I like old types of animation and stuff, so it has a real charm to the art style from calling back to that older style of animation. And it also suits the themes, because Robot Jones is an example of retrofuturism, where it is set in the 70s or something like that, but there's androids, very advanced androids like that, running around. And then the other thing that I enjoyed was the portrayal of Robot Jones himself and his family, who are, I kind of expected that it would just be like nominally a robot, but he would just act like a middle schooler. And that still is kind of the case in some episodes, but he's more robot-like with his dialogue writing and stuff than I thought. And he was originally voice acted by the Windows or the Microsoft Word 97 Junior Text-to-Speech program.
Oh, okay, that's fun.
Yes, which helped sell the roboticism of the character, because he had a Stephen Hawking type of voice, but they replaced him with the network made them replace him with a little boy actor later on. So I like it more earlier on when he has the Microsoft.
Yeah, that sounds more authentic.
Word voice acting. But
anytime the network forces a change, it's probably shitty.
Yes, this is a big problem with a lot of, I think all three of the major Cartoon Network go through this Disney, Nickelodeon, and Cartoon Network. There are many stories of all shows on all three of those getting absolutely fucked over by the network, and Robot Jones is one such story, both with the voice actor change and with the show just like getting very unceremoniously canceled.
Oh well,
so that's too bad.
Common.
But yeah, so Robot Jones's grandpa is like one of those old like punch card computers, and he has to punch into the punch cards to communicate with his grandpa, which
That's great.
I really liked. Yes, and he very bigoted against humanity. And so the show, he makes friends with kids at school and stuff, and he has a crush. Like one thing that a lot of people praise, I don't really give a shit about, is that his crush is very atypical of like a cartoon crush.
Yep.
If you think back to Danny Phantom had a crush on Paulina, like popular, rich, very beautiful girl of the school.
He was supposed to fall in love with his goth friend.
Yeah, and he did in the end, in the final episode.
Right.
He was also actually was rich and stereotypically attractive for the most part, just a little bit goth. Whereas Robot Jones,
kind of makeup.
Robot Jones' love interest is like a very awkward girl with buck teeth and stuff, and like, really big and a prosthesis and a really big like dental apparatus thing, like braces. And Robot Jones just attracted to her because she has high metal content for a human.
That's funny.
Yeah.
So how many seasons was it, or episodes?
Like 2 seasons of 7 episodes each or something like that. It's a very short run for Robot Jones, sadly. But I enjoyed it.
I've never heard of it. Okay, good.
Yes, it was. They did a contest. They had aired a bunch of pilots and had the viewership vote on which ones they liked the most. And Robot Jones came in second behind Grim and Evil, which would go on to become The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy.
Yes.
And they just decided to, it was only really supposed to be the one that was first that got a show, but they gave Robot Jones a go as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, I'm glad Billy and Mandy won because I like the show a lot. But, who's to say? Maybe I would have liked Robot Jones more.
Probably not, no.
Why not?
I think the overall content of Robot Jones isn't that good. It's just the art style and the robot family that I really liked.
Yeah, and the crush, I guess.
I didn't like that aspect so much. I think it's funny that he likes her for her high metal content, but I don't really care that much about representing a less traditionally attractive person as being attractive or whatever.
She was in the process of becoming attractive through her dental apparatus.
Yes, definitely.
It's not there yet.
But I can understand why some people would see that as one of the more positive traits of the show, I guess.
Sure. Yeah. It's unique, at least. That's uniqueness is good. Sometimes.
Well, when I think back over every other fucking kids show for boys, they all have that exact same character as the crush. Paulina from Phantom.
Yeah.
So it is kind of nice for it to just be something different for once.
Yeah. Well, the trope of the main character has a crush on the attractive one, but his less conventionally attractive but still attractive female sidekick is the real love. That's
also that's very well worn. Yeah.
Yeah.
Certainly.
Danny Phantom hardly invented it, or if it did, then yeah.
I just like Danny Phantom a lot, so to me it's archetypal of the characters or whatever. Of a different trope.
See, Billy and Mandy was even more unique, right? I don't think there wasn't a recurring love interest, I don't think.
Well, Billy himself is played up to be really, really gross.
Yeah, he's extremely stupid. No, him and Mandy never Mandy hates him. Well, she doesn't hate him, but yeah.
Yeah, there's one episode. I heard there was a gag where Billy takes off his clothes or something. And he's hideous, his body is cosmic horror sort of to everyone else around him.
Yes, body horror was a recurring trope as well.
Yes, I guess that's one of those cartoons that has horror elements to it.
Oh, I liked it.
I never did watch too much of The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy.
No.
I just didn't happen to see it, I guess. How do you feel about Invader Zim? Did you ever watch that?
No, I know that's a show that people liked. my own crush in middle school liked that show, but I never like
It
watched
is another one with horror elements. That's why I brought it up.
Yeah. Yes. Um, that's all I really know about it. It's like it's I don't know. I guess similar to Billy and Mandy in that it's like a little horror-y, a little gross, a little bit alternative compared to some of the shows kids were watching, I guess. I don't know.
Perhaps. So yeah, I think I can see what you mean at least.
Yeah. Good. All right. Yeah, I don't know anything about. I mean that one. I mean, Invader Zim is probably between Billy and Mandy and Invader Zim. Like I think, at least based on my understanding, Invader Zim was like the most well liked. Like I that show really has a rabid fan base, or had one at least.
It does seem to have more sort of prestige among the cartoon watching fandom of Mandy.
Yeah, wasn't hold on. Wasn't there a comic by that guy? Yeah, Johnny the Homicidal Maniac. Was that by the same guy as Invader Zim?
I'm not sure.
Well, I'm looking it up. Yeah, it's by Yonan Vasquez, who was the creator of Invader Zim, and it has a sort of similar art style in some ways. I used to be good friends with one of the guys in the JCU, was named Knee, N-N-Y. So, and that's what Johnny goes by, is Knee. So he was named after Johnny the Homicidal Maniac. So anyway, that's actually I'm a little more familiar with that work even than Invader Zim. Even Invader Zim is by far the more well known.
On the internet, yes.
Yonan or Jonan Vasquez, I don't know how to say his name. But yeah.
Oh, I fucked this up bad.
It's about a serial killer who I think like has a sidekick who he hallucinates and that sort of thing. It's like very like lol random creepy type of thing.
Invader Zim definitely has that aesthetic to it.
Yeah, same guy. So whatever aesthetic Invader Zim has, I'm sure Johnny shares in some sense.
Gives me a bit of an Invader Zim vibe, yeah.
Yeah, and like it's the art style is very reminiscent.
That guy cultivated a vibe. That's kind of the big
deal. Yeah. That's what he's known for, as a prominent vibe cultivator.
The vibe that he cultivated, yes.
Yes, not just for cultivating a vibe, but the specific vibe he cultivated.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because if you cultivate just any vibe, that's not really worth much. That's just being a vibe slut, you know.
Yeah. That's fair. Oh, even looking at a picture of him, it's like, oh yeah, that's the guy that cultivates that kind of vibe. I don't know how to describe him, but if you have a chance to look him up, it's like, oh, yeah, that's the guy. Yeah, it's always really best known for Johnny, along with some spin-off comics, and then the Nickelodeon animated series Invader Zim. Yeah, I guess I didn't watch a lot of Nickelodeon at the time that Zim was on. So that's like, maybe it would be like we didn't even have that channel. I don't remember.
Yeah.
We had Cartoon Network.
I had YTV, which I mainly had Nickelodeon channels. So it also Teen Titans, which is Cartoon Network.
Right.
So it was just a Canadian network that had a random assortment of things from American stations.
Yeah, and I remember a lot of shows I had to like choose, like maybe like Billy and Mandy was on at the same time as Invader Zim, and I'm sure as hell gonna watch Billy and Mandy, so I just never watched Invader Zim, or whatever. So I remember there were some shows I missed that because I was just watching something else on the channel at the time. Back before we had a DVR, and of course now you can stream everything.
Do you think people like the kids have kind of missed out on something because they don't have the same limitations regarding television that we had?
I don't know. They definitely missed out on like a lot of shows I used to like, but that's kind of the case with every generation, right?
Yeah. They can just go back and watch those.
They can, but they're probably too. They might have too much smoking and guns in them. You don't know.
Too zoomery to do that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a different aesthetic that I feel like Zoomers might prefer because of what they're used to. I get in Zoom, I see Zoomers, but they're not like kids anymore of that age. Millennials kids and Zoomers kids are the ones watching those cartoons now, I guess.
What shows do Zoomers like, do you think? What
I don't know,
cartoons?
my sister's technically a Zoomer.
I
She
think
likes some like Netflix show with a dragon. I don't know.
the Dragon Prince or whatever, the one that had the Avatar guys.
Maybe, I have no idea. It's a character named Rayla or something, 'cause that's what she named her cat.
I don't know.
Anyway,
I don't know these Zoomer shows.
yeah,
Well,
exactly.
I think
Anything with
there are two crowds you have to like look at. There's the normal kids, who just watch shows when they are that age, the target
yeah,
demographic for it, and then there's nerdy fuckers like me who go back and watch
yeah,
old
yeah, yeah, yeah.
things.
People who watch like Steven Universe for the woke messaging instead of as a kids show.
I do think Steven
So that's
Universe
one.
is like more for adults. I guess it's for people who want to pick up on the message and like feel like it's progressive rather than actually for kids. Because I think most people who praise Steven Universe are older. Although I guess like 15-year-old Tumblr actually get too.
Well, I think part of that, I think like the creator, their name, but
Rebecca
they said
Sugar,
yeah, Rebecca Sugar said that they created it for kids to have these woke messages. So like I feel like that's genuine,
she wanted
but
to teach kids about consent and stuff.
yeah, but like kids missed all that or just didn't care enough, and so adults were the ones that picked up and praised it. So I don't know if the show was for adults, but like practically speaking, it may have ended up that way.
I could be wrong. I haven't like researched it or anything, but I think the audience it found was kind of more towards like older
yeah,
not even necessarily animation fans, but I guess maybe more like social justice fans versus I think it was like Adventure Time and stuff that the kids of that generation sort of picked up more on and ended up liking more.
Yeah, I was gonna mention Adventure Time as a analog. I was gonna say like Rick and Morty, but that's like an adult show. More so. Like,
it's for like Doomers and Millennials types that
it's for Redditors.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't really know because I don't keep up with that kind of show. So those are like some I'm aware of, but I'm sure there's quite a few things on TV that just aren't as big, but are intended towards and watched by Zoomers or younger kids that I'm just not aware of.
There are many meritorious cartoons from the last 10 years and stuff. But I can't speak to which ones are popular with given demographics or anything. I can only speak to which ones I personally like. Like I really
Gravity
liked
Falls come out.
Yeah, that was like 2010s. I really liked that one.
So there you go.
I pointed to one and Over the Garden Wall as two examples of very good.
Oh yeah.
Recent ones, more recent cartoons.
Yeah, like grown-ups who like Gravity Falls should just watch Twin Peaks. The same thing. No, I'm just kidding. I think it takes inspiration.
Gravity Falls is another example. Over the Garden Wall as well. Actually, are both examples of kids cartoons with well done horror elements to them.
Yeah, that makes sense. Which is another. I mean, that's something that actually, I mean, not to force the comparison, but Twin Peaks does as well. Is like it has horror elements, but it's actually like a really goofy show a lot of the time.
Yes.
So that's fun.
I think it manages a pretty good balance.
I was really surprised. Like I was surprised at how like purposefully sitcom-y and goofy that show was, like compared to what I hear about it as like this like weird David Lynch horror masterpiece, which it definitely is as well. But it's like, what the fuck is going on with half of these insane characters?
Yeah. Have you seen the whole show?
No. I guess I haven't. I've only watched up to when like Bob gets caught the first time. Because then he goes into an owl. Yeah, after that I was like, okay, I want to take a break, and then I never got back to it.
There's a moment, I think in the second season, but I could be misremembering, that kind of I always go back to as my favorite really fucking weird and silly Twin Peaks moment.
Yeah.
Have you seen the part where the like angsty kid of the group like gets on a motorcycle and just fucks off to another city for the next?
Yeah. That's like, that's earlier on, I think.
I think it's slightly before that. so maybe you have seen
Okay,
it, where it's him
maybe.
and two of the girls just like playing music, like they're performing music, like this really randomly. It's them playing guitar, and the boy just has like a really high pitched voice.
I don't remember that,
You
but
know,
I might have seen it.
I just thought that part was really hysterical for some reason,
That is funny.
and so I always remember it.
That kind of thing is sometimes even just like, they learn the actor likes to sing. So they're like, yeah, just do it for the show. Just have a little musical number.
Yeah.
Why not? It fits the tone. It fits the silly part of the show. So go for it. Who knows?
What a good show. I was looking up, I saw another stupid ass fucking article about Tarantino on my phone.
Oh hell yeah!
It was the movies that Tarantino doesn't like, like the popular or whatever
How
that
controversial.
he doesn't like. He
What
said
did he not
the Marvel Cinematic Universe. He
No,
doesn't like
what?
that.
He doesn't like that? That's crazy.
He doesn't like. Oh, I forget. I remember the one pick he had that I was like, yeah, I also don't like that one. Oh, it was Stripes, the Bill Murray movie with where he's in, goes into the army.
I don't like that one either.
Yeah, like he actually doesn't like Bill Murray in general. I think because he also he had like a section of Bill Murray movies he doesn't like, including Groundhog Day, which I
also
did like.
Yeah, I like Groundhog Day. I like Ghostbusters, but like I'm also, it's not because of Bill Murray. I feel like they're definitely movies where he's the main part. No, I don't like those. So it's definitely like it depends on the movie.
I liked about Groundhog Day was that it actually really did quite thoroughly make use of the whole premise.
Yes,
I was really impressed by the depth of that.
I was pleasantly surprised as well.
He keeps trying to kill himself and
Yeah.
stuff like that.
That's great. It's not just like, it's silly, but not always. It has enough seriousness to make you take it seriously.
I think what made me dislike Stripes was that the whole movie was just an exercise in Bill Murray doing the Bill Murray thing with a vague army setting pastiche over it, and I got really tired of that within like the first 3 scenes.
Yeah. It's just like, what if Bill Murray was in the army, just acting like himself? Let's for 2 hours.
Ooh, Bill Murray keeps like cleverly
he disrespected the sergeant.
Yeah.
You can't do that. What the fuck?
That cat, Bill Murray. What will you get to do next? Yeah. So the movies I like with him are the ones that it's less that and more like an actual movie that has Bill Murray and it is one of the characters, which I would characterize Groundhog Day as having been. So I guess I disagree with Tarantino's take a little bit.
Sure.
I agree with him on Stripes. I didn't like that very much at all.
Yeah.
And then he said Fire Walk With Me was on the movie, and he was like, this is the movie that ruined David Lynch for me.
Okay, well, I haven't seen it, but that sounds a bit dramatic.
I've never been able to watch him again. I loved him before this, but that movie ruined it forever. Yeah.
It's just a stupid take. Or I don't care what movie you put in there. It's like, okay. Well, the Red Letter Media guys did a long-form review of Fire Walk With Me, and they liked it, so that counters Tarantino to me. I don't know.
You
whatever.
Take, Red Letter Media more seriously than Tarantino in terms of their film takes, I think.
I do. Okay.
It was a very impassioned argument against Fire Walk With Me from Tarantino.
Curious, actually, I might not look it up.
It was just like a Screen Rant article or something. It was like 10 movies Quentin Tarantino doesn't like.
I blocked Screen Rant on my news feed because I just hate their titles.
I somehow trained my phone algorithm to only show me cringe. I didn't mean to do it, but everything they send, they like when I go on my Samsung Google thing. The recommendations they give me, I fucking hate now.
Yeah, I had that too, and I had to really clean it up. I mean, it was like, anytime I look up anything political, it's just like, you like conservative stuff, and it just sends me all this ultra conservative bullshit. Get this off my feed.
I don't know if I got anything that horrible, but it's lame.
Oh yeah, it's it top 10 facts about Thanos. Get out of here. get the fuck out of
For
here.
a while, a lot of like Paradox games and League stuff, which
Oh,
I
yeah,
was
yeah, yeah.
fine with, but then I started actually clicking on like articles, and now it's just bullshit.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
I'm
I have,
bringing it up now. Here's the first one. You only have a few days to get the most underrated superhero game for free. It's
well,
a
yeah,
dog shit
just block
article.
it. Anybody with an art with a title like that, I will block the entire.
Yeah, I probably should.
My top one is 100% should be illegal. Panera customer says she unknowingly consumed over 1,000 milligrams of caffeine. Okay. That one's kind of funny sounding.
It was not as bad. I got one
Men
for.
without college degrees are dropping out of the workforce because they viewed their dead end jobs as. And then it cuts off because the title's way too fucking long.
Oh, that sounds like that article could be about me.
All right. I just have long titles, I guess. That's what the two tough ones were. Oh, wait. Okay. I did find the film that made Quentin Tarantino say David Lynch had his head up his ass by Far Out
Yes, that's
Magazine.
right. He did say he had his head up his ass with Firewalk with Me.
Yeah.
Well, to spoil that horrible clickbaity title, it's Firewalk with Me. So.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Interesting. It doesn't even have the. Oh, no, yeah. David Lynch had disappeared so far up his own ass that I had no desire to see another David Lynch movie until I hear something different. Tarantino famously commented in a scathing diatribe against Lynch's latest project at the time, which was none other than his 1982 film, Twin Peaks. And then Lynch is just like, I like the movies. And then he goes on about like opinions change over time and blah blah blah. Okay.
I saw it.
Oh yeah, he was like, I love the film. With Dune, I checked out early on because I didn't have Final Cut and it was a failure. So, like, but Firewalk with Me, it didn't go over well at the time, but I loved it. So at least it was half the failure of Dune.
Yeah, I think Dune is probably like the clear answer for worst David Lynch movie.
I hated that. I don't feel that passionately about it, but if I did, I would have hated it. It was very bad.
I'd almost rather watch it than Villeneuve because I just know Dune has a proper
Yeah, maybe.
to tears.
It is very much like. I really like the book a lot. Like, I don't even disagree that like Villeneuve's Dune might bore you, but yeah.
Yeah, I'll read the book
it just
one
has
day.
a lot of good stuff in it, and it's very like, influential in sci-fi. Not that makes it good, but it's cool to see some of them. It influenced Star Wars so much, but yeah, Dune movies I like Villeneuve's movie. I know Noel really likes it.
You
Wally.
like Villeneuve quite a bit in general, I think.
I do. I do, but my favorite movie of his is fucking Sicario.
Yeah.
And that's about like military people, so that's why I like it.
Yeah. I read the premise for that movie and fell asleep.
It's I think you might like that one of his the best because it's just very I don't know. It's not like it doesn't suffer from the same issues of like Blade Runner and like even Arrival of trying to have these like lofty story premises and like, whether you like it or not depends on how well that works for you. Like Sicario is just like a really gritty portrayal of I don't know, like the drug war, I guess. And even if you're not interested in that, like I just feel it's just like a better movie. I don't know, at least in my.
I think I would end up liking Arrival the most if I watched all of his movies.
I thought you had seen Arrival. I thought you just.
I
didn't
have,
like it.
yeah.
Okay.
I appreciated some. I want to watch it again. I have a rewatch list of movies I want to give another chance, and Arrival's one of them.
Okay.
Because they're almost all movies that I watched with Wally and Null at the same time. I was getting completely sick of doing that, so I think certain movies, my perception of the movie is tainted by the fact that I was really done with the whole movie watching club thing that we had going at the time.
Oh, sure.
So I'm going to watch a bunch of movies from then.
Yeah.
One of which is Arrival.
Oh, I guess I just thought of it. Like the reason I like Sicario is, as always, the atmosphere. So that's that basically. Like it's less about the story and more about like just like the way it, at least for me, very effectively builds a huge amount of tension, and like there are a lot of really good scenes in there that are just very very stressful, and I like that kind of thing. And I think that's well done in that movie. So that's kind of what I like about it as well. Like the story, I like the story. There's like a cool twist that I enjoy, but you know, it's other than that, it's like pretty straightforward. It's like
I guess part of you praising it, there's nothing about that movie that intrigues me and makes me want to watch it.
yeah,
I guess.
well, especially if you don't like Villeneuve, it's like
Yeah, whereas
Another one of
some
his.
D, I would give a chance, I guess,
Mhm.
and then alright, well, should be good.
What's
I
that
don't
other
think I'll
one?
bother watching 2049 again. For sure. Once again, not like that if I watched it. So
Yeah, yeah. I feel like Villeneuve almost does better when he's just kind of doing his own thing instead of like following up on, like, I liked Blade Runner and I liked Dune, but both those movies were his take on an existing thing, where I kind of feel like I like the uniqueness of Arrival and Sicario as well, where it's just like his original idea.
yeah, I appreciate what Arrival was trying to do, but I just think the execution was imperfect. It does actually try to have emotions in it, unlike 2049
Yes, it does.
and Dune.
No, the scene where what's his face is screaming in the thing is so
Yeah, I don't know.
emotional.
That came off as kind of awkward to me. I know a lot of people really liked that. They thought it was
I
really
just
good
feel
acting.
I do like that scene, but I do feel like it's also a little, it's just like too on the nose. Where like he's having emotions, look, just like so blatant. So I definitely understand it not hitting home, but like I know like Meko loves it, right? Which is like fine. I like it too, so but I can understand
He
someone
likes a
not.
lot of stupid shit. He keeps trying to tell me to. Keeps trying to tell me to play Splatoon, and I'm just like, no, I don't want to play Splatoon.
I don't know. I'm sure Splatoon's fun. But
I think it's fine, but it's not for me. It's like definitively.
You don't even like shooters.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
It's like a good shooter. It might be a shooter for people who don't like shooters, so you'd like it more than usual. I don't know.
I've played it and I didn't like it, so I played
so
Splatoon 2, and Splatoon 3 is just Splatoon 2 again.
Oh yeah,
It's not.
Splatoon 2 is just Splatoon 1 again.
Yeah. I'm not gonna change my mind about Splatoon 3 because it's Splatoon 3.
Yes, that's fair.
So I have zero interest. I guess it's good, but he keeps saying it's like the game of the year, which I don't know. It's just another fucking Splatoon. And I kind of feel, I guess it's not stupid shit, but I really feel the same way about Arcane, where like it's good, but the degree to which Meko praises it, I have a very hard time understanding.
Sure, yeah, I'm the same. I mean, I liked it a lot, but yeah, I don't really get where he is getting all that love for it from exactly, because like I watched the same show as him, and I'm like, yeah, it was good, but I wasn't that passionate about it. Not that it's, I mean, hey, it's not a bad thing to be passionate.
No,
but yeah, I don't.
Sometimes they just can't see where it comes from, I guess.
Right, exactly. It's unwarranted, unlicensed passion.
I guess other people, like, it's not like he's the only one who thinks Arcane is all that great, but
yeah, sure.
I just don't see it. I don't know.
Totally. I liked it. But
I liked it, but I don't think it's a masterpiece.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely talked about like things that could have done better, and the fact that like the first 3 episodes are the best.
Well, it's like kind of just melodramatic later on.
There is a lot of melodrama. The most inferior form of drama.
One of the parts I didn't like very much was the Vi and Jace almost getting into a fight because a random kid died or something, and then Jace randomly decides from that he like doesn't want to do his plan anymore. That whole part I thought was really melodramatic.
Yeah.
That whole sequence.
That whole thing was like, we're gonna go into this factory and just shoot. And but you know, it's like, what the fuck? We there was collateral damage. I'm done with this.
And it was the very
I didn't think like, my bullets could hit other people.
It was very emotionally manipulative to be like, oh no, a child died.
Looks like that child was a fucking rat, first off. No,
well, I didn't know that kid, so it doesn't connect with me all that much, I guess. It's so easy to do that. Just like, oh, a kid died, now shit's serious.
Yeah,
it's fucking Call of Duty pulled that shit. That's level of storytelling that is.
You talking about the airport thing? Or
No,
actual
not no
okay.
Russian. That was actually interesting.
Yeah, I
like
like
that.
I was like, I would disagree with you. But okay.
There was another one where they just killed a kid.
Okay. A child. Yeah, no, that's a common thing. I don't know.
Yeah, Mass Effect 3 would be another example.
Oh yeah, the PTSD. The kid wasn't even real.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was trying to think of like a movie. I mean, there's plenty that do it, but I was thinking one specifically where like that's the big twist is like the dude killed a kid or something. Oh yeah, no, that's the ending to fucking Full Metal Jacket. I mean, that movie is good. Like it's done well there, but it does play on that too. They like at the end they're getting all fucked up by the sniper, and it's just like a teenage girl.
Yeah. Girl, yeah.
Teenage girl.
That was a really good sequence just because they're like the drawn out intensity of them facing down the sniper.
I mean, it uses. I mean, I'm not saying it does it poorly, but even that movie uses that that emotional kick. I thought that the sequence before that was like maybe it was intentional, but borderline comical. With that one dude just getting shot over and over again on the ground, it was like I mean, like I don't know if that it could have been intentional in this like kind of sick way, you know. But I did think that was. I'm not qualified to judge that movie, but it did stand out to me as something that a real critic could point out.
Okay. Why aren't you qualified to judge that movie?
Because Stanley Kubrick is just untouchable. I'm not.
Oh yeah.
I'm just a man. You know, I'm not a fucking.
I didn't like Gary Bendon. I thought it was boring.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't like. Actually, I think I liked everything I saw by him, but I still think he's overrated. I liked him, but I didn't love it. Right?
I think it's only really blasphemy if you say something bad about 2001.
Well, I haven't seen that one, so
yeah.
Although that cat is now dead, so I can watch it now. So
yes, may he rest in peace.
Yes, may he rest in peace. Having never been subjected to the entirety of 2001: A Space Odyssey.
It's just the spoke Zarathustra theme that he can't stand, though.
Yeah, whatever that song is, that well, it's like it has to be the main theme played at the beginning.
Yeah, the spoke Zarathustra.
Yeah.
Named after Nietzsche's work, after all.
Mm-hmm. My dad recently spoke to a Zoroastrian, which I didn't know, like, there wasn't anyone left. But that's, it's like had some discussion about religion, but I was like, wow.
Sounds intriguing.
It's like, yeah, they just chatted about Zoroastrianism is all about, like, it's big, like, good versus evil type thing, which I don't remember. I think my dad found it interesting just because he like never heard of this religion before, and I was like, yeah, I've only heard about it through Crusader Kings, and I thought it didn't exist anymore, so that's cool.
I only heard of it from Friedrich Nietzsche.
Oh yeah, that's a fun playthrough in CK2, is starting as like the last remaining Zoroastrian like duke, because you're surrounded by, which was happening in real life, obviously, as Muslims, took over. It's a Persian religion originally, so like last little one left, and you can try to carve out your own little empire. And remaining Zoroastrian is a fun playthrough. That was a very woke playthrough for me because I ended up as with the first Zoroastrian ruler, like empress was of course an empress, a woman. So I had
that is woke.
Very woke, yeah, very progressive.
Did anyone declare on you and say up yours woke more or less? See who cancels who?
They tried the Abbasids tried over and over, but I'm just too good for them.
You
I canceled them. Yeah. We saw who canceled who, and then I quit playing because I had already beaten the game like 100 years in, and I wasn't about to do the rest of it.
That's paradox games for you.
Yeah, that's CK2 especially. I feel that way, but yes, all of them can be like that.
Like CK2.
I know. This is a looping discussion. I feel like
it is. Yeah. We always get back to paradox. Let's talk about cartoons. Which one do you think is the best between Disney Channel, Cartoon Network, and Nickelodeon?
I watch Cartoon Network mostly. Although, yeah, no, because I think Ninja Turtles was also Cartoon Network. That was like my big one, and then like Billy and Mandy. Um, wasn't there like Fox also like with the X-Men and Spider-Man cartoons? I think that
Maybe,
was
but I think
separate
the
from.
three I mentioned are sort of like the big cartoons.
Yeah, well, I mean, those were. I was
channels.
just thinking of cartoons I liked, and those were also there. But like the other two I mentioned, they're both Cartoon Network, so I guess it's that one.
You watch
I
Teen
also liked
Titans a bit as
SpongeBob.
well, which is also Cartoon
Yep,
Network.
Teen Titans. Avatar: The Last Airbender. What was that on?
Nickelodeon.
Okay, that was Nick, and so was SpongeBob. So that's 2 for Nick, but that's 3 for CN. So, and then Cartoon Network also had like Samurai Jack, and the Clone Wars cartoon was good. So like a bunch of shit.
It
So
definitely has a
Cartoon
very
Network.
good catalog.
Yeah.
I also thought Cartoon Network, but I kind of realized as I thought about it that that was probably that was my knee-jerk reaction because of my admiration for Adult Swim, more
Oh,
so
that's
than
good.
like Cartoon Network itself, as it were.
Well, all my choices are not Adult Swim, but with that added, it's even more of a shoe-in for me at
Yeah,
least.
I think once you consider that, that's why you have to omit Adult Swim from the discussion because it's
Yeah, yeah.
unfair. It's
No,
unfair
I
to
got
the
it.
other three,
It's not. It's
the
not.
other
Adult Swim
two.
is too good. It's got Game of Set to Machu Picchu and
It definitely kind of represents the avant-garde of American television animation.
absolutely yes. Machu Picchu is an awful show, but it's intended to be, and that's what makes it the best show. In fact.
Same thing kind of goes for 12-ounce mouse.
Yep. 12-ounce mouse. Yeah, and then you have like actual good shit like Moral Oral, and
The Boondocks.
yeah, Boondocks I like. You ever watch the Boondock Saints, the movie?
No,
Okay, it's bad.
actually, I've watched almost none of the Boondocks, but I know how admired it is.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've also only watched like 5 episodes. I tried to watch it with my wife and enjoyed it, but not enough to keep watching. I guess
I see.
she was uncomfortable with the humor, even though the writers are all black, so it's fine.
I
It's like
think that's something that has attracted a lot of positive critical attention is the examination of race and
yeah,
stuff.
like
And
it's okay to make
the
fun of black
Boondocks.
people if the writers are all black. So
Exactly.
like,
Yes,
this show.
they can get away with it.
Yeah. But yeah. Well, what about you? What's your choice then? Excluding Adult Swim.
Okay, I'm not sure. I think it's pretty close once you exclude Adult Swim because all three of them have very good shows.
Sure.
I guess I'd probably say Cartoon Network has the best overall catalog though,
Yeah. Okay.
since it has Robot Jones.
Oh,
That sets it over the edge.
Yeah. No. That just those 14 episodes.
If
Just
you asked
take
me
it
2
over.
weeks ago, I would have said Nickelodeon, but now that
Okay.
I've seen Robot Jones, my opinion has changed.
Yeah. It just changes.
No.
What is it? What is even on Disney Channel cartoon wise?
Gravity Falls is probably the big one that
Oh,
comes to mind
okay, right.
immediately for me, but Kim Possible
Those.
was them.
Oh yeah, that was good.
There's a bunch more if you look it up, but those are the only two that jump to mind
Alright.
immediately for me. Pepper Ann was Disney Channel.
Oh yeah, I never watched it.
I only watched like a
I'm
couple
fine with it.
episodes of it. Because while I was watching Robot Jones, I looked it up on YouTube to see if there were people with any visual video essays on it. And the one guy also did a Pepper Ann one, and that was like the memory of Pepper Ann sprung back into my mind after fucking a decade and a half of being dormant. So I watched that one too.
Oh nice.
It was very feminist, apparently. Pepper Ann.
Yeah, she's like plucky and
Yes,
self-sufficient. And
she
that sort of thing.
subverts the archetypes of female leads in cartoons of the time.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Goof Troop, of course. You got
Oh
Darkwing
yeah,
Duck.
and Gargoyles as well.
Oh, Gargoyles, DuckTales, the Mighty Ducks. There's
Yeah, I
of
kind of
course
forgot to think about any of the shows that are from Disney properties when I was thinking about
Yeah.
the Disney Channel's
Me too.
catalog.
Me too.
Goof Troop is definitely an example of like the animation of that show is really good.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot, but like shows I'm familiar with, there's the Proud Family, which I never really liked that much, but that's
I wasn't too big on Proud
Yeah.
Family either when I watched it growing up.
Phineas and Ferb, of course, well regarded.
Oh yes.
Star Wars stuff. There's a lot of like blank the show, like fucking Lilo and Stitch the show, which I
Hercules.
remember enjoying. Yeah, Hercules, I remember enjoying those, but I
I
don't know
think
like how.
Lilo and Stitch in particular is supposed to be quite
I
good.
think so. At least that's the one I watched, so hopefully it was good. As far as animation,
Yeah, there's the Emperor's New School, which is
New
another
School,
one
yeah.
like that.
I haven't heard of like a lot of these.
Yeah, if you thought of each of them as having like a flagship show, Disney's might be Gravity Falls now, but or you could also argue for Gargoyles, I think, and
Okay.
Nickelodeon's would obviously be Avatar.
Well, see, both shows I haven't watched, so that's why I have like very little opinion on this. Yeah, I mean, of this list, as far as cartoons go, it's like Kim Possible. It's like one I watched. That's it. Huh. Interesting. All right. And yeah, I know Gargoyles was good, and like, of course, Gravity Falls, Phineas and Ferb, but I never watched those.
Gargoyles was kind of ahead of its time. It was one of the earliest American cartoons, I think, to actually have like an overarching story.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was Dave the Barbarian.
Oh yeah, I remember that show.
I don't remember I remember it existing. I don't remember anything about it.
He was very stupid.
Watched it, but yeah, it was very stupid. I remember that. That's probably why I wasn't like too into that stuff.
When I was a kid, there was like a Dave the Barbarian Happy Meals or something like that, and you could get like an inflatable version of the talking sword from that show, and we had that. I remember that. I think I remember that more than I remember the actual show.
Sure. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back.
All right. You go for it. The inventory management in this game is kind of a pain in the ass. I'm gonna get a thief key. I'm pretty sure you don't have to be a thief to use a thief key. I just kind of thought they did for some reason. Because it's called a thief key, I guess. It's called a master key in the DS one. You have to wait around for the reinforcements so you can get Howline Catridge. Like, just have to. I would like to. They're good. I wanted to give George the manual so he can use Parthia. It looks like he's really close to being able to. Maybe I should give it to Wolf instead. I don't know. He'll never use Parthia as long as he can use a silver bow. He's fine. Sheeta can use Gradivis several times over. Well, no, right. But she can use it with a good surplus. Let's try this out. Oh, but nothing happened. She can't use it. Okay. It's kind of annoying. I'd like it better if you could.
Hello, I'm back.
Alright, welcome back.
Thank you. What would you like better?
I've thought that there's an item called the Thief Key, but it's called the Master Key in the DS version. And I thought that every class could use it, but apparently thieves can't.
That makes sense. But that is I understand your disappointment.
I'm just gonna drag out this chapter, the fact that other characters can't use it.
Have we missed anything in the game? Talking about, anything else?
Not really, no.
Okay. Just checking.
We did a long chapter where we fight a bunch of Ballisticians, and then the guy warned us that we'll have to fight Camus later on. Famous French author, of course.
Right, not to be confused with Caillou.
No, famous Québécois child. Who might have cancer.
He might just be pretending for attention as the Quebecois tend to do.
Yes, that's fair enough. However, is never being very unlikable.
Is he? I guess. Is he actually? Because I remember like reading about people's hatred for Caillou on Reddit. Like, but I feel like it could be a way just to farm up votes. Is he like generally disregarded by other people?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think sometimes it's people who just like in some ways he is a realistic child character, or at least you could create that argument in that he will actually just like throw a temper tantrum over stupid shit all the time, like actual children do.
But you don't want that as an example for children watching the show, so.
It's true, but that
I guess
doesn't
that's
really.
the argument I've heard.
That doesn't really have to do with like whether or not he's likable to people.
Oh,
watching.
sure. I guess I was thinking of like people are like, yeah, I won't let my kids watch Caillou because it's just a bad example. So that is different. Yeah. Sure. He smokes and drinks too much.
Yeah, it's just like Fantasio.
Yes. I was thinking of something else. I don't remember. You know, oh yeah, earlier today I read there was a question on Reddit that was like, oh, what are some games where you stop playing for moral reasons? And the guy's example was Pikmin 2, because in Pikmin 1 you're just like staring on the planet trying to survive. But in Pikmin 2 you come back just because your company's losing money. And so he's like, every creature I kill just makes me more and more depressed. And the top comment was like, well, I didn't expect to see Pikmin as your answer, but fair enough. It's like, but my answer is Tomb Raider. And so the top comment chain was actually Tomb Raider for the same reasons you don't like it. Because like Lara Croft is a merciless killer, but pretends not to be in cutscenes.
I think that's actually a bigger problem in Uncharted.
Yeah.
Because at least in Tomb Raider, she does have like this argument of self-defense.
Yep.
But I agree that it's a problem for the game story as a whole, especially because she uses fire as a weapon. That's really beyond the pale.
Famously, as famously portrayed in the movie, All Quiet on the Western Front, like flamethrowers and such.
Aircraft does not give a fuck about
just
torching some motherfucker. And then she goes, "These people
that's why I had to burn them."
Yeah, with Nathan Drake, he just wonders or like trying to find for himself, and then I guess like Tomb Raider used to be like this too before the reboot.
Yeah,
and then he just kills fuckloads of people for it. Actually, that was another observation that interested me in Yahtzee's tone video, because he used the example of Uncharted with that exact same argument, and he proposed that there was really no reason why Uncharted had to have killing in it, and he could actually have been like a Tintin style hero who has to like creatively find ways to tie up the enemies and stuff like that, which I thought that was interesting, because I would have liked the game a lot more if it had that.
Well, I know you would have.
Both because of the tone issues, but also because that would just be way more interesting gameplay.
Yeah.
Because like how many fucking shooters are there, versus how many games are there where you have to comically disable the enemies?
How many Tintin games there are?
The Spirou game. Spirou is that type of hero, but you don't do that in the Spirou game, sadly.
It's kind of why I always liked like Hitman and Splinter Cell, is because the games, in order to get like best rating, it encourages you to find ways around without killing people. And Plague Tale actually does this as well, and that kind of puzzle-based enemy avoidance tends to be a lot more interesting than, I mean, it is, in my opinion, way more interesting than a fucking third-person shooter, which you could play any of those games as well, except for Plague Tale, as third-person shooters, right? But it encourages you not to. So like, it'd be cool if Uncharted had have an option for you to shoot your way through, right? But encourage you not to. It would be so much more interesting. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, in Tomb Raider, by far the most boring part of the game is the third-person shooter aspect.
Yeah. Yes. As we've discussed before, the best part is the secret tombs.
And even just the climbing around is more fun.
Yeah, even the non-secret, like not fighty bits. Yeah, fair. Totes.
I think the parts that stick out to me as being shitty are shooting in the story. I was like impressed by how bad the story was.
Yeah.
especially because the writer was related to Terry Pratchett. Do you think that there's more talent?
Yeah, you'd think she would have asked her dad how to write a good story, but she didn't.
I don't know if he was really that good at stories either. He was just kind of funny.
Have you read any of his works?
Only Good Omens.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess like as far as like, I guess it depends on what you're looking for from a story. He was funny, but I think like I really enjoyed Going Postal. I feel like actually I think it had a good story and
I
was
want
well
to
written.
read that one.
Yeah, I would recommend that. Actually, that was recommended to me as a way to get into Terry Pratchett's works, and I feel
yeah,
like
with Discworld it's hard. I remember, I do have a memory of like when I was younger and sort of looked up to Cthulhu more before I realized he was kind of a pretentious fucker.
yeah.
He loved Discworld, so I wanted to like try it out. But I was in the bookstore like looking over the Discworld shelf,
yeah.
and it was 50 fucking books. I was like, which one of these do I read?
Yep.
Yeah.
No, that Going Postal is one that you can read without knowing anything. It explains enough so you can get into it, and there's obviously more to it, but it doesn't matter for the
I think
story.
Cthulhu actually recommended Going Postal as well as a starting point.
Maybe just the best one. There's that one has like a mini series about that character. He's like a con man. Yeah, so there's a few.
I would like to read that one. I'd like to give that one a go. No, I did think in Good Omens that the prose writing aspect was not actually very good.
The prose in Going Postal isn't like that's not he's not that type of author. It's just like serviceable for what it is. It's like British snarkiness done well, IMO. But yeah. So if you're looking for that, read some Stephen King. No, I'm just kidding. Whatever. One of those.
I don't think Stephen King is the guy you go to for prose.
No. I'm just kidding. He's good for if you want a book that's 50 hours long.
Like it.
The Stand also.
With a child orgy.
My wife just finished The Stand.
Did you like it?
I did. Yeah. So that's she and my dad both enjoyed it. So that's two people that like it that I know personally. That's my claim to fame, I guess. I'll get around to it at some point. I'm working through another masterful John le Carré spy novel.
John le Carré.
Carré, yeah. No, he's a Scot.
He's Irish though.
Sorry, whoops, the other one.
He identifies as being Irish.
Yeah, but his name is definitely right.
Yeah, his is nom de plume, yeah.
Yeah, nom de plume. Yeah.
That's why you have to pronounce it John le Carré.
Yeah, no, that's correct. Yeah, that is objectively correct. Regardless of what he says, I don't respect him because he's trying to denounce his Frenchhood.
Why did he just have French nom de plume then?
I don't know. He's born that way.
Did he want to sound French? Did he think it would make him seem more prestigious in the minds of
What do you mean?
readers?
That's just his last name. I don't think he chose it.
No, that's not his real last name.
It's not?
No.
Oh, I didn't know that. Wait. Okay.
It's a nom de plume, a pen name.
Oh, fuck. I thought you were joking.
No.
It's actually his pen name.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Wait. Hold on.
Yeah.
Now I'm very confused. What is it?
Look it up. Yeah.
Oh, John Moore Cornwell.
Yeah.
Wait. David John Moore Cornwell. What the fuck? Huh. Oh yeah. Well, I don't know. Shit. Wow. Mind blown. A true spy doesn't even use his real name to write his books.
Are all his books like spy novels?
I think so. I don't know. It's definitely what he's. If he has one that's not, he's not known for it.
I know a lot of people have pen names. That's what there's a term for it.
Stephen King
a French
had one,
term for it.
Yes. No, I didn't think you were serious. Okay, cool, interesting.
There's also nom de guerre, of course.
Right. Yes, your war name, similar to your war face.
Yes. Exactly. Similar but legally distinct from your war face.
Yeah. Politics. He expressed concerns over the future of liberal democracy. Okay.
When was that?
In 2017.
Because of Brexit, do you think?
No, he's the rise of fascism in Poland and Germany, or Poland and Hungary.
Hungary.
And he opposed both Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. Wow, hot takes. I don't know. I'm not making fun of him. I also oppose them. It's fine.
I didn't find Trump too much.
He was funny.
Yes, exactly. That was his most popular character trait. It was funniness.
Okay. The article goes into
what did he do that was too bad? Like, what was the worst thing Donald Trump did in terms of actual politics? Let's say
I don't know.
Not acknowledging that he lost the election was reasonably bad.
Yeah, like calling for the election to be overturned is a bad thing, but it's not like
I guess, like, in terms of the deleterious effects of it, it's not that significant.
Right. No.
Because it just got ignored, except for the, like, rebel thing. Like, the QAnon shaman guy showed up to the White House, but that kind of got sorted out. That's it.
I mean, his handling of the pandemic.
Was that really bad, or was that... Because, like, to me, it kind of seemed like something that, like, the liberals are using to try and help the election, but just kind of the good fortune that the pandemic happened under Trump.
Yeah, I guess I just don't like when... I mean, he's just, like, actively...
He kept blustering about how bad it wasn't the whole time, because it made him look bad.
Yeah, exactly. It's like I mean, just the handling of the U.S. government, and Trump, I think, had a big part of that. Was like just so stupid. Where it's like try to stay home unless you're essential, but everyone's essential, and the whole small businesses are more important than people's lives. Not that it was necessarily that dramatic all the time, but that was the core of the behavior of the government. And Trump was very much not like the only person behind that, but very much backing that mindset. I don't know. I'm literally looking at Wikipedia, like shit he did, because I don't know the worst things.
You're googling what was the worst stuff Donald Trump did.
There's like the corruption shit where he obviously doesn't pay taxes. The Russians were in fact involved in that election. There's all sorts of like...
Oh, really?
Well, multiple people who, had high up government positions before Trump fired them for investigating this have come forward to say that there was evidence supporting this. Of course, because they were fired, there's no way to actually prove this, and so it could just be a conspiracy theory. I cannot say. I choose to believe it. But
I doubt it was
choice.
I doubt it was what swung the election.
Probably not.
I think the fucking massive hubris of Hillary Clinton's campaign was what swung the election.
Well, he definitely was as much as he could without, of course, without going to jail for it, was actively supporting the January 6th insurrection.
Yeah.
So that's bad. That's not really a political action of his, I guess. It's just him tweeting.
It is.
Okay, sure. Then there's one. That's bad. That's a bad thing to do. But no, I mean, you're right. Like, a lot of people are like, he's the worst president ever. It's like, he kind of just didn't do that much. He was just kind of an asshole. Like,
I don't think he was that factual.
Yeah, like, even if he was like fucking evil, he wasn't very effective.
I don't think he really did or even tried to do anything that was that outside of what the Republican Party normally does.
I agree with that. I think the argument I've heard, which is very wishy-washy, and I agree with it, but I understand if people don't, is like he allowed for a lot of like dangerous mindsets to come to the forefront, and
I feel like it's kind of, I guess, unfair to attribute that to him because it's so indirect, or something along those lines is what I'd say.
But it is, but I guess I feel like he could have directly spoken against them if he wanted to. Not like I know. I feel like when you like, the U.S. presidency is unfortunately a popularity contest, and you're like the face of the country more than anything else. And so when you are in that position, you have a responsibility to speak against these things, even though it's like, I think at that point, once you choose to run for president and then get elected, you can't be like, oh, it's none of my business what other people are saying. You have to be like, yes, I actively do not support racism, as stupid as that sounds. Like, it's now your responsibility to say stupid shit like that because you are like the face of the country, you know.
I don't know. I don't see that as a very serious argument. I feel like it's just kind of like a convenient thing people would use to try and beat their opponent with. Was like, you aren't actively opposing the nebulous thing I want you to actively oppose enough today.
I guess I agree. It's somewhat, but it's also like the other side for me is how easy it is to just say, like, when the Ku Klux Klan was publicly supporting him and he like refused to say anything about it. How hard is it to say?
More...
It takes literally 2 seconds to be like, I do not endorse them and I don't want their endorsement. Done. You just gotta say it once and then it's in the news and that's it. And he just didn't. It's like, is that the worst thing ever? No. But is that also not the easiest thing to say? Just say it. Like, why wouldn't you? Why didn't he? I don't know. It's like, yeah, it's not that big a deal, but it's also like not that big a deal to say that. So just say it, you know? Like, it's not like every president has to be like, I don't support the Ku Klux Klan or whatever, but like when they are publicly campaigning about how much they love you and it's like in the news, it's like, yeah, maybe you should say something about it in this case, right?
They've got to start using reverse psychology more, the Ku Klux Klan.
They do. They need to find a way to get more popular. I hope they don't, but like if I was in charge,
I mean, just strategically, because
yeah,
they should have endorsed
Hillary.
They should have endorsed Clinton. That would have damaged.
Oh, that would have been smart.
That would have helped Trump more than endorsing Trump did. I think South Park or something did an episode like that where the Ku Klux Klan. Oh yeah, Randy or somebody like tries to get the Ku Klux Klan to endorse the people he doesn't like because it will do more to harm them.
Oh yeah, see, that's smart. It's like whenever PETA like says anything.
I have like beauty products, or not like my shower gel or whatever. It has like PETA endorses this as cruelty free.
Yeah.
Which I guess they're probably trustworthy enough to tell somebody whether or not like that company tests on animals, but they also shouldn't be taken seriously as an authority on basically anything because they're.
I don't think they should be taken seriously, but I think PETA, like the hatred for them is like really overblown.
Well, they do just like execute a whole bunch of fucking animals. Like if you ever send an animal to one of their shelters, they just kill it. It is really fucked up.
It's merciful.
A company that calls itself an animal protection agency.
That is the big argument that I've heard.
It kind of destroys any credibility it could possibly have.
Yeah, I think so. But that's unfortunate too, because like other things they try to bring attention to, like the fact that fish aren't like mindless automatons that don't feel pain. It's like, yeah, that's true. Don't cruel to any animal, even if people like a lot of people legitimately think fish are just like too stupid to care. It's like, no, like goldfish can live a long and happy life if you don't put it in a fucking like 6-inch bowl.
I think besides the animal murdering that they do, the other thing they do that fucks their own credibility is just be like complain about really retarded shit. Like they hate Pokemon because they think it like glorifies animal cruelty. It's like, chill.
Yeah,
nobody cares.
Exactly. When you get on the like weeb's bad side, you have you're done. No, I agree. And like I remember some article about like, I don't know, it's like chickens form extremely complex social circles on the level of humans. It's like, that's not true. They might form social circles, but to equate them to humans to gain, to try to make your argument seem more worthwhile, again, destroys your credibility because that's obviously not true. They're chickens. Chickens don't deserve to be mistreated. They're smarter than many people think they are, probably, but humans are the superior species. I don't know, but yeah, I mean, I wish they were more moderate, and because I want people to take them more seriously because I hate animal cruelty. But
I think you just have to like support a different animal rights organization.
There are plenty. PETA's just the most, because they're most well known because of how dumb their takes can be. So.
They have the marketing thing right, I guess.
They do. They have like celebrities on their side, and
Whereas the other animal rights agencies actually try to act like serious charity organizations.
Yeah, well, that's boring. It's more fun to be sensational. I actually
write into TMP and recommend what the best animal rights agencies are. to support?
Yeah, well, just whatever that one voice, the Bayonetta voice actress listed.
Oh yeah.
That's good.
Well, no, you see,
Um,
listing charities is only like that's how you judge someone's credibility. Is you dig
Oh,
for any
see what
possible
charities they
dirt
support?
on their charities.
I think the only charity I like ever I'm aware of is the what is it? The fuck. I don't even remember the name of it. EFF, Electronic Freedom Frontier, because they support
Okay.
privacy. I like privacy.
Okay. The only thing I
They're like one of the
donate
ones
to
you can
is
donate to on Humble Bundle.
the only one I donate to is Wikipedia.
Oh, that too. I did give them like $20 once or something.
I have like a $2 a month I give to Wikipedia.
Oh wow. I gave him $20 once because I was like, that's enough to cover me for a while.
Yeah,
But
it's
you know,
10
after a
months.
while, you can easily surpass me.
Well, maybe I'll increase it if I have money one day. I don't have any
One of
money
these
right now.
days. No, spent it on Fire Emblem.
Yes, and Pentiment.
Oh yeah, right.
My Pentiment fund was my whole budget for December.
Damn. Was it worth it?
No.
Okay.
Well, actually, it was. But I need to have more money.
Oh sure. Hey,
So
who
I
doesn't?
can
Am I
buy
right?
Pentiment and groceries.
Dude, that's something you have in common with Jeff Bezos, is you both want more money.
I think Jeff Bezos should give me some of his money.
You can write to him. My wife was like, she invited like Bill Gates to our wedding because she was like, I read that if you just invite like rich people, they'll have like they'll have just assistants who don't know who they know or not, but sometimes they'll like one will slip through and they won't come obviously, but they'll send you a gift. I was like, okay, whatever, sure. So we sent an invitation.
Might as well try.
Yeah, so we sent an invitation to Bill Gates. No response, but it wasn't, you know,
He
didn't cost us
didn't show up.
anything. No, I mean, I didn't see him there, but I was pretty busy, so who knows? He didn't send us a gift though. So
Bill Gates is pretty unassuming. You could miss him in a crowd. He just kind of looks like an old guy with a sweater.
yeah, exactly. I think we invited a couple of other richer people, maybe even Elon Musk. Didn't see him.
He's pretty rich.
He's rich.
He is also the Antichrist.
He is a billionaire. Yeah.
I had a lady at work who told me Elon Musk is the Antichrist.
Oh yeah, you told me. Yeah, she sounds like she's fun to talk to.
It was kind of memorable, but it was also scary.
Oh yeah, sure.
Because she
I
said
don't know. It's like,
she was looking forward to the end of the world.
oh yeah, that's a very conservative Christian thing.
It was very much the American Christianity. The American, like, you say, puritanical Christianity. Because it was very, like, obsessed with Revelation and the end times and all that shit.
Yeah, it's funny because all those people who like take Revelation like very literally, I guess they just like ignore the parts where like the end of the world like really fucking sucks for everyone. So like you shouldn't look forward to it, even if you think you're gonna get through okay, because it's gonna suck for you too until you finally get sucked up to heaven or whatever.
Yeah, I think it's a very harmful belief.
It is. Yeah, actually, I mean that idea of like misanthropy was even addressed like very early on in the church as I guess I would like part of the Gnostic heresy, which was the idea that like the spiritual and earthly realms are divided and the spiritual one is the good one. Mm-hmm. So like you should just and like you can attain holiness through knowledge. So you just like the more you learn, the holier you get. But the church like rejected that, probably burned a lot of people at the stake, which you know that's no fun. But the heresy did need to be addressed some way. And it's funny that people still like think that. Like the argument against that was that if you believe that Jesus was fully God and human, which was a requirement at the time to be Christian, actually still is in like every church basically, then like the fact that he was fully human means there's something worthwhile about being human. So stop bitching about it basically. So there you go. That's it.
Yeah, the other harm of it is the belief in an immediate like apocalypse. Is it will prevent you? It could at least cause you to ignore Earth. And
yeah, for now,
it's the only plan we have, so we need to take care of it and help other people who are still alive and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, but once we colonize Mars, then it's. How do you feel about that?
But then we have a backup. And most single, but I think eventually space colonization should be a thing to look into.
Yeah, I mean, like it's the same in Terra and Invicta. You don't want to do it immediately, but
I don't know. I think you had the problem that people see it as like a substitute, like Earth is so fucked that we have to escape from it.
Yeah.
And that would be equally as harmful as what I was just talking about with the apocalypse.
Yep.
For me, I would see it as more of a supplement to Earth, where like Earth, there's eventually an upper limit to how many people Earth can support. But to me, the creation of more human life is a worthwhile goal. And so space colonization could eventually be an enabling factor in pursuing that goal, I suppose.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I see it more like Mars. I feel like is a test bed for at the very least, a test bed for like long-term space habitation. But I do think a lot of people believe it to be like we can go there after Earth is fucked, which I think is just like really stupid because Mars, like no matter how bad Earth gets, it will be more habitable than Mars. So whatever the fuck we can do there, we can just like if we live in domes on Earth, it's easier than living in domes on Mars. Like that makes no sense. Like there's no like why would you leave? Like yeah, it could get really awful here, I guess, at the worst case, but it's still better than Mars, which has like an average temperature of negative 80 degrees, I think Fahrenheit, but at that temperature doesn't fucking matter whether it's Fahrenheit and Celsius.
No.
And like there is almost no atmosphere, and what it does have has no oxygen. So like good luck, you know, like what if the Earth here is what if the air is really polluted? It's like still easier to deal with than no air. Dumbass.
Well, so. I guess those people are imagining like sci-fi future Stellaris type of terraforming where like Mars just becomes a good planet. But you know that they should be reminded that tomb worlds can be terraformed too.
Exactly. Yes, thank you.
Well, I think that's a higher level of technology than like changing, a grass planet to a water planet.
It is a higher tech level when we don't even have the first tech level yet. So
yeah, hopefully we get the right roles for our tech.
Oh God, I hate
research. Yeah.
Actually, the TV show The Expanse covers that pretty well. Where like Mars is actively being terraformed, but it's like a multi-generational project.
Yeah, it would be gigantic.
Like, it's like work to help Mars so that your children's children can live on a green planet. It's like, yeah, that's how it would be. It would take fucking forever, you know.
Yeah, it would be ridiculously expensive and.
Yes, but at that point, you know, we'll be in a post-scarcity, ultra-socialist, whatever. You know that.
Oh yeah.
Star Trek.
Fully automated luxury space communism.
Yeah, thank you. There you go. Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay, so
we almost achieved it with the Soviet Union, but then it collapsed.
Yeah, definitely. That was the part where they killed millions of people for no fucking reason.
No, they were sacrificing them to
Lenin, yes.
To Lenin, so that he would come back. That's not funny. All right. Sorry, you were about to say something.
We met the sage Goto, who was explaining some of the lore. He was talking. He had so like Linda's dad, and also a guy that we were supposed to have met in the last map, but I warp skipped it, so we didn't really meet him.
Oh hell yeah.
Garneth, who used to be Goto's apprentices, and Garneth is the evil one, and he's trying to work with Medius to help take over the world. And he has a magical spell that we can't damage him through, so we have to find a specialized spell to kill him with. Starlight, it's called.
Okay. Power word kill.
Power word star, yeah.
Power word starlight. All right.
Now we're gonna go liberate our own homeland. We did Nina's already. Now we're gonna do ours.
I think I said this exact thing last time, didn't I? Where like this game reminds me of Final Fantasy Tactics because of the more like politically grounded story.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. But forget I said that. I already said.
There's usually a conflict of nations and everything in this, but
Yeah.
it's more like Final Fantasy Tactics said, like, debating the ethics of the best way to rule a state. So like that's not really a thing in this series most of the time.
Okay.
It's usually just like there's an evil country and a good country. We have to fuck up the evil country.
Gotcha.
Uh,
Well, and do you plan to play the latest Final Fantasy or fucking Fire Emblem game, Midnight Suns?
no,
Okay.
I'm only gonna do probably this one, Fire Emblem 4 and Fire Emblem 9, and maybe 10
Right.
as well.
Okay.
And I'm thinking maybe to be really funny, I'd make you play Fire Emblem Awakening on a 3DS emulator.
Okay, sure, I'm down.
Next time we do a game exchange, maybe that's what it'll be. That's
Right.
the waifu Fire Emblem, so we'll find out who you find the most fuckable.
Oh, perfect.
You'll have to
I love
pick.
that. Yeah. I'll make you play Vampire the Masquerade.
Okay, that's basically just Deus Ex again.
Yep. But jankier. I don't know. I don't know if that'll be my choice, but that is an option. Maybe I'll make you play Hitman 4. So you'll be like really bored.
No, don't make me play Hitman.
No, I don't want to torture you.
I would rather play Hitman than most other stealth games, but I still just really don't like stealth games. That's why I played Deus Ex the way I did, just completely ignoring the entire stealth aspect of the game.
Yeah, if you don't like stealth in Hitman, then Hitman 1 is actually probably your best option.
That's true, you did kind of just kill everyone.
Yeah, you can totally do that.
I think you did say Hitman 2 is the only one where people wake up after you knock them out, and I think
Not true.
Oh, okay. I think I
Sorry, what were you gonna say?
TV tropes that like if you knock someone out and take their clothes, that when they wake up they'll be like embarrassed because they're in their underwear. And
I that's funny.
That to me is comical.
I never like watched someone wake up. I know that if they do that, they will alert the guards as to the fact that someone is walking around in their uniform. So an easy way around it is to just get a new uniform by the time they wake up. I mean, if that's possible, that's a way around it. But I was wrong. Hitman 3 also they wake up.
Okay.
So but 4 they definitely don't, because that's the one I played the most. I don't remember that. Anyway, we'll get to all sorts of fun strats where you knock people out. That's what makes Hitman actually a morally superior game to Fire Emblem, because you can't knock people out in Fire Emblem.
True. But it is war. So you could argue that the murdering that happens in Hitman is actually worse than killing people in war.
Oh, true. They're not, non-combatants. No, when they chose to be morally bad people, according to the Hitman devs, they entered into a war of
It's a really
morality.
Philosophical question as to which
is
more moral.
The manual of Hitman 2 is like it starts off with like finally the assassin with a conscience returns. It's like, what?
But
it's not how it was portrayed in the first game, and it's not even the plot of the second game. Like, why would you put that in there?
Yeah, that's funny.
That makes sense.
My understanding of Agent 47 has always been that he does not give a fuck and is just strictly professional. Whoever hiring him could have a conscience, but
well, he chooses the contracts. So like there is that like retcon later where he's like, he only chooses contracts for people that deserve to die, but like that's not apparent until like the third game even, really. So
I don't really believe in moral killing.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just saying that's how the I don't necessarily say either. That's just how the game portrays.
Like expanding on it with a philosophical discussion.
Oh sure. Yeah, I guess I don't either.
Because I think the only justification really for it could be that the person needs to be stopped. But at least, unless they're like holding a gun to someone's head, and if you can either kill them or they will shoot. It's like there are other ways to stop people besides killing them. Like just put them in jail.
You could like 47 could sneak past all their guards into their like secret bunker and be like, that you have a lot of leverage once you're in that position, right? Be like, hey, I got here, I could kill you, but hear me out. Put the nuke back in the helicopter and fly it somewhere else.
Or you could just like kidnap them and send them to the authorities or something. You could be like Dishonored with things where you discredit people.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, that's even addressed in the third game, where like one of the first missions has you like killing this like serial like rapist and torturer of women.
Mm.
And it's like you could, like you could just arrest him. Like there's plenty of evidence in his secret hideout to convict him. So like, just call the cops. I don't know. Fuck. But the game, whatever. It's a game. But yeah, that type of moralizing, I would not take the plot of the Hitman games too seriously.
No, that's not what they're.
It's one of Mr. A's games, so the plot sucks.
Exactly. It's how we know.
Yeah, no, but I agree.
We finally do Outer Wilds.
Oh yeah.
Or whatever game you're gonna pick.
Oh yeah, right. That yeah. I will be probably after Hitman. After Hitman. I promise. That's my campaign promise to pick one of the story game you requested.
Okay.
I just wanted to get my Hitman itch out of the way. I am really enjoying replaying all the games, so I'm glad I picked them. It's a purely selfish endeavor.
I don't mind watching it, but that's not very.
No, it's not wrong. No, that's not my choice for that requirement. They do end up having story focus later, but like it's never like any good. Just like which secret organization are we up against this time? So yeah, they do have good atmosphere though. Starting with the third and fourth, I think have really good atmosphere, or have some levels with good atmosphere.
Do you think always a plus for me. World in Conflict had good atmosphere?
No.
I agree.
No. Yeah. I liked some levels where I remember the last Russian level was like this hectic, desperate defense, which I really enjoyed. But for the most part, it's just like, yeah.
I don't know if that really qualifies as atmosphere even.
Well, I guess it depends on how you define atmosphere. It just like it had the vibe that I wanted from the that I feel like the game was most effective with portraying, with like the like that's what it tried to portray with the invasion of Seattle, like at the start of the game, with like this ragtag group of National Guard forces like coming together to try to hold off the Russians, and that's what it was kind of going for, but it didn't really succeed in, except for a few missions, like including that last Russian mission where it was like this desperate defense. Atmosphere may not be the right word, but yeah, sure. I don't know how to even define atmosphere. It's just my catch-all for like, if I like a game, it has good atmosphere.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was noticing. That's why I asked about World in Conflict's atmosphere.
No. It's not really a catch-all. Like, I guess I do have something in mind when I'm thinking of atmosphere.
I think of atmosphere as more being like how the game brings across the immersion into the setting, I guess.
Yeah. Immersion is the other big buzzword there.
So for me, I'd say like World in Conflict kind of had what you were describing with the desperate defense mission out into like, I guess, conveying feelings through gameplay, but it doesn't really fit in that atmosphere.
Sure.
Because atmosphere has more to do with setting, I think. I guess.
Yeah. And the setting is just the world.
Like Silent Hill 2 has good atmosphere, and Shadow of the Colossus, and Inside.
Inside, yeah, I would agree. I think Limbo. My Russian games tend to, Stalker and Pathologic have, in my opinion, phenomenal atmosphere. And the setting is a big chunk of the story, right? It's just like each of those games, like the town, the unnamed, actually I don't think it's unnamed, but I don't know the name of it yet. The town in Pathologic and the zone in Stalker is almost a character unto itself. Like when the setting almost feels like it has its own characterization. That's a big, I think that's what I would call atmosphere by my vague definition. Silent Hill, of course, like the town of Silent Hill, that's like an active force in the game.
That's known for being a good atmosphere game.
Yes, it is known. So it is written. Yeah. Good lore, That helps. Like a lot of the Warhammer games I like Vermintide, for example, just has like well fleshed out lore that is reinforced by the gameplay, the characters, dialogue, like everything in there serves to reinforce the setting. I don't know if I would call that atmosphere, but it also fits into that thing I like, you know.
Yeah.
So there's that.
I understand what you're laying down.
Cool, man. You're picking up what I'm laying down.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe you say it differently in Canada.
We do, yeah. We say A.
That was funny. The first time I spoke to a Canadian, it wasn't you.
I don't really say it very much.
You don't. You really don't. But he said it. I was like, oh shit, you guys actually say that. I thought it was just a stereotype.
Maternal grandma said it a lot.
Okay. Maybe it's regional as well, you know.
I was gonna say I think it's a little bit regional. I've met one or two people who have like a very stereotypical Canadian accent, but a lot of people here just have like an urban American sounding accent. That's kind of, I would say that's kind of what my voice is like. Oh
yeah, you have a very very neutral accent. IMO.
They sometimes say I said the word out, apparently a little bit like
out, yeah, about
or something like that,
yeah, just a couple of little things, but yeah,
there are certain states, like American states, where the accent apparently sounds pretty Canadian.
I was about to say, like Midwest, especially northern Midwest US, the accent that's very like Minnesota is, to me sounds very similar to like a stereotypical Canadian accent. So.
Yeah.
What do you call a fizzy drink?
Well, it's supposed to be, in Canada we say pop, but I kind of prefer soda.
Okay, all right.
So yeah, I say soda.
Yeah, I say soda as well, but pop is the Midwestern term, which is where I live, so people say pop here. Doesn't sound right. It's soda. Apparently in the South, there's this like false stereotype of people in the South calling everything Coke, which is not true. We call it. It's not that we call everything Coke. It's just we always order Coca-Cola. So that's the misconception. Because Coca-Cola headquarters is in Atlanta. So it's like, that's just like the most popular drink. I mean, it's the best one. I like Coca-Cola.
Yeah, I like it too. Yeah. I also like mug root beer.
Oh yeah, we had a discussion where I was like, I never heard of that, but that's not true. I definitely am familiar with mug root beer. Yeah, I like root beer. Most of my sodas I drink now, I put alcohol in. So my favorite soda is tonic water because I can put gin in it. It tastes good.
Apparently, rum and coke is good.
Rum and coke is good too, but my favorite drink is a gin tonic. But yes, rum and coke is solid.
It's not vodka. What do you mix vodka with?
You can mix it with anything, really. I mean, like I'll mix vodka with Coke, and it just tastes like Coke, but has a little extra kick to it.
Is there like a traditional vodka drink though? Like
there's a few. I mean, there's like, no, not a soda. I don't think, because those like quick cocktails are, I guess, historically vodka is not mixed like where it comes from. Like gin is English, and the English like to mix it with tonic, so that's why gin tonic is popular. Russians don't mix vodka; they just take shots of vodka. Yeah. So anything you can mix it with anything, but there's not like a cultural cocktail in the same way that gin tonic exists. Yeah.
Russians just drink their vodka.
Yeah, not so much anymore. The Russian youth likes beer and whiskey now, but like my parents are like, they like vodka. Like every time I come home, we will take vodka shots to celebrate, which my wife hates. Stereotypical. It is extremely, but it's like
vodka kind of tastes like nail polish.
No, bad vodka does.
I've probably only had bad vodka. I've only had very cheap
I mean, most
alcohol.
People probably have, but even decent vodka can be cheap. I mean, if you probably don't, I'm not going to recommend that you drink it. It's not like good. It's just like you just shoot it to get drunk. Like it's not like my dad would like one of my dad's friends was like recommending like ways to drink mix. He's like, oh, I like vodka on ice. It like really covers the taste and makes it refreshing. My dad's like, why would you sip vodka? You just shoot it to feel drunk.
Yeah, I don't think
Nobody
I've ever heard
nobody
anyone
likes it.
sipping
Like, what the
vodka.
fuck? Yeah, like nobody drinks it to enjoy it. What the hell is that? My dad was like, that's an American thing. I don't know. So, I used to pretend like I liked vodka because I was like, I'm so Russian, like in college, but it's whatever. I mean, I don't hate it. I don't dislike it, but it's like not my choice. It's just a way to get drunk. That's all it's for.
Nice.
It's a way to feel warm in the cruel Russian winters. I tell you, I like to tell this story. So I might have told it before, but when my dad like distilled his own alcohol when he was in Poland.
I don't know if I've heard that.
That was like
before.
Okay, I'll tell it. It was like this. I think it's funny. It was like this. Ukraine was in like this economic downturn. So goods were cheap, and so my dad and his brother and like a couple other people would buy a bunch of shit in Ukraine and transport it over to Poland and sell it in Poland for a profit. Because they were doing that, and I think I don't remember the details, but I'm pretty sure the way he told it, like they were staying there for like a couple days in the winter or something, and my dad's brother was in the Air Force, and so he was like, we can just stay at an Air Force base and like just hang out in the hangar. So they were in this hangar, and it was cold.
They call it the hangar?
Yeah, because you hang out. Exactly. There's a plane in there, and it was like cold as fuck there, and they were bored. There was nothing to do, so they were like, what can we like? Is there anything to drink out here? So what they ended up doing was they drained the brake fluid from the aircraft.
Oh god!
And they distilled it, so it was like clean ethanol. They didn't drink it straight, but they distilled like pure alcohol from this brake fluid, and they stored it in these big rubber barrels. So then it ended up just tasting like rubber, and they their invented drink the boot because it tasted like a leather boot.
Yes,
a rubber boot. So
that is a very Russian story.
Yeah, exactly. It's like we're bored. What can we drink? So he said it got them through the cruel winter. They felt warm and were entertained, but it tasted god awful. So there you go. That's the extent of the story, but that's amusing. I hope to one day be Russian enough to distill my own alcohol from jet fighter brake fluid.
Yes. That's the greatest level of Russian that you can achieve.
What do you? I know you don't drink very much, but what is your preferred drink of choice? Do you have one?
I guess red wine would be my pick.
Oh yeah, I remember you've said that before.
I believe I have.
Okay, that's cool. I was going to ask if you're a fan of Canadian whiskey.
Not really. I don't know if I've tried it.
All right.
But I think most of the types of most of the alcoholic drinks I've had besides wine basically all just taste the same to me, or I don't perceive that much of a difference between them.
Yeah, no, I'm not enough of a drink snob to like disagree with you. People who don't like alcohol, just like nail polish is a good description. Probably I don't know. Tastes like has that ethanol taste to it. A lot of people don't enjoy. But no, I was just curious because Canadian whiskey is unique. So I was wondering if you had a take on it. But that's okay that you don't. No trouble. I don't like it much either, actually. So, there you go.
Sad.
Yeah, it's like it's got a sweetness to it, almost maple syrupy, which is appropriate. But not my thing.
Maybe it's supposed to taste like maple syrup.
No, yeah, I'm not saying anything wrong with it. Just like preference, not my preference. American bourbon is similar. It has like a sweetness to it that's not my thing. There you go. Now, if anyone asks you about drinks, you can just repeat what I said, and they'll be like, "Oh, wow, you know what you're talking about."
Yeah, I'll try to appear very knowledgeable.
There you go. It's very important.
Yes, because how you're
If-
perceived is what matters, or something like that.
I think I've said something like that before. Yeah,
I think you have.
yeah. I definitely believe that to to a practical extent. Practically speaking, how you're perceived is what matters. If you're trying to accomplish something that involves other people, Anyway,
I guess, practically speaking, but perhaps not spiritually speaking.
no, but saying things like that may make people perceive you as a very
Spiritual person.
stalwart individual. So it still works out in the end.
I like to think of myself as being a very spiritual person.
All right, that's good.
Just because
I don't
only because
consider
I
myself
want people
special.
to perceive me as spiritual, though.
Right, that makes sense. Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah,
very
I don't-
good at social engineering, so I just kind of describe myself in the way that I want people to perceive me.
Well, it's rude to argue, so that's actually really good social engineering, taking advantage of people's reluctance to have conflict. It's actually
Sure.
quite clever. You really shouldn't misrepresent yourself.
Yeah, I'm underselling my own talents there.
Yeah, I'm really good at social engineering. I used to get people to play on the worst company of heroes map all the time.
Oh yeah, I remember we talked about that. I like to social engineer my League of Legends teammates. They suck slightly less cock.
That's true. You are good at that. Like I'll start like just shit talking someone, and you'll be like, "Don't let them high morale is important." It's like, you know what? You're completely right.
Today I was playing a game with my one friend, and we had a Galio who was like trying to surrender the whole game and complaining about how we weren't surrendering. And then we won, and I waited until like the Nexus was dying to type bitch ass
Yeah, exactly. Wait till it doesn't matter. You let them know, but when it no longer affects you, no, definitely.
Yes, it's
Very
important
smart.
that they know in the end, so that they can change
Yeah,
it
so
for
they
their next
improve for the
set of
better. They
teammates.
take your criticism, your performance review, and use it to improve themselves. That's exactly what happens.
Yes, definitely. That sounds like the League of Legends community.
There's this like the League community has a reputation, including amongst some of our other Discord members, of being like the most toxic community ever. And I really don't. I think that's an overstatement. It can
Probably
be
is an overstatement, yeah.
toxic, but like maybe I feel like to me, like maybe it's just me. Like I guess maybe it's just me just having a thick enough skin that I don't care. But like, I see this with other communities too. Like,
I've seen some fucking assholes on League of Legends.
Oh
I
yeah,
will say.
totally. But like, I guess maybe League is a decent example of like one of the more toxic communities. But like, somebody on Reddit was like bitching about how toxic the Dead by Daylight community is. It's like, what? I mean, like, yeah, it can be toxic, but saying it's the most toxic just tells me you don't play anything else. Like
That's
all
worse than Dead by Daylight.
Yeah, exactly. That's like even it's obvious example. Like League, way more. Dead by Daylight has like no communication.
Yeah,
like in League, a lot of it comes from the fact that you're trapped with your team, who could be like just shitting on you the whole time. Like, you can mute them.
Your team is almost invariably more toxic than the enemy team.
Yeah, like the DVD is like you can't even talk to anybody until the end screen, and then if you're so sensitive, you can just leave before anyone says anything. Like, it's no. You could choose to not have an opportunity. I guess that's the case of any game. You can choose to just cut off communication. But like League, it's if you want to do well against skilled players, you need to communicate with your team. So you're trapped a little bit.
One guy I was playing with, he like disabled everything in the game, including pings, and it's actually really fucking annoying.
Yeah,
because it'll be like backing, and I'll be like, I need somebody to be with me here, and then I can't even communicate that in any way.
Yep. Yeah, and like I understand why someone would do that, but yes, it is. It just kind of communication is important in that game. So I don't know, but like I remember when like I offered Null to join us for League, because he was like, nobody plays games with me. I'm like, well, we play League. You can join us for that. And he's just like, no. It's like, all right.
Yeah.
Sure, that's your choice. I mean, that's fine, but it's like
In terms of like the
not as bad as
social
yeah.
results of that was giving up a chance to bond
That's exactly
with
yeah,
your
and it's
or whatever,
like nothing like yeah.
but if you really don't like the
Yeah.
game, I understand, because I think he said he played another MOBA and really didn't like it, so that was why he was so hesitant
Yeah, but
to
like
try out League.
I mean, yes, that's fair. I'm not trying to say like that didn't happen, but you know, he didn't play one with us. It's a different experience playing with like different groups of people, right? Like me playing with you and Meko is different than me playing alone. Because alone, it's just the game, right? There's nothing else to it. I'm playing with you guys. It's like, even if we're doing bad, we can at least just like have a chat, right? It makes everything better, you know.
Definitely.
So
there've been some games where we've been
always
like
better.
hard losing in League that would be
Yeah, and
really
it's just like-
obnoxious. On
Yeah,
we just don't give a shit because we were talking about something more interesting.
exactly. That's how I feel at least. So there's that aspect that I feel like people who don't even give it a chance miss out on. And I understand I'm not blaming them, but you know, I think that's
Probably would have been annoying to play with, like, no, somebody just learning it for the very first time.
Yeah, that can be annoying. You do have to go into full like I don't give a fuck mode if you're playing with completely new people.
Yeah,
because you are just going to lose. So
sometimes it depends on how the matchmaking works. Like for some reason, when I play with my one specific friend, it always puts us in deep bronze games, and I can carry a lot of the time.
Mm-hmm. When you play with me, it puts us just high enough that you can't carry me, but I don't know what the fuck you do. So,
yeah. Kinda, yeah.
Yeah, it is odd. They apparently removed like rank-based matchmaking entirely. Like there's no more Smurf queue basically in like the last patch or something like that.
Oh, interesting.
I don't care that much because I don't play with you, but that happened.
I just kind of expect the matchmaking to always kind of suck.
Oh yeah, sure. I don't think it's not like, I don't know, people who say that Smurf Q fucks them over are just making excuses for them being bad. So
yes.
like, I know I'm bad, so I don't make excuses. So I don't really care.
You don't have to cope as much.
I don't have to cope. Yeah, I've accepted it. I've coped.
You don't have to cope and seethe as much.
No. I definitely concede, but I don't have to cope.
I don't see you seethe over League of Legends too much.
No, I
think I probably seethe more out of the two of us.
Yeah, but not. I've definitely played with people who seethe a lot more. You're not.
I only seethe when I see Pike.
Exactly. I can only think of one instance where you see.
We've had ban him every time, so I haven't seen the
exactly. Yeah, I keep an eye out and do my best to enact the anti-seething countermeasure.
Yes, exactly.
No, yeah, I don't remember. I seethed it like HOTS, but it was because like when I used to play that, I seethed whenever there was like one time where we were playing like meta shit and winning all the time. And then anytime I would try to deviate from that and try something new, like you keep telling me like you should learn one champion, and you're right. But I just like to try new things. And like every time I did that, we would lose, which like I understand that's how it is. But it made me mad that it's like every time I try to like have a little bit of extra fun, it's just like fucks me over. Like not allowed to do that, I guess. But now I've accepted it. But that is one thing that made me seethe in a MOBA. It wasn't League, I guess.
Yeah, I understand that.
But
that is kind of seethe worthy.
Yes, I should pick a one-trick pony.
Yeah.
Part of it is like I don't play the game enough to even know what character I would want to one-trick. Like I would totally one-trick a character if one really meshed with me, but like I only ever play with you. So like anytime I'm playing with you, I'm always just trying out the game perpetually. So there is that.
Sure.
But I could easily just pick one.
One thing I've noticed is that whenever any of my friends' picks were not a glass, we get fucked that game because they're completely useless.
I do not know how to play her effectively. I'm not going to blame the champion, but I completely agree. I have never felt useful at playing her. I'm not even sure. I think I've played her in like 6 games, and I'm not sure I've ever hit. I don't know. I don't know. Just how it is.
I think, yeah, I'm not sure if it's because the character isn't very good in like lower elo gameplay, or if it's just because she's harder.
That could be it. Yeah.
Because there's a bit of both. Like
Definitely.
both possible considerations, I mean.
Right. No, totally. Yeah, I don't know which it is. I tend to not try to delude myself and just accept the fact that it's probably my low elo gameplay that is not taking advantage of her. Because I think based on like guides I've looked at, she is supposed to be quite effective and in the right hands.
Her ultimate is really good. Well, it's consistent across like you and Echo and my other friend all. We like basically troll me every time they pick.
Okay.
So it's her being more difficult is at least part of it, or shitty, one of the two.
Right. Yes.
Because I would much rather have just like a brand or something they can just like face all their keyboard and effectively do.
Yeah. Brand or fucking.
Lux can kind of be like
Blitzcrank. Yeah, I mean, when I play with you support, I try to choose.
That was the game I had today. Was my friend picked Renata Glask and the enemy team picked Lux, and Lux would just like do so much damage, and the Renata Glask would not do anything back.
Yeah, exactly.
She doesn't do very much damage. The character is definitely about other things.
She supports her ADC. Like she can res you basically. Like if the ADC can do damage.
That thing's really weird. That move. It's hard to make use of super well. So that's part of the difficulty of the character is using that move, right?
Yeah, and that move I feel like is very important, and you really need to have good familiarity with the game and like be able to accurately predict when your ADC will die but can also come back from it, because it's a very like offensive, like aggressive, risky move. Because you're basically
also have the attack speed buff, but that's not really the important part of it.
No, I mean, yeah, that is helpful, but you basically like the idea behind it is like you're basically telling your ADC like, go in, you will die, but you'll still win. And to be able to make that call, you have to be pretty familiar with the game and the active situation at the time.
True.
So I just tend to use it whenever the ADC goes in, right? But like for you, it's fine because we can communicate. But like to a random, like what if they stay in too long because they think they'll get rezzed and they don't? Then it's like, it's still their fault, but it's partially my fault.
I think part of the trouble with it is, it's just hard to use.
Yeah.
It can be a very powerful ability, but a lot of the time it just kind of doesn't do anything. Like I think a lot of time I see people use it when their ADC is like about to die to try and save them. Rather than using it in conjunction with an offensive decision. But then it just kind of doesn't do anything, and the ADC just bleeds out and
it just dies. Yeah.
Because it only gives you a couple seconds to get a kill to come back from the coming back.
Right. Yeah, using it defensively. I also have that issue where I want to save it for like a rainy day, but when you do that, it's meant for aggressive plays, so you're really missing out on the true effectiveness of that move.
Yeah, her ultimate can also be very game-changing. That's hard to do quite right as well.
Yeah.
Wind up, and also you definitely have to target the right guy.
Right. I don't know. I almost want to blame the hitbox because it feels like I should hit more often than I do, but maybe it is just me using it really poorly. But it just like, I guess the only way I can describe it is, to me, whether it's me or the game, it feels bad. Like I don't know, I don't have a good feeling for how to use it effectively. Like it seems like I'm using it right, and then it just like misses everyone or doesn't do anything. It's like, okay, that sucks. So probably it's just me, but that's again another thing that makes her difficult to use effectively.
Yeah, even just the stun aspect of it can be like game changing on its own. That before you even get into them damaging each other. But I don't know. A lot of the time I see it and I'm like, oh, we're not a glass golf, but that's gonna change the whole team fight, and then it's just very disappointing. So
right, yeah.
Classic character.
And again, I could play any of the mages, play like Nami, do a lot more just general supporty things without the flip side that Renata Glask stuff has, like the fact that it kind of forces you to play aggressively. So,
I think in low elo a heal is very good to have in bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, someone like Soraka is so fucking annoying.
She's really annoying, yeah.
But yeah, even like Nami can do pretty
Nami
effective.
or even like Yumi. Yeah, Yumi kind of sucks in lane, but like, if she just keeps healing the ADC, sometimes it's like, what's the point of even trying to fucking damage this guy? He's just gonna get healed back.
Yeah, total. There is no point. Just give up, uninstall.
Exactly.
Yeah, Tiger. Nice crit.
Yeah, that was helpful. Sometimes you characters can kill themselves by critting in this game. Like, I was a little bit afraid that this guy would be able to attack her because she got that crit. But no. Didn't happen.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah, it happens to players once in a while. If they're sort of relying on a choke point, you can, like, free up the choke point by killing an enemy unit with a critical that you didn't expect.
Yeah, but it wouldn't happen to you because
No, I'm too
you're
good.
professional.
I'm luck proof. I don't think we've lost any characters this stream so far.
Not this stream, no.
Last stream we had a few casualties.
Yeah, well, one important one, right?
We lost Merrick and we lost Navarre as soon as he joined, which doesn't really matter at all. And then Merrick and Jigen are both reasonably important, and we lost them both.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah, I forgot about Merrick. I think Jigen was the one I heard about.
Yeah, but we have a bunch of characters now who are basically just a better version of Jigen, so he would be on the bench at this point, or about to be anyways.
Oh, good. Fuck him, man. That's what he gets for fucking dying.
Yeah, he's supposed to retire. He's old.
Yeah, exactly.
Retired to his grave. Which is not really what the retirement plan we were looking for, but that's what we have to deal with. Yes, I do miss him.
I do too sometimes, but then I don't remember which one he was.
He's the old guy.
Yeah, I
Marth do all the work at this point too.
That's I think that I remember that from last stream as well, to be honest.
Yes, but even more so at this point now that he's so leveled up, and I've given him all the power-up items in the game so far.
Imagine that, but extra. All right.
He's the power player of the team.
Yeah, the power bottom.
Exactly. He definitely has bottom energy.
Yeah, definitely. Marth, yeah, 100%. That's why I didn't if it was a dude or a chick, I was playing Brawl or whatever.
Some women have top energy, like Renata Glask, for example.
She does. That's why I can't play her. I can't handle the top energy. Well, I think like Lux has power bottom energy, but
Okay.
Morgana, like even though she's like the edgy one, she definitely is a bottom, I would say.
Okay, that's sensible.
Yeah.
Kale would probably peg you.
Definitely, yes. With her righteous, blessed strap on.
Yes, exactly. Her strap on of divine retribution.
Yeah, she could do it from across the room if she activated her E. Probably is like there 100% is a League of Legends porn subreddit.
Yes.
I've never been there myself, but
it's all just fucking Lux and Seraphine and shit, though. I bet there's no juicy Ezreal and Teemo porn.
I think maybe not as highly upvoted, but I think that there probably is some representation for the twinks. I think there is.
Probably.
But definitely not as much as the lasses.
No.
Like I've been to the DBD porn subreddit, and there is respectable representation for the male killers.
Yeah.
I remember. Oh, sorry. What were you about to say?
Oh, yeah. That's good.
I was gonna say your earlier comment on figuring out which waifu I'll like in Fire Emblem, like reminds me of it's like a family friend. We were chatting with like my parents and my dad's friend, and he was talking about playing. I was talking about playing Mass Effect because he had played it. I think I actually played it at his house. Like I borrowed his copy.
Oh yeah, that I remember
And he
this
was like,
story.
"Oh, okay, I already told it." Oh yeah, well yeah. He was like, "Which?" It's like, so who did you choose to as your like lover? Like in
Yeah,
front of
who'd
my
you fuck
parents.
in Mass
Yeah, who'd you
Effect?
fuck in front of my parents? I was like, I don't answer it.
Which one did you pick, Liara?
Yeah, I think Liara was my choice at the time.
I think Liara is the correct choice in Mass Effect 1.
Yeah, she's just like kind of annoying. She's all right. I don't blame her for choosing Ashley, but at the time I had this like preference for playing and like having in my party non-humans in games where I could have that option because I was like, humans are boring. Like I see humans all the time. Let me pick someone else, you know.
Okay.
So I also chose that as my waifu in Mass Effect as like the non-human. I mean, she's just a blue human, but you know,
Yeah,
technically.
the monos sex aspect of Liara's species is so boring. They're just lesbians. They're just space lesbians.
Yeah. No, I think they like introduced males in Mass Effect 3.
I don't think
Maybe
so. Not for
I'm gonna look it up.
Liara species.
I think you're right.
They
But
introduced like there was the first female Krogan to be depicted was in Mass Effect 3. So maybe you're thinking of
yeah,
that.
well, because they're rare, like in the lore. I think
And
that
also
one's
it's
fine.
because of modeling. Like there's actually no female Turians in Mass Effect 1 or 2.
Wait, really?
Or maybe not even 3 either. Yeah, it's because they didn't want to model an extra character, like a female body type for the Turians.
I feel like there was, but I'm gonna look it up because I mean I don't. You might be right. I just could have sworn there was like female cops even in the police station in Mass Effect 1, in the Turian police station. Oh, I'm gonna check. Okay, I gotta look up two things now. Liara. Let's do Liara. I don't remember her species name. Mass Effect.
Forgetting it too.
It's like a Asari or something like that.
Yeah, Asari's right, I think.
Okay. Species. I'll just look up Liara Mass Effect species. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
I think it's like part of the lore for them that they are a mono-sex species.
Monogender race. Yeah, you're right. There was an assassin that you fought in 3 that I thought was male, but maybe he was male and not Asari. I thought he was an Asari male, so I guess I fucked up there.
I don't think there are any.
All right, so you were right. That's one for X-Death, and let's check female Turians Mass Effect. Let's check the second one. Turian.
They do have drawings, like official art naked Turians.
Okay, we're going to look at the marysue.com, which I feel like has a huge stake in this issue.
Certainly.
It says... Okay, hold on. Omega D. Okay, the first reveal of female Turians was in the Omega DLC for Mass Effect 3. Wow, so even base game Mass Effect 3 apparently didn't have female Turians. Wow.
Well, there you go. I'm the Mass Effect lore master.
All right, that's 2 for 2-0 in X's favor. Fine. The art director said, "We usually try to avoid females because what do you even do? Do you give her breasts? Do you put lipstick on her?" Which seems like a pretty lazy thing to say about a question which is specifically your job to answer.
Yeah, I mean, just make them like thinner shouldered and give them.
Yeah, literally. I'm pretty sure that's what they did. Is literally just make them like thinner bone structure. Hips too, because I think they're birds or something, so they don't need to like give live birth.
They're bird-like, yeah.
Yeah, they're avian.
They're like bird reptile creatures.
Yeah, they're just like featherless. They're just
featherless bipeds. That's what they are.
Yeah, exactly. That's the definition of a man.
That's classic philosophy reference.
Yes. Well, all right. Wow.
Disprove that definition first.
I gotta look up that character in Mass Effect 3 that I thought. I mean, sorry, just to save some face here, which I won't do. But
no, you've already been.
No, I've been disgraced. I'm utterly humiliated. not in a fun way. Synopsis. Oh boy. Characters. Mass Effect 3. You fight this individual, whether it's a man or woman. I don't even know, but on a sorry homeworld. So I remember that. Yeah. I thought. All right. Well, I don't know. I can't. Did you ever play that game with the like quote unquote fixed ending? Because they released that like free DLC that apparently made the ending better, but I never.
No, I don't think I ever really saw it.
No, me neither. I wasn't really interested. Just curious. I had a friend who I think he didn't even like hate the ending that much, but he was like, "I would make that fixes it." So I don't really trust him, but could be.
I don't think there's any fixing it really.
No, it's just really bad. I still need to finish Andromeda.
Do you?
No, I have no intention. I have no intention of playing that game. That's the end. I think I beat like.
Doesn't seem necessary to me.
It's just not. I mean, like, even if it was good, I'm just like, I feel like Mass Effect, like, it's finished, right? Like, I'm not really especially interested in more stories in that universe. Like, not that I'm against it, but and then the fact that it wasn't good, it's just like, okay, that's it. We're done with Mass Effect. It's fine. That's okay.
Yeah. I was never that attached to it.
It's the same as like it's the same as Assassin's Creed, in my opinion. It was like they finished the Desmond story, which even itself wasn't that good. And now they're trying to like branch out to new characters. It's like, why? Just stop. I mean, I know why.
That's much more milked. But
yeah, it's a milky series.
You can't.
That's what someone should send them a notarized letter so we know they get it. Yeah,
that's a good idea.
You can milk anything though, especially in the world of games. That's the title. That should be the title of the next extra punctuation. You can milk anything. But should you? That's it. Yeah, hell yeah. Damn, you don't see Alistair a lot in League.
No.
These days, no. Maybe thankfully so. I never
see anymore.
He used to be like busted, and I fucking hated seeing him. So I'm kind of glad you don't see him anymore. Although the reason you don't see him is because now he's like balanced.
I saw a couple of rises in the last couple of days, and I was really surprised because Rise is such a blast from the past.
Right. He's done. He's gone.
Did you know he's only the second lowest win rate now?
No.
Azir is the lowest.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I'm a little surprised that Rise isn't the lowest, but Azir being the second doesn't, or Azir being the first now does not surprise me.
No.
Damn, that's actually my one trick. I should pick up Azir.
Yeah, Azir support. Azir just kind of feels like shit to play, to be honest. I wish I could.
He's just way too hard for what you get. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the trouble with a lot of games with like skill ceiling differences, because you can't, if you balance them to be like good when you learn them, that means like someone will learn them and win every game, right? So they always have to be like somewhat balanced, but that just means they generally are just not worth it compared to someone who is equally balanced but just easier to pick up. You know, that's always a struggle. It's the case in Dead by Daylight with there's one killer, the nurse, who can teleport through walls. So she bypasses the game's core mechanics of like how to escape from killers. And I don't know, like I feel like the game would almost be better if they just removed her, which they'll never do. But it's like everything they do has to balance around the nurse and her insane win rate. And so it just like kind of just like screws over the amount of freedom they have to make unique perks and stuff, because they have to be like, what can the nurse do with this? And it's like she's so unique that she can probably just win every game. So you have to fucking be very conservative with any changes you make. So I feel like that's
sounds pretty annoying.
an issue in a lot of competitive multiplayer games, I guess. You know, but it makes things less interesting if everything's all samey, right? So like the nurse is a very unique killer. She's very interesting, but you gotta be careful with that kind of thing, I guess. I don't know.
I guess her situation is worse because she's like able to be prominent and obtrusive on the rest of the game, whereas Azir is kind of just like he's locked to only really high level competitive League of Legends, and other players, lower elo players, are just kind of not allowed to use him because he's too hard.
Well, he's kind of Azir is kind of the opposite issue. I guess I was going for like I don't know who in League is just like fucking busted, you know? Like, is there a champion in League that bypasses core gameplay mechanics? I guess some people have that opinion of Akan, right, with his resurrection, right? I think that's a better example of an Akshan. Fuck yeah! I knew I was saying it. I knew I had the wrong name as I was saying it, but I was hoping you just imagine I did it right. Like Akshan is a good example with his one mechanic that bypasses a core aspect of League, which is the resurrection timers, and I feel like Nurse is analogous to that. Her teleportation bypasses looping, like as a concept, which is the main way survivors have to extend chases. So it's like everyone's like, "Whoa, it's balanced because she's hard to pick up," but it's like she's not even that hard. And once you pick her up, it's like, okay, that's it. You're gonna win every game. So no bueno. Not that Akshan is to that level, but like that is, I think, analogous at least.
I think another character you might be able to make a comparison is Hecarim, because Hecarim can run around the map so fast that he like almost bypasses the normal macro. Where it's like, oh, I just saw Hecarim gank top, I'm safe bot. And it's like, no, actually Hecarim can travel across the entire map.
He's actually already there.
Yeah.
Yes.
That character.
Yes. Unless Silas steals his ult, and then Silas is the real Hecarim for the rest of the game. And your Hecarim gets pissed with his fucking buddy and just fucks off and farms. But that's never happened to me.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, that's so bad.
That was a classic story. Imagine like playing one of the most fucking broken champions in the game and still being useless. Because on that patch too, Hecarim was like doubly as overtuned.
Oh my god. I can definitely imagine playing an OP champion being useless, but to then be salty about it, that's going too far.
Yeah.
I can be useless as anyone. But
that's when it gets really embarrassing.
Yes. Agreed. Well, this stream is proving that League of Legends is our true love.
I think Fire Emblem is not our true love. That's the problem here.
I just don't, it's just one of those games where nothing much is going on, right? It's like the same kind of combat over and over.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's fine. It's it's okay. Nothing wrong with the game, but yeah, not much to really discuss. That's okay. It is hard. I mean, we talked about this before, but it is hard to striking a balance for even like Hitman. I felt like,
I think Hitman was quite far towards the just talking about the what's going on that moment in the game. Yeah.
Exactly. And Hitman 2 is going to be the same.
So between Fire Emblem and Hitman, we have a balanced game. But
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, maybe like the alternation, I think, is good. If we just had to come up with random topics to talk about the whole time, might be a little hard. And if we just talked about the game the whole time,
that's all right. I think
that is all right. but a balance is good.
I think it's less interesting to talk about just like what you are doing that moment in the game, and more interesting to talk about the artistic inspirations and how the game uses its mechanics to create the intended experience and stuff like that.
Agreed.
And the Hitman one was more towards just talking about what we were doing in the game at that moment.
Yeah. Which is how speedrunner streams tend to go, but those are interesting
because they have such high level game.
Because they're good at the game, yeah. Yes, that is different. I do hope that Hitman 2 will be a little bit more of a balance. But we'll see. We'll see. My plan right now is to go through the whole series, but
sounds excessive to me. But I'm
not. No, well, just there's only four the four original games.
Okay, so I'm not playing the rebooted series.
Yeah, no. I told you I will not play those. I refuse.
Okay.
But we'll see. You know, we always feel things out. I'm not going to force it if it's
I
not
guess
feeling good.
none of them are super long. Maybe
They're
with
really
a
not.
break in between, maybe 2 Hitmans and then another game.
Oh yeah, that's a
and
good
then
idea.
2 more Hitmans.
That's a good idea.
2 more Hitmen.
More Hitmen, yes.
Should have done that with Mother. I played all other games back to that, but I
You
think
did.
if
I
we
was
were
thinking
doing
about
it
that.
now, I would probably not do that.
I was thinking like if Exeth complains about too much Hitman, I literally thought I will bring up Mother. But not that that was like bad, but you're right. It is. I think it is. Feels better to have a little more variety, like split it up maybe. Not that I do not personally have an issue with us marathoning Mother, but for the sake of the stream, yeah, I do think variety is probably better.
I don't think it was that bad, but I think in retrospect I would have done a different decision.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Just like in retrospect, I wouldn't have even done a stream on Quake. But we did it.
I think I was too reticent about Quake, and that ended up harming the experience.
That's okay. Well, my point was to prove how good Quake was, and I completely failed to do that because even I had fun, but it was like I'm not passionate about it to carry the game.
Yeah, I don't really think I came away with a new perception of Quake or anything like that.
No, you just can't. I think you came away with the idea that if we did do a VR stream, we'd have to put a lot more work into it.
Yeah, the second stream didn't go so well. That had some issues.
No, yeah, that was not. Anyway.
Yes. Anyway, indeed.
I think series are fun though. Like that's why I wanted to do Hitman as a whole, is to show how the series changes and improves over time. So I was thinking of like other series we could do. I don't really know.
Yeah.
I think like immersive sims is a good one. Like not as a direct series, but as a very niche genre. So like Deus Ex and then Vampire Masquerades are good games to compare.
Okay.
And then System Shock as well, but I feel like System Shock would be less interesting, honestly, because like again, we try to be more of a story focused podcast and podcast stream, and System Shock has no story really. So it's just like the gameplay of Deus Ex, like distilled to maybe a more consistently good, but lacking the variety, which is really what makes Deus Ex more interesting, I think.
I think the funny dialogue and stuff in Deus Ex did go a long way to make it stand out.
Yeah, and System Shock does have that, but not nearly as much. So
it has no JC Denton.
It doesn't. It just has the soldier and Shodan is great, but she's not like funny. She's just like
iconic character for sure.
Iconic, yeah. So
good villain.
Actually, she is funny, but like not like intentionally so. Not like not fun to make fun of, really.
Not JC Denton.
No, not JC Denton. Exactly. JC Denton is the key missing from all of these examples.
I think he's the reason Deus Ex stands out as probably the best immersive sim. Just the JC Denton factor, the JC Denton X factor.
Yeah, what that X factor? No, totally.
That's what the Arcane games needs to figure out, is the JC Denton X factor.
Yeah, they made, I think, from a story perspective, the right decision to have the protagonist be mostly mute, but from a memorability standpoint, which is of course what Arcane struggles with.
Yeah,
definitely needs more JC Denton.
The only character that's memorable to me from this song is the Crone. I don't even remember what her name was though, so I guess she's not even that memorable.
Granny Rags.
There you go. I think the main reason I remember is because I tried to do like a no-kill run, and I was like doing it up until that point in the game, but then I killed her because I was having trouble figuring out her boss fight.
Yeah, you can no-kill her, but I know. Yes. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It is a tough one.
You can do it, but I didn't.
And that's okay. You know what? That has the Mr. A seal of approval.
If I ever play that again, I'm just gonna kill everyone and not give a fuck.
That is a choice that the game wants you to take to get the bad ending. So, you know what? Here's something interesting. I read today on Reddit. I was on Reddit a lot. That somebody brought up the point that Oh, in that same thread, the thread of games that you stop playing for moral reasons, and somebody brought up KOTOR, where they do not enjoy playing dark side characters in KOTOR, and that's something that I have said before, that I find it less enjoyable. But somebody brought up that they like the fact that that choice is there, like the fact that there is a choice makes the choice, I mean, exist, but makes it meaningful, right? Whereas like if you had to play as light side, it's less meaningful than if you could play as dark side but chose not to. And I think that like sounds obvious once I say it, but I do think that's a big part of it, is like giving the player that choice. And then even if the player chooses the same thing every time, like me, the fact that the choice is there gives it more meaning. At least, that's my opinion. Like at least to me, that does give it more meaning. So I guess
Undertale is also kind of built around that, where the
Yeah.
side run, the purpose of it is kind of to like accentuate the good ending more.
Doing the run is not fun at all, but the fact that you can do it gives more meaning to the fact that you chose not to. That's very true. I would agree with that.
I think sometimes I do respect the game more when it has like it tells you what the best ending is. Like Omori is like that too. It has other endings where you can fuck up your life further than ever before. The point of them is to show that like Sunny has to get up and face his problems to do the right thing.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, time loop games. Back to that. Looping back to that discussion, time loop games. That's very important. Is a lot of those games have like the deepest, most secret, true ending, but to have that, you have to have like false endings that also tell you like, hey, you could have done more. And then that gives the player incentive, if they enjoy the game, incentive to go back and to find out what that is. Like, what could I have done? So.
I suppose so, but I'd say that's a little different because, well, I guess it maybe depends on what you mean.
Okay.
Because, like, with Omori or whatever, you can get to the end credits of the game and be done with that playthrough, but it's still, like, a bad ending. Whereas if you're just going back to the next loop of the time loop and you haven't escaped from the time loop yet, then that's not the same thing,
I guess it depends on how it portrays it, because I played both. Like some time loop games will
get you
pretend
out of the time
like it's
loop, but it's still
they'll kick you out, but it's not the
ending
best way to get out. Yeah, exactly. And some will just throw you back in. In fact, even 12 minutes does this, which is why I was thinking about getting all the achievements, because not a lot of them, but I would have to go through the whole game again like twice more, and I don't feel like doing that. Like
Okay, so in 12 minutes you can like escape the time loop but still not have the best ending?
Exactly. Yes. Like I escaped the time loop, but I don't have the best ending, and I probably won't end up getting it. And then like Forgotten City is the same. Outer Wilds, there are multiple ways to escape the time loop, but it is very clear. It is very clear what the best ending is. So I guess that's a little different.
See, it's useful to have like a definite best ending sometimes, but if
the
player doesn't care enough about the game to be bothered getting it, then it probably didn't work.
Yeah, like I mean, Outer Wilds is like the loop. You die, and then you're brought back into the time loop when you die. So there are ways to die permanently, but it's very obvious that that's not like the way out of the loop, because you're dead. So the game ends in a bad way for you. So I guess that's a minor spoiler, but spoiler for Outer Wilds. Death is not the intended ending. So there you go. But Forgotten City and 12 Minutes both have endings where you remain alive and have resolved the loop, but it's not the best way out. So yeah. So in that case it depends, but I do agree with you, where I guess either can be helpful, and like the Omori way is one way to do it, where you've finished the game, but it's clearly not the best way to finish it. Or Outer Wilds, where it's usually like you beat the game, but you're still in the loop. So it just depends on what you're looking for. I like time loop games. That's just a fun mechanic to do well. I've always wanted to run a D&D or any RPG game involving a time loop. I think it'd be super fun.
That would be interesting.
Put together well. Yeah. Adventure Zone, which is probably maybe the most popular D&D podcast, they did a time loop story arc, and it seemed like a lot of work to put together, but a lot of fun for the players. That was one of the most intriguing ones for me to listen to. So it's been a dream of mine. I don't think I've ever watched a movie with a time loop. There's that's not true.
Have you not seen Groundhog Day?
Yeah, Groundhog Day. Okay, I was thinking of the movie Primer. So I guess I should just said I have never seen Primer. I don't know why I went so far as to say I've never seen a time loop movie because it's like blatantly false. But I don't know if you've heard of this movie Primer.
No, I'm not familiar with that.
It's supposed to be like legitimately so complicated that you like complicated like logically it makes sense, but you cannot grasp the entirety of the logic unless you watch it multiple times through and like piece
Okay.
together what's actually going on because it treats like this time loop within the rules of the movie like very realistically and goes pretty in depth with it. So I don't know, that doesn't inherently make a good movie, of course, but that premise sounds interesting to me, and it is something
Yes.
that I've had recommended to me as like a good like mind fuck movie that one can respect for what it does. So
Sounds
it's
intriguing.
going to put on my list. It can be fun to watch once, discuss, and then
Not watch again, yeah.
well, and then to watch again and rediscuss, but also to not watch again. Yes,
Oh, okay.
just depends.
Depends on your mood.
Depends on how much content we need for the stream.
Oh yeah, that as well. I read some more. I finished some books. I finished Candide, and I finished Around the World in 80 Days,
Oh, okay, nice.
and I started Madame Bovary.
Well, so of those, I've only read Around the World. So what did you think of that one? Now that you finished it.
It was okay, but I wouldn't have much more interest in reading any more Jules Verne if it wasn't for the fact that they're like simple French books.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of actually quite agree. In fact, of the Jules Verne books I've read, which are that one and 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, I
I think I started. I don't know. I started Journey
okay,
to
yeah,
Center
I
of
haven't
the
read
Earth.
that one, but I've Around the World in 80 Days was like honestly somewhat disappointing after having read 20,000 Leagues. It definitely isn't on the same level as at least that one. So I don't know if I would judge all of Verne's books based on that. Not like
Read
disappointing is maybe a little harsh, but it's
I've read Michael Strogoff too,
okay.
which I was described as being disappointing.
Okay. Well, I think I liked. I mean, I read 20,000 Leagues a while ago, and I remember enjoying it well enough. I'm not a really big Verne fan, but I respect him, but not because of Around the World. So that's not like a representative to me. I think of his quality, I guess.
It
But
wasn't
not it's a
bad or
bad book.
anything.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. It's just like yeah, I was like okay, that book's over. It's pretty short. It's like really short,
It's
right?
really short.
Yeah. Maybe mercifully so. It depends on your outlook, but
I don't know if I go that far, but
no,
I wasn't really
I
ever
wouldn't
like
either.
thrilled by the book.
I do like the big
Oh,
or I thought the plot twist was kind of like silly, but in a fun way.
we've got a commenter. I think they just came in. They
Oh
said
hey,
79B9. I like the general tenor of this discussion, based literature appreciators, and what's your favorite novel, Mr. Anonymous?
oh
So,
boy,
do you have
you
an
asked the
answer?
wrong guy. X that's the big reader. I like. Oh, fuck. Oh, actually, you know what? That's easy choice. I my favorite novel I think is The Terror, by Dan Simmons, which is a horror book about based on a real life expedition to find the Northern Passage to cross over the top of Canada. Um, and the ship that's the ships. There's two ships, the Terror and the Erebus, which were real ships that were stranded and lost, and they've since been in real life. They've since been discovered. They
Oh,
just got stuck in the ice and everyone died. You know, sucks. But in the book,
yep.
it goes. It's it adds a fictional twist to it, so it goes over how they're trapped there and their lives, and there's also this supernatural entity that's kind of stalking them, which is that sounds kind of schlocky when I describe it, but the the good part, like my favorite parts of the book, were just like this description of this miserable life in stuck in the Arctic among these sailors, and then this creature stalking them. I feel like added enough of a extra little extra stakes without being like too ridiculous or schlocky, which I know the way I describe it kind of might sound like that. So my favorite book is The Terror by Dan Simmons, who I don't know if you it depends on your literary um, what you like, your literary favorite picks. But Dan Simmons is most well known for the Hyperion cantos, which is a sci-fi series. So I feel like that's more well known. He's more well known for that. So you might have heard of those. If not, that's okay. I'm not trying to be pretentious.
Most like
But
literature snob type of book in the world.
no. But if you're familiar with or a fan of sci-fi books, the Hyperion Cantos, you're likely to have heard of
Yes,
them.
fairly influential as sci-fi.
But I'm not trying to be pretentious and say that you have to
It's
have
the
heard
greatest
of it. Okay.
literary masterpiece of all time.
Some people would say that, but some people say that it's the worst series
Yes,
of all
we read a
time.
review that was not very fond of.
Yes, but anyway,
Hyperion Cantos.
that's my choice.
Okay, good
But
choice.
I never asked you. What's your favorite? What's your favorite?
I think
novel?
I have answered this. It's the Brothers Karamazov.
Okay, I know you're a fan of Russian literature. I wasn't. I didn't. It was that specific one that was your favorite. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
No surprise there. And let us know what's your favorite novel. 79B9.
Yes, that's your favorite novel. I hope it's Finnegan's Wake.
Yes, that's the true literary
Again,
snob's choice.
Tons of respect for anyone if they say it's Finnegan's Wake.
That's right. I don't doubt them at all. Well, sorry, I was going to ask you earlier. I'm glad you went into it because I know your main pastime these days is reading French literature. So I'm
trying
glad
to
you brought
learn
that
the
up.
language.
Yeah. So yeah, Around the World in 80 Days. I was saying I like the twist where they forgot what time zone they were in, and that's like what saved them at the end.
Yes, that was funny.
That was kind of funny. Yeah. And then wasn't there something to do with the stove being left on, right?
Yeah, Passepartout, he leaves on the gas and has to pay for it the whole time for the entire journey.
That's funny. That's funny too.
I don't know if that was his name in English or if he's called something else, but
that sounds very familiar. So probably
he's Phileas Fogg's like assistant guy. The whole
no, I know who he is. I don't remember his name, but Passepartout sounds familiar.
yeah.
I didn't mean. I guess I was being
like
kind of harsh.
Key.
Right. Yes. But I was being a little harsh on Around the World. I guess I don't feel that strongly negatively towards it, but it didn't capture my love or anything like that. But it was fine.
Okay, so 79B9 writes back. Could you read out his comment?
Yes, he said, I read a few novels. I guess it sounds ordinary, but the only novel I was really passionate about was Moby-Dick, which I'm glad to hear because I've never read it myself.
Doesn't sound too ordinary because most people say, "Oh, Moby-Dick was so fucking ordinary."
Yeah, exactly. That's actually a bit of a hot take. I feel because most people I feel like most people find Moby-Dick really boring. I haven't read it, so I can't make my own argument. But that's kind of that general opinion has kept me from reading it myself, even though it is an American classic.
A great American
novel, in fact, by definition. So yeah, I guess I do. I should read that one day because it is so well known. And yeah,
I'll admit to having found many parts of it somewhat slow and boring myself, but
you've read. That's right. You
appreciate the book in the end. Yeah.
And now you know a lot about whaling, which is really important.
Some parts of that were actually quite cool.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it was. I was being facetious, but yeah.
There's a description of a man. I always remember this. He has to they have the whale's head hung from part of the ship, and he has to stand on it with a bucket and try to get the oil out from there, and it's really dangerous because he can fall off.
Oh yeah, that's straight out of Dishonored, actually.
It is a romantic book in a way because I don't mean romantic in the sense of love romance, but because
style.
Whales really were seen as these just almost mythical beasts that were real at the time because of the people had to just fight them with a spear back in that time of whaling, which was
sure.
Not quite the same as nowadays when you can just shoot them with a machine gun or some shit like that.
Yeah, I think whaling is generally out of. I don't know if whales are really used for a lot of industry, except for I know it's a big controversial industry in Japan, and I guess it makes money, so they keep doing it. But yeah, I don't know if it's as big as it was. I mean, definitely not. At least in the U.S., back in the day in the U.S., it was there's a whole culture around it, which is what Moby-Dick is largely about, right? It was a big deal.
Yeah, and then also the hero story of Captain Ahab leading his team on a doomed quest for the white whale.
Yeah,
and the metaphor behind that about obsession and shit.
Yes, a metaphor that Hideo Kojima largely misused in Metal Gear Solid 5.
Uh-huh.
But,
As he is wont to do.
As he loves to do, yes. Well, and 7-9 says, in simplest terms, it's just the book that I have the largest number of compliments to give about. It's a book that I can go on about for hours and find something incredible in almost every chapter. Couldn't say that about other books.
I see.
Cool. That's great. That's really good to find any like piece of media that you feel that way about.
Certainly.
I definitely feel like I could go on about hours, for hours about certain things, but I don't because I'm afraid I'll bore people. But I definitely know what you mean.
We were gonna do a literary reading feature on our stream. We're gonna read Gravity's
Oh
Mountain.
yeah, I forgot.
Maybe we still will.
That's another great American novel.
Certainly is, yes.
He says, "Thank you for acknowledging the misappropriation of Moby-Dick by Metal Gear." Yeah, no, that was even for someone who hasn't read the book, that was very obviously nothing to do with the book. So, yes.
As I imagine, as a Moby-Dick enthusiast, it would be
Oh,
very
yeah,
frustrating to see Kojima approach it.
Must have been incensed. Yeah. Well, except, sorry, I was going to ask you. I know I gave my opinion on 80 Days, but what those you said you read or at least started 2 other books?
Sort of Madame Bovary and another Jules Verne one, During the Center of the Earth.
Right.
Both
what do you think about those so far?
Both in French. Well, I'm very close to the start of each of them. It was only over the last couple of days that I finished reading them. So Madame Bovary, despite the title character being Madame Bovary, it's like her husband that you start out with, Charles Bovary.
Okay.
Who's kind of a sad sap. So it's
Provincial Manners.
Yes. Okay. Very important book in French literature, of course.
Sure.
But so far, just kind of describing the sad sack life of Charles Bovary and his he gets married to an older woman who's sort of domineering at first, and then she dies, and then he gets married to Madame Bovary, the titular Madame Bovary.
Yes,
I think.
Yes. Oh yeah, you haven't gone that far yet, right?
Well, I just read the chapter about the wedding.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, he's. I won't read too far ahead, but he's a shy, oddly dressed teenager at the introduction.
Yes,
his classmates ridicule him.
Somewhat interesting thing, actually. I don't know if this is a technique of French literature, but Candide technically has a narrator, like a first-person narrator, but he only like matters at all in one sentence at the very start of the book.
Oh.
He says, Candide has good enough judgment with the most simple spirit. I think that's why he was named Candide. And after that, the first-person I never appears again in the rest of the
Interesting.
book.
That feels like a really blunt way to characterize someone. Where it's just like, this is how he is. Okay, here's the story.
The book is pretty blunt.
Okay, all right.
Then Madame Bovary kind of so far appears to start in a somewhat similar way, where the first chapter is sort of told from the perspective of Charles Bovary's class, what he's in at 15 or whatever, using the term like we knew.
Yeah.
And so like and calling him a new person, but then like after the second chapter starts, the rest of the class isn't talked about at all, and it's like just third-person narration describing Charles Bovary's life.
Okay.
So that device is there for like seemingly there for like one chapter, and it just kind of goes away.
Little odd. Interesting.
It is odd. I'm not quite sure what the intent behind it is at the moment. Maybe the we will come back in that book.
Maybe. I guess you're not finished with this. So who's to say? I mean, there's other examples. I mean, this is not a great example, but Frankenstein has the frame narrative, which doesn't really serve to influence the story very significantly.
I think a good example of that is Heart of Darkness also has I feel like the frame thing in Heart of Darkness could have been completely taken out of the book, and nothing would have been lost.
I completely forgot about it. So it's a very good example because it's so forgettable that it could have been removed. So there is that.
I think another book that had a bit of that problem was Wuthering Heights, where there's also a frame story of a man coming to Wuthering Heights after everything interesting has happened and sorting through to find it out. But one of the results of that frame device is that like the first couple chapters, it's just him like getting there in the first place before he meets the servant who tells him the whole story, are a lot less interesting than the actual story the book is trying to tell that only starts after those couple chapters are over. So the first time I tried to read Wuthering Heights, I just like stopped before I got to the actual story.
Me
starting.
too. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
assigned reading for one of my English classes or my literature classes, and I got that far and never read it. I just pretended to.
Yeah.
Yep. So okay, good to hear. I mean, and the teacher told us he said I know most of you didn't actually read this and you missed out. For anyone remotely interested, please read beyond the intro. But I ended up not. But he did. He was aware.
Yeah, well, my
In that
like
regard, at least.
opinion on it matches with that too, because once I got past that part and actually did start reading about Heathcliff and stuff, I did find it quite interesting, and I got pretty into it.
So maybe I should go back to it after all these years. I'll let him know. I'll message him on Facebook. Well, and 7-9 did say, he's real quick, I didn't want to skip over, but he said, I'm not used to seeing quality like this in Twitch streams. I'm still doing a double take and I'm still on Twitch. It's very kind of you to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
We try to have in-depth discussions about things, sometimes the game, and if not that, then we'll try to pick something. So you happen to pop in on our literature discussions, so there you go. Maybe not always super quality, but I'm glad you feel that way. That's very kind of you to say.
The aspect of our stream, if any, quality is more the conversations and less the gameplay.
Yeah, no. Very rarely will we be playing games at a particularly skillful level. Although we'll see with Hitman 2. I have a great technique for.
I've just gotten Marth like trapped among enemies who will not attack him for several turns, trying to get the silver card or the VIP card. We'll be able to extricate him eventually. Yeah, because the problem is like he can kill one each turn, but then they reinforce and more show up. So I'm sending some others to extract him.
Yeah, get him out of there. Send a helicopter.
But yeah, so those are our books for now, I think.
Yeah. Madame Bovary. Well, did you say there was one that you finished, right? Did I mishear you? Or
Candide, yeah.
Candide, okay.
Yes, which I will admit my level of French knowledge made it a little harder to fully get, but it was basically a satire of European beliefs at the time, and particularly the belief that through like Christian reasoning, we are in the best of all possible worlds.
Oh, okay.
Voltaire was very like strongly disapproving of that idea. So Candide is kind of a naive youth who has when he grows up in Germany, he's in I forget which region of Germany now. Shit. But he has a professor named Pangloss who is like a proponent of that belief system and raises it Candide into it, and he just doesn't really question it. And then the whole rest of the book is like these brisk adventures of him learning how shitty the world is and coming to question his original belief system.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, it's just by Voltaire. So you didn't have to say it's a satire, right? Because it's just kind of Voltaire's style.
I guess so.
But no, I'm being facetious. Okay. Cool. That sounds interesting. It's a picaresque novel, which I'm a huge fan of. Right?
Yeah, I'd say it is. Yeah.
Yeah, roguish. Well, this is what Wikipedia says, so I'm not giving you the opportunity to argue. It is a picaresque novel, okay. But okay, cool. I tend to like those, but that's interesting. I've never read anything by. I'm only familiar with Voltaire through his famous quote about the Holy Roman Empire.
Yes.
And the musician who uses his name, right? We talked about him too. He's like the comedy for smart people. For my buddy from school who was very concerned that his brother not learned that his IQ score was higher. That guy liked, that guy liked Voltaire the musician. So, yeah, yep.
Well, I guess
I mean, he was smart. I guess he was a smart guy, but yes, that kind of smart person. Yes. Anyway.
/I am very smart.
Yeah, he was very smart, but also the type of person to be an /I am very smart type of person. He went on to Caltech to study quantum physics. Ooh. So those are things. Those are lofty sounding things.
Impressive field, yes.
Yes, exactly.
That's the best placement for him.
it's like quantum physics is something to me that like is so
Hypothetical.
yeah, it's so beyond any hope for practicality at this, like at this stage in our technological advancement as humans that like as an engineer, I just like scoff at it.
Yeah, that makes sense from the perspective of an engineer.
Yeah, no, I mean, I admit that. Yeah, it's like until you can put this in a table and I can do some calculations based off it that help me make a product, I can't. I don't know.
See, isn't
It's
that
not
such
worth
a
my time.
hopelessly capitalist point of view on it, though? If it can't be used to make money, then it's not worth it.
Yeah, well,
I guess one thing I'd say about it is that there are a lot of more stupid things that people get paid for.
oh sure, and it's not. But I guess to defend myself a little bit. Well, before that, I don't want to skip over. 79B9 says, I appreciate the absence of obnoxious parasocial interactions with the chat. Well, there is no chat; it's just you. So
That's
I mean,
the
welcome.
problem, yeah. We couldn't have that even if we wanted.
Even if we wanted, but no, I agree with you. I never like that kind of thing with Twitch streams. I like it when they're just doing their own thing and like the chat is there, and sometimes they interact with the chat a bit, for when it's interesting, not just like to suck up, right? So I'm with you there. But anyway, he says I'm stunned to find people actually talking about things they're actually passionate about on Twitch. Yeah, we're good at that because we don't have a chat, so that's what most of our stream is. So good. I'm glad you like that. You're a good fit for us here, or we're a good fit for you, or whatever. Anyway, yeah, it's not. I guess it's not just like the pure capitalism of it, but it's just like I know. It's like I know so little about it, and like my brief foray into googling it has left me even more confused. I feel the same way about music theory. Like I don't know what I have no grasp on it, or it's just like to me it's just not worth really thinking about. So it's not like I'm saying it has no merit. Like I'm glad other people are passionate and understand it well enough to think about it. I'm sure something really interesting will come about from it, but it's just like I don't know, it's not for me. It's like it doesn't grasp me enough for me to delve into it, and there are no practical applications now. So like from a job perspective, yeah, like I have no business in quantum mechanics, so it's just not a subject that I touch in my personal or work life. Nothing against it. I don't mean like that, even though it might sound that way. But like I said, I feel the same way about music theory. I don't get it. I can't grasp it, and it has no relevance to me at work. So that's it. I just never look into it. I tried learning guitar once, but all you need to know for that is tabs. You don't have to know how to read music, so you don't really have to know anything about music.
Yes, a lot of people
disagree, but
learn guitar without really learning sheet music. I think my brother doesn't learn sheet music.
He's in a famous band. He doesn't know any sheet music. See,
it's not really famous, but yeah.
No, I know.
It's locally famous.
Yeah. Hey, I've heard of it.
True. It's been advertised in the famous stream of the Nitpick podcast.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I used to get like angry about music theory. Just like I don't get it. It's like how can there be a thing that I don't get? But now I'm at peace. It's fine.
What do you mean by music theory in this context then?
I don't know. Like what the fuck is a note or an octave?
like trying to read sheet music, or like composition is what you don't understand.
Like any of it. I don't know what any of it means. How you have like these notes C, E, etc. They just like loop back around. I don't know. I don't know. What the hell does that mean? This is what I shouldn't have brought it up because I'm just gonna sound like an idiot.
Just kind of a shorthand that you use to generally remember what the sound you're trying to make is, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
I guess I get really equipped to actually explain this shit either, though, because I barely passed grade 11 music class.
Grade 11. Wow.
Yeah, I didn't take grade 12 because it was. I'm gonna reset this chapter. This is gonna take so fucking long to get Marth out of this, and I lost 2 important characters.
That's all right.
Before we want to close it off soon, anyways.
Fair enough. Yeah,
we're getting towards the end.
4.5 hours.
Oh, no, I shouldn't have done that now. Now
Shit,
back to
it's
here.
1990.
The fucking loading system doesn't work. I forgot about that.
Oh
You
yeah.
can only use save states. Now we're back to
It's okay.
the chapter before, but at least close to the end of it.
Okay, all right. I mean, that's fine. I don't care.
You know, our commenter said he appreciates the lack of obnoxious parasocial comment or stuff, but we've been making a point of reading out all of his stuff. You could make that a case that that's an obnoxious parasocial.
I was gonna say that, but I wanted to not draw attention to it. But I do that because we don't get a lot of like chat members, and I want to make sure people feel welcome. But I also wasn't it like Meko, remember, who isn't here currently, was complaining about like he tried to watch some like small scale streamers and he was annoyed at how they would give him too much attention. So definitely, just want to let you know we're seeing your comments, but
he doesn't consider them.
What I was trying to say, okay, so he said he doesn't consider this obnoxious parasocial direction.
Maybe like constant super chats coming in with the robotic voice reading them.
Yeah.
Or something.
Oh yeah, I hate as a casual viewer of streams, I hate that. I mean, I get
it's usually pretty stupid shit that gets posted there, isn't it?
Yeah.
But
yeah.
That can be funny to post a stupid thing to the streamer.
It can be. Yeah, that can have its ups and downs. But I guess my point is we're just trying to make sure my imagined scenario here is if we had a larger chat, I would ignore them.
Definitely, it becomes impossible eventually.
It becomes impossible, and I would read it. Obviously, if people are here to see me stream, I would read it and be like, hey, if I saw something interesting, I might react to it. But yeah, I don't want to just be reading out every comment and that kind of thing. We're only doing that because you don't know what commenting. So we just want to have a conversation with people who are here. Sometimes we have a couple. It's been fun. One time we had 3 people in the chat. That was a momentous occasion.
I didn't mean to make you justify our entire.
No, we're not trying to single you out either. I guess this is also a discussion on potential future directions of the stream. Not that we want to get into that either. That's boring. But
no, that's for when we put the curtain up.
Exactly. Or when we think we put the curtain up, but the microphones are still live.
I think that happened once, but we were talking about nothing dramatic,
yeah.
So it was fine.
But we don't want our viewers to know we're talking about nothing. Especially not the entire stream.
Come off as more exciting and glamorous than we really are.
Oh, he says pressuring people to follow or check out social media stuff.
Oh,
yeah. Okay. No.
See, that's the downside that comes with your job being Twitch or YouTube. Is you have you end up having to do the like, subscribe, or that kind of shit.
I mean, it's so annoying though. Almost all of the channels that I watch on YouTube are fairly popular channels that have their living as YouTube, for example, but they don't do the whole please like and subscribe thing. I know almost everyone does it, but I'm not saying I like those channels because of that. I think it just happens that most of the channels I enjoy don't do that. But some of my favorite gaming channels, right? Mandalore Gaming, Seth Talk, they don't do that. They thank their Patreons at the end, but they don't say please like and subscribe.
I guess
Red Letter Media did it twice, ironically, but that's it.
Once you get enough, you definitely don't have to.
But they didn't even do it at the start, right? And as far as I'm aware, they never did that, which I appreciate, because anytime I hear that, I'm no. I mean, I'll subscribe. I never like videos. I don't know why. That's weird. Yeah, he said he was watching a stream a moment ago where some of the mods were people who wanted the stream to refer to them by their first name, despite never having met IRL. It's effing weird. I agree with you.
It's kind of weird. What's weird about it to me is feeling strongly enough about it to insist upon it. I guess.
If you care, ask for it, and then if they say no, then just okay, not a big deal, because it's not. I guess I did I mentioned for the other podcast that you used to be on about the movies that you guys are referring to yourselves with your usernames came across as a little odd sounding.
She did say that, yes.
But now we do that and it's fine. But I guess maybe I was just used to hearing podcasts or streams where people would use their real names. And so I was like, it just sounds unfamiliar, or like, I don't know, it just sounds strange when you use your usernames. But then now that's all we do. So here I am with my foot in my mouth.
I've always
I didn't insist on it, okay? So
I've grown up in such a digital age sort of thing that I never really even thought about it.
Yeah, same. Like, I know, like, my buddy we watched the movies with was like, it's weird calling you X-Death. What's your real name? Which, you know, like, I get that, but I personally don't. I don't care.
I don't really mind if people
I don't
call
mind
my first name either, so they
no, not that I
about it. I don't care.
No, I didn't think like he offended you. I just like
no,
that's just like something that he felt was a little awkward, but I never really, you know, it doesn't bother me personally. I mean, I know your name and I call you X-Death, as you can see.
Guess we're demonstrating it now.
We're demonstrating, yes, we're purposefully demonstrating. This is how you interact. I don't know. I was gonna say something else. I forgot what it was. It's okay. Oh, like yeah. I was talking with a friend and he was like, I would love to stream for a living. And I mentioned this exact thing where I was like, I was like, yeah, streams are cool, but I always find it a little annoying when they're like pandering to the chat, or like the super chats, or like every time someone donates, you have to stop and be like, oh, thank you so much for the donation. Not that I wouldn't mind saying thanks, but like my point was like some streamers just make it this whole thing to, you know, suck up, right? It feels like sucking up. And I was like, I don't like that kind of thing. He was like, and he got like almost like angry. He was like, well, you know, these people are paying for your living, right? You should, if you have to suck up to them for it, then so be it. And I was like, I mean, okay, I don't like that though. Like, I'm welcome to not like that, even if it is, not that I agree, but even if it is how it should be, you know, it's just like, I feel like it breaks the flow of the stream, you know, for like a casual viewer, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Certainly can. I think in the end it is probably best to make your living some way besides your creative efforts so that you never have to
or just have an audience
them
like
for money-making reasons.
Stuck up people that like it, that you don't ask them to like and subscribe, and then they do it because you didn't ask. You're like pandering by omission.
Yeah, pander to types of people.
Yeah. Yeah, 7
by omission.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. Like, no, he's giving some satirical examples of people. Yeah, no, like we were saying earlier, our friend Meko said, you know, he doesn't like it when streamers give him too much attention, like as a way to, like, oh, I'll subscribe to you if you subscribe to me, right? It's like this kind of transactional feeling. It just feels odd. Then he says, I don't mind the existence of streaming, but I have a personal ethical objection to people earning a living with streaming. I don't think it's something anyone should do. Interesting. I'm curious to hear your reasons for that. I guess I don't personally have an ethical objection to it.
I don't think it's a worse way to make a living than like being a Hollywood actor. It's just
like, I guess that's how I think of it too. Like if acting is okay, then it's just, you know, like, I guess you could, not that I'm not putting words in your mouth, but if someone was to make the argument that it's like doesn't produce anything, like entertainment is a thing that exists. So I guess you're welcome to have an objection to Hollywood actors as well, but
that's at least internally consistent.
Yeah, at least that would be consistent. But if you don't, I would challenge you, because that's how I see it. At least it's just a way to entertain. Entertainment is a commodity, I guess, in a way.
I think one of the observations I've had recently is the idea that a really big part of, I guess, the economy is people just sort of finding a way to justify getting a paycheck. Like a lot of people do jobs and services that I feel like don't really actually help progress humanity or anything like that, but they can justify getting paid for. And sometimes the pursuit of a paycheck, a way to justify your paycheck, can actually be more harmful than doing something that's like to be stupid, like streaming. So like human resources would be the classical example of what I mean, where that can often be.
Yeah.
People, I was watching this French news channel where the guy talked about like how fucked up the phrase resources, and I was like,
it is.
Yeah, that's very true. It is extremely fucked up.
At least they're honest though. I respect that. They see you as a resource and they tell you to your face. It's like, okay, I respect that.
The interview was about the idea that
interesting. I mean, I don't know enough to doubt that, but that's definitely an interesting statement to make. I mean, well, I guess like fascism has almost the idolatry of capitalism as a core tenet, or at least the way the Nazis did it. So that's actually not that surprising. I never thought about it that way. Okay, but 7-9 does say, I don't mind people getting paid for jobs like acting, but I don't think it's ethical for it to be a full-time job. So, okay, internally consistent. There's something idolatrous and sickening about Hollywood. I don't disagree with that. But I guess, well, let's say, just curious, like without Hollywood, just like an actor, like a small-time like theater actor. What do you think about that? Just like an entertainer. And I guess not to talk over you, but to keep the conversation going, I was going to say, like, you know, one doesn't have to find all of their meaning from their job, right? So you could do, we were talking about this earlier, maybe before you joined, but like you can do something for a paycheck just to be able to live, and then do something else with your life that has more meaning. Like if you're, say you're concerned that, you know, again, not trying to put words in your mouth, but if you're concerned that, you know, acting, for example, doesn't have any intrinsic value, like, you know, you're not producing anything that helps people. If one was to make an argument.
I think part of the difficulty here is that Stein has not explained the reasoning behind why he thinks streaming and acting as a full-time job has an ethical problem with it.
Well, I'm going on a tangent, which could be his argument, but I'm not saying it is. Just like I had this thought, like if one was to make this argument, like you could definitely just do that to get money, right? Because everyone needs money to live. Or no, I guess whatever. Most people want money to live, and then do something else that has more, you know, more meaning, however you define that, with your free time, right? But okay, well, he answers, someone does acting as a hobby, as something they enjoy, that's fine, but it shouldn't be a full-time profession. Yes, I feel like there's an aspect of, I feel like there's an aspect of idol worship and parasocial encouragement to acting and streaming. Interesting. I do agree that is an issue. I think that's not, it doesn't have to be inherent to that, I guess would be my argument against that. Like you could, I guess you know, this is all my favorite streamers don't, you know, they shut down or at least do not encourage this idol worship, because I also, like, as a, you know, casual viewer, I find that not sickening, but distasteful, close, you know, this is a level down from sickening maybe. But it's like, yeah, it's just like weird. And so like I respect it when people discourage that type of thing. And I think that is, you're totally right, that is like inherent to, yeah, like idol worship is very prevalent in acting, especially like Hollywood actors and that kind of thing. I think that is bad. I guess personally, you know, I wouldn't see that as a fault with the profession. I don't know. Like,
well, I don't know. I'm having trouble perceiving like how doing it as a career versus a hobby reduces the amount of idol worship or parasociality of it.
That's fair. That's true, yeah. Like the fact that they're paid for it doesn't, like, theoretically a Hollywood actor could choose to not be paid and still be a famous actor and still have the same level of idol worship. What would you think about that, 7-9?
Since your argument point that it's okay if it's a hobby.
Yeah, that is beset. See, this is the kind of philosophical discussion we get into here on TNV.
I think some degree of admiration of artists is an okay thing, but I definitely think in American society we see that taken, twisted, and exaggerated to such a ludicrous extent that it is it does become harmful, certainly.
Yeah,
and
I definitely,
you know, in terms of the profit of it, I think like the amount of money that like football players and Hollywood celebrities make, or people who do miserable fucking essentially necessary jobs all day, that's a shame. It should really be more balanced towards the people who do the horrible shit getting paid better. So the people who like play pretend as a career, making thousands of millions of fucking dollars.
I agree with that.
All that shit.
Like, you know, everyone should make a living wage, but you know, some people
I
shouldn't
think
make as much.
it would be nice to have, but that American society doesn't have it all, is a correlation between how painful a thing is to do and how much money it makes. Because all the most painful stuff oftentimes makes like the minimum wage now in this society. I mean, like the really, really worst stuff, like underwater welding or whatever, that does get paid a little bit more for like hazard pay, but that's it.
Yeah, those guys get paid a lot, I think.
Yeah,
I had a
and they die a lot.
Yeah, I had an acquaintance in high school who had this like, I guess in my opinion, kind of a weird life plan. But you know what? Maybe he knew what he was doing. He was like, I'm gonna not give a shit in high school and get bad grades, but just enough to get into college. I'm gonna get into a bad college and then work my ass off for the first year. And then with those good grades, I'm gonna transfer into a better college. And then I'm gonna graduate from there, and then I'm gonna work as an underwater welder. I was like,
that is a weird life.
That is it's complicated.
I think he was trying to try hard in high school and then go into the better university right away. Was it
I feel like that's easier because high school is kind of not that hard. But I don't know. That was his. I mean, that's just my take. Maybe it was harder for him. I don't know where he ended up. He was a smart kid, so I feel like he was trying to min max his like effort,
sometimes
effort versus reward.
Sometimes teenagers just have weird, edgy opinions.
Oh yeah. He was a couple years younger than me too, so he was like a little more of a dumb teenager than I was at the time. So
he reminded me of a guy I knew in high school who said that like if he got to the age of 40, he thought that would be like too old to live anymore. So he was just gonna like climb Mount Everest on purpose and die.
Oh, I literally used to think that exact thing. It's like, man, 40 seems like way too far in the future. I'm just gonna die before that. It's like now I'm like, well, no, I kind of would like to live. I'm okay. I'll keep living. But I don't know. That is a dumb teenager take on things. I feel.
40, you can still be very fit and lively.
Yeah, my parents are like into their 50s and they're just fine health wise. So it's like, okay. I was like 40. That's like decrepit. Oh my god. 7-9 did say doing it. I do find this interesting. Doing it for a living versus being a hobby changes the incentive structure for the performer. And so a dependence relationship is created based on them maximizing their idol worshippers because or when their livelihood depends on being a parasocial entertainer. And if their livelihood doesn't depend on this, they are not a stakeholder in maximizing the creation of their own idol worshippers. I think, okay, I agree with you that that is an issue. I guess I still disagree that that has to be an issue. And I guess I will say again, I respect the entertainers, parasocial entertainers that I watch that specifically do not partake in this maximization of idol worship. But I agree with, I do believe that is an effort they have to make. And there is, I agree with you, there is a huge incentive to do that. So that's that's an interesting take. I didn't think about it that way. What do you think, Exit?
Well, I think he's saying matches fairly closely with an observation that I've had personally as somebody who kind of would like to make money as a writer or something. That in the end, it is probably best to have some other career and create in your spare time or whatever, because then you avoid any kind of at least temptation or need to compromise any part of your creative output, your artistic aspirations for the sake of the money. Whether that be something small as like money website or something as big as adapting your form to try and get most clear as possible. But I guess my concern isn't a objection anymore, even is that I'm still not sure how that bridges the gap to being unethical necessarily. Like I guess I would not necessarily go as far as to call it unethical, but I do totally understand where the problem with it is, or like how it's objectionable.
I guess I would say it. I agree that it opens you up to being incentivized to act less ethically. But I could make that similar argument towards many other professions where like as an engineer I could be incentivized to behave unethically to protect my company and keep my job instead of like blowing the whistle on bad practices. Not saying that happens at my company specifically, but just in theory.
I do find that
I feel like it could be extrapolated. Like every job could tempt you to do unethical things. Oh no, 7-9 says your mic is cutting out, and so it's hard to hear your response. Well, you're fine on Discord, so I guess it's a...
Yes, this happens sometimes. It seems to be like really unpredictable and kind of come and goes. I don't know.
Yeah. I guess to summarize, XDeath agrees with you, and we have another. Well, real quick, we have another new chatter. Zeharchius, welcome. Incentive. He has incentive to do what? Just joined in. So we're talking about 79B9 here brought up an interesting point that he believes it's unethical for entertainers to entertain for money.
Yeah, just to clarify, if you're looking for like discussion of Fire Emblem, that's not.
Oh yeah,
that's
we just talked about
probably gonna happen here. We're just gonna be talking about philosophy or something while playing the game in the background.
Yeah, sorry. So if you're here for that, you know, we won't ask you to stay, but we appreciate if you would. But yeah, so anyway, what we're talking about is, like I said, 7-9 brought up this issue, and he believes it's unethical for someone to entertain for money because it introduces this incentive to cultivate idol worship, which is in his opinion, and you know, we agree. I think I agree. An issue in like entertainment, like Hollywood actors are worshipped as idols in many cases, and Twitch streamers as well, which is kind of specifically what we're talking about. So that's kind of what we're talking about. But yeah, so 7-9 clarifies my mic sounds fine, but yours doesn't. Which but XDeath basically said that he does agree with you in that is an issue. You raised the issue that you still don't quite agree that is like inherently an ethical concern with making money as an entertainer. It's just something that could be a problem if you allow it to be, right? Is that what you said? Or you can just say what you said.
Your mic cut out there now too.
My mic cut out.
Maybe my internet's going down the shitter.
Maybe.
Sometimes it happens. I'll gonna talk for a second and then I'm gonna try to listen to it on the Twitch.
Okay, we'll do a quick audio test.
Actually listen to. Well, you should be fine at this point, Mr. A. It was just a brief, like, my Discord wasn't picking up your audio for a second there, so.
Yeah, I didn't want to talk over while you were testing your own audio.
Yeah. Give me a second again. I will need to test this. Because usually when my microphone goes to shitter, it just kind of...
Yeah, it just did it.
Yeah, okay, the voice clip of myself sounded alright. Let's hope it, like, holds out okay for now, I guess. It is kind of just, we have to just wait for it to stop sucking. That's usually how it works with my mic, unfortunately.
Minor internet issues, but that's alright.
Okay, yeah, so I was saying, I agree with the observation that once you start, as any kind of creative field, entertainment into this, I would ultimately say it's philosophically better to, like, make your living some other way, because then you will avoid any temptation to compromise the form of your work to make more money.
Yeah, I agree. I think it makes things easier to separate your art from this incentive to make money. I think that it helps like keep it pure, I guess, which I think you can still do if you're making money off it. So I guess I agree that it's not inherently an ethical problem, but it is a concern, right? Because you do have that incentive then if those things aren't separate. Yeah, 7-9 agrees with you. You guys should team up and write a book.
I think part of the problem this exposes is that the system of money making that we have in our society, just in general, leads to like shitty things and humans treating each other in unnatural and crappy ways.
Yeah, that's fair. There's a bigger, kind of a bigger philosophical concern, ethical concern behind this.
Well, we're
like
really picking up here at 3:30 in the morning. We got a bot.
We are, I know.
Too now.
Oh my god. Oh, and a bot. Wow. Yeah, we never get this many. Well, I know how to ban bots. I remember. Oh, wait. This person has no bans. Sneaky bot.
Here's their first one.
Yeah. Soon. Getting there. There we go. All right, sorry. I was the menu to ban it wasn't coming up. Okay, I'm usually pretty bad at banning. I only recently learned how to do it, but it wasn't my fault that time. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I know. Really, at 3:30 in the morning. Well, that's our time, so maybe not for our viewers here. Anyway, after all that, we've come to an agreement somewhat. Look at that.
Yes.
I think that is a bigger concern. Is like, I mean, that's something that comes up, or can come up in any profession. Is like just like making money versus doing the right thing, right? It sounds kind of stupid when I simplify it to that, but I don't know. That is kind of where it is. I took a class on this in school called Engineering Ethics, about how to not, like, if you know a bridge is going to collapse, should you say anything? And the answer is you should. So there you go. Important lesson. Yeah. No, it was a good class. But
It's very educational.
sure, I will. 7-9 does say, to me, making money and doing the right thing are one and the same. I guess I would slightly disagree. I say they should be one and the same.
Seems like a very capitalistic philosophy, yes.
But, okay, yeah, I would gladly read your short story.
Maybe we should give 7-9 a minute to clarify this. We might
well, go ahead and send it to me, and yeah, I'll see if it's worth reading, and then
I'm getting frustrated with this Fire Emblem chapter, so I'm just like desperately trying to do anything else.
Sure. Classic. I call that the Hitman boat level conundrum. We can also wrap up, like, you know, we don't have to since we have so many new people joining, but we do usually run for about 4 hours.
This would be past the time where we'd normally stop.
Yeah, not no pressure. Not that anyone's making us stay here. We're just having a good time.
I don't have to get up early in the morning.
I don't either. By the time I get up, my wife will be home from work, so it'll work out.
Here's this. Here's this for you.
Okay, brilliant.
Yeah.
Is this part of your prompt project, or just for fun?
Kinda, yeah. Kind of the first one.
All right.
Wasn't much of a prompt project. I just came up with some short stories and wanted to write a couple, and then I didn't do it for months because I was really stressed. But
oh, hold on. Zaharkia says, "Oh, I just noticed Tim." Oh no, he's replying to 79B9. Oh, okay. 79B9 banned you for something. That's interesting. Wow, small world. Block. Oh, block. No, it says banned, but it's wow, small world. Everyone's banning each other. Anyway, sorry. Okay. I was like, wait, are you talking to me? Because I only banned 2 people in my life. They were both definitely bots. Okay. Here's a a short story. This is Plateau.txt by
Yes.
X.
Yes.
It is.
.txt.
It's not. Okay.
So,
I hope to. Although I was listening back to myself on the
Mr.
Hitman stream, I like hate my voice in the recording, but hopefully everyone else enjoys it. Okay. There is a plateau of salt and sand, the tip of a hill, where seagulls shriek and oysters spawn. Crabs scuttle through the swamp reeds that grow around the brackish pool beneath the sycamore tree at the center of the summit. It is the start of the rainy season, and an overcast sky shrouds the peak in premature dusk. Only brown and starving grass grows in the thin air beyond the pond. A circular swarm of seagulls alights upon the rotting wolf carcass that lies near the cliff's edge, tearing its flesh away in strips until its innards dye the sand dull red. The birds rip and peck at one another for position until two perish by a gouged throat or a pierced abdomen. Two smaller crowds form around their bodies as the remaining gulls devour them. 4 pygmy mountain goats ascend onto the plateau and make their way to the shore to graze on watery reeds. Blue crabs pick through the shells on the pond bottom, and colorfully patterned carp feed on the cloud of newly fertilized oyster eggs, which float above the round shadow in the still water. The gulls part respectfully as a heron lands in the shallows and scoops fish in its regal beak. A pair of small hands appears at the edge of the plateau before a child climbs onto the sand and collapses. A thin and mangy alpha wolf leaps from the brush beside the pond and sinks its fangs into one of the traveling goats, which emits a piteous and agonized bray. The heron flies away. 2 of the little bucks butt against the wolf with their curved horns, and it leaps from them with a yelp. The goats surround it in a square formation and charge it one by one as it scratches and bites in retaliation, until finally the wolf runs whimpering to the hollowed-out shell of a colossal sea turtle, whose body has long since returned to the soil beneath the sycamore tree. 4 wounded goats feed on the reeds, drink the pond water, and move on. The crabs gather to eat their excrement. Beetles swarm around the ulcers on the withering leaves that have yet to fall into the pond, and the fatter seagulls gather in the branches to pluck at them. The wind picks up and a light rain begins to plummet. The crabs start to burrow in the mud. The child arranges stones into a semicircle, whose open end faces the thatched roofs that fade into the mist below, then kneels before them with hands clasped. Salt swirls through the air and the wolf returns with eyes closed to dig through the mud. There's a loud crunching sound as its jaws crack the small shells of the crabs. It moves on to the carcass. The crowd of seagulls retreat to the sky at its approach. Blood spatters on its snout as it devours the left lung of the other wolf. Then it picks up what it remains of the 2 dead seagulls and carries them to its den in the turtle shell. Wind whips against the sheet of brown leather worn by the child, which stands and places a hand against one of the tumors on the hollow bark of the great sycamore tree. Thunder cracks behind the worsening rain in the distance. The carp wriggle toward the pond bottom and frantically search for algae. Near the base of the hill, one of the sheep succumbs to its injuries. The child kneels before the pond with hands cupped. Round ripples emerge from the center of the water's surface and then expand into waves which spray up loudly on the sand. The seagulls fly away. All right. Wow. I was trying to think throughout like what the prompt was, because there's quite a few like patterns I can pick up. I mean, there's a multitude of animals, a lot of adjectives used throughout. Basically, anytime there's a noun, it's very well described, and a lot of callbacks to things brought up previously. So you bring up the sycamore tree early on, and then you call back to it multiple times, as well as the turtle shell with the wolf, and other things. Overall, I thought it was interesting. I feel like I feel like as a criticism, it was overly detailed, which may have been part of the prompt, not necessarily your fault. But like the insistence on detailing every noun kind of took away somewhat from the narrative. But I do find I like the concept of it. It's this kind of slice of life in this small bit of nature with all of these organisms interacting in different ways. I thought that was very cool and very well described. um,
It's well described, yes.
well, perhaps, but even if not, it was well described, if not too well described. So there's a positive and a negative.
Okay. Well, sort of in conjunction with the previous one we did.
Yep.
The idea behind the story was to like emerge closer towards humanity again, but still distant, still kind of looking at it from a non-human perspective almost, where the kind of main idea of the story is that there's this child there in the ecosystem, but the narrator seems to have no greater understanding or even like concern about the child than it has about the animals or like other just like aspect of the world. Just to sort of move away.
Right. Yeah. Just the physical movements.
So that's
That's cool. I did kind of notice that the like all of the animals and objects even were mentioned with equal weight.
Was a fair story was revolved around the child, so like in the writing process of the other details and stuff that weren't to do with him had to do with just like padding the story almost to make that there was less focus on the child, because the plot of it still is this child climbs up onto a plateau and then goes to the pond or something weird happens.
Well, from an outside perspective, I would almost disagree in that like the thing that stood out to me most was the brief the story about with the wolf. So like if I had to ask, like I actually feel like you maybe succeeded in dehumanizing or removing this story from the human perspective, because if I had to guess, I would actually call the wolf the main character if I had to pick one in this story.
Okay.
So there you go. It's not a total loss.
The wolf. Yeah, that's where you got expanded upon. And the core ideas are trying to convey the idea of this is a bit more minor now, but it's an impossible place, like trees on the top of Fiji hills and a lot of things like the giant sea turtle shell.
True. Yes, that did seem kind of out of place, but I guess I don't know, like almost skipped over the logic of it just because it felt like just part of the story.
That's the idea. Okay. And the carp that describes are koi fish, but naturally occurring, which is like I read about it. The process of getting koi patterns to emerging fish is really fucking specific and tedious, and you have to read the fuck out of them. And also, that's kind of thing. Like the narrator doesn't understand human affairs, so doesn't know what koi fish are because of their carp.
Okay.
And then the third thing was trying to convey a rotting place, basically, which is why there's ulcers all over the sycamore tree, and the wolf is mangy, and the fight between the wolves and the sheep just kind of mutually harms everyone. The wolf doesn't get food, but one of the sheep still dies. Or the oats.
And the tumor on the sycamore tree, I noticed that as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I picked up. I mean, I guess I didn't explicitly state all this, but now that you're mentioning it, these are all things I did pick up on throughout. I feel like the human child is almost unfair, because even though the story, like in the story, I do feel like you effectively remove the human perspective. As a human, I immediately latched onto the child and like was like, okay, this is a human in the story now. This is the character I should focus on. And regardless of that, I still felt like the wolf had the most the story arc there, with the wolf and the goat fight and the retreat to the turtle shell, which was an interesting standout piece. And and then the child, I guess I was, I felt like the child had no resolution beyond any resolution that any of the other creatures had. So even though I was specifically trying to pay attention to him because he was a human like me, that's why I feel like it was effective at removing that element of it, because I didn't feel especially like I didn't feel like he stood out, compared to some of the other animals. It actually reminded me of just the general like theme of it. It reminded me of, I think, maybe like the last paragraph in The Road by Cormac McCarthy. I don't know if you read. You're familiar with him, I know, but did you read The Road? I don't remember.
I did, yes, but I can't remember the last paragraph specifically.
It's about the maybe I don't remember, but it's about like the fish in the cave. There's like these cave, might even be trout or salmon or something, like deep in the earth, and they have these beautiful rainbow patterns on their scales, and it's like it's told in this like just description of these trout in this like very blunt and almost like melancholy way, as a way to, I guess it's up to interpretation. The way I interpret it is a way for the author to describe like this great beauty that exists beyond human reach, and like humans, you know, humans live and die like everyone else, and they're not necessary for this beauty to exist in nature. Like nature goes on without them. Like specifically in the form of these rainbow patterned fish in the caves. So this it kind of like, it reminded me of that. So there you go.
That does match somewhat with the white fish thing as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you have? I don't think you will. Do you have any idea what happens to the child in this story we just read? What's up with the shape in the water?
So I'll read it real quick.
It's to be very ambiguous, of course.
Loud round ripples emerge from the center of the water surface, then expand into waves. Does he just fall in the water? Okay. That would make sense. It's coming back for its shell.
No, something comes out of
okay.
the water. It could be like his own child, like it's in the like he finds him some like flying certain back earlier lies in the first attack. So that
is like motif.
Yeah,
I didn't pick up on it.
The seagull fly is a callback to their flying.
Marcus says, sounds like one of the discussions I used to have during my school time in the creative writing course I took, except for the mic cutting out so often. Oh no. Oh well.
Yeah, I wish I knew how to solve the fucking mic problem.
That's all right. Hopefully we get the gist. But yeah, this is fun. Is this just the second prompt you've done, or have you done more and just picked out these couple? Okay. Oh yeah, no, it's fine. I didn't mean like now. I was just curious how far you were into this creative writing exercise. So.
I have a third one that's basically done, or well, I want to publish it. No, I was supposed to start in July and I just didn't do anything with it. I'm doing real writing of any kind for a long time.
We could, I could do it too, and we can read off each other's stories. That could be fun.
It is just a silly feature to have for the stream.
It is. But the more silly features we have, the better the stream.
Yeah, so that's my philosophy. Yes, that's why I'm always trying to come up with silly features.
Exactly. I do. No, it's. I think it's good. I was like, I'm always thinking like, if we don't have anything to talk about, XDeath will always have something in his pocket of like bitching about the Game Awards or whatever, anything.
Well, awards and it's not until January that Yahtzee's top and bottom 5 comes.
Right, the real Game Awards. What Yahtzee thinks.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. I hate to harp on it, but 7-9 says your mic is nearly entirely incomprehensible. So maybe we should
call it.
We should wrap up if you actually can't be understood. It's really unfortunate. Yeah, we can't. We don't know how to fix it. I know it happens sometimes, and sometimes it goes away, sometimes it doesn't. So I apologize to our viewers for the audio issues, but we might just call it here and hope that it resolves itself next time. I think it's just internet issues. Yeah. So hey, thanks guys for joining. Thanks 7-9 and Zeharkius for popping in. We don't have a very good set schedule at this time due to some work conflicts, but we'll try to be on next week. So if you're around, feel free to join, and hopefully our microphones will be better at that point.
This is a cakewalk.
This is a cakewalk. Thanks everybody for watching.